Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the final time this week to the Steel City Sports Report, where we talk everything Steelers, Penguins, and Pirates. I am your host, Brady Vini, and we are back at it again. Day 3 of the NFL Draft, about to get started here in 5 minutes. Happy to have all of you back here. If you're new here, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you never miss when I am live. Also, like and share this live stream and comment in the live chat. Enjoy interacting with you guys, getting your thoughts on all the picks going on here today. A little bit rundown. Late nights the past 2 nights with the draft running to around midnight. Let's talk about last night first and foremost. Steelers just one pick. Pick 83, they selected running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I absolutely love that pick, Caleb Johnson. He was my number 5 ranked running back in my prospect rankings that I have done a lot of work on here. Johnson, 1,537 yards and 23 total touchdowns last year with the Hawkeyes, was an AP second team All-American, an AP first team All Big Ten, and he won the Amiche Dane Big Ten Running Back of the Year award, as well as a Doak Walker finalist for best college running back. 6'1", got some weight to him too, so I think this is your Najee Harris replacement and your compliment here to Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. And I keep seeing people on Twitter saying, oh, why we draft this guy? 1, it's a deep running back class, and 2, this guy's just Najee Harris. Well, if you turn on the tape, you have last year Najee Harris as the Thunder, Jaylen Warren as the Lightning. Caleb Johnson, he could very well be both. I have confidence that he is going to be great here in the Steelers system. Seems to do a lot of things right. Doesn't fumble the ball rarely. So that's all good there. Excited to see him in the black and gold, dropping the black and gold of the Iowa Hawkeyes for the black and gold of the Pittsburgh Steelers. On his media over the phone interview last night, Johnson said that he models his game after former Steelers running back Le'Veon Bell. So that is very exciting to hear. Also, pictures off of his Instagram story from a while ago. Caleb Johnson has been training this offseason with Aaron Rodgers. So the possible quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers this upcoming season, Johnson, the newest Steeler, has been working out with AR-12. Last night, Ian Rappaport on NFL Network said that Rodgers wants to come to Pittsburgh and that we could get word of a deal here soon. And you got to think that Rodgers will be the starting quarterback for the Steelers because Shedeur Sanders still has not been drafted to the Steelers. Steelers passed on him at 83, and not only did Shedeur fall out of the first round on Thursday, he also did not get picked up by any team last night. And you saw quarterbacks like Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe, even Dylan Gabriel went before Shedeur Sanders. So it is like a persona non grata amongst the NFL teams when it comes to taking Shedeur Sanders this year. And maybe we'll hopefully get his name finally called today and put this all behind us. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN NFL Insider, posted late last night, feels like the Steelers remain an option for Shedeur Sanders. The team is comfortable with Sanders as a distributing point guard in its offense. Not consensus on that, but enough to justify taking him at some point. Another QB that Pittsburgh has done a lot of work on, I believe this guy is quarterback number 5 in my rankings, is Will Howard, the Ohio State Buckeyes quarterback, national champion this past season. Hopefully we'll get some word here today on Sanders. Last night tweeting, thank you, God, for everything. Tweeting something else this morning, like ready for anything. It seems like around Steelers Nation right now, at this point, like even if, you don't like Shedeur's drama, you think he's just an average college quarterback who won't make it in the NFL. At this point, fourth round Steelers pick, first pick of the day is pick 123, I believe. If Shedeur is there, take him at this point because, you want to see if he has that natural athleticism and great genes that his father Dion had. And at this point, instead of taking Shedeur 21 in the first round or 83 in the third round, you're getting him for a fourth round pick. And then if you want to take another quarterback next year in a stronger class, you can very well do that. And you won't have much baggage attached to Shedeur. You can cut him anytime you want if things don't pan out or things go the wrong way. So I am all for taking Shedeur Sanders here today just to see what he has, him or Will Howard, and Kyle McCord too from Syracuse. Those are my top three quarterbacks that I would be interested in seeing the Steelers take today. One of those three. Real quick, let's go to the comments here. Happy noon, Flacco. Happy noon. Back up and early here today. I'm going to sleep like crazy after this is all done here today. I'll take Sanders now. That seems to be the common idea and feeling among Steelers Nation right now. You're going to get Shedeur for a fourth round pick if he lasts up to pick 23. That's a low risk, high reward investment in him. You won't have much attachment to a fourth round pick. And then if things don't work out, then you can drop him for a quarterback next year when the draft is in your own city. Let's talk about today a little bit. Well, first off, last thing on last night. I said this last night. I'll say it again. I send my condolences to Derek Harmon and his family. Harmon's mother, who was on life support the night he got drafted, passed away shortly after he told her that he made the NFL and got drafted by the Steelers. Surprisingly, he was in Pittsburgh in the Steelers facility last night. Pictures out there of him with Art Rooney II, Omar Khan, and defensive line coach Carl Dunbar. So again, it's great to have Derek Harmon here. Just feel for him in this time of need. I think if he's still in Pittsburgh right now, he won't be there for long. If he's still there, he could be already back home up near Detroit with his family. And this just an hour ago, we got a number for Derek Harmon. He will wear number 99. So a great number for him to take there. That number last worn by Larry Ogunjobi. But you know who also wore number 99? Probably the best player in Steelers franchise history to wear number 99. That being Brett Kiesel. And Kiesel posting this morning, heading to Croke Park in Dublin, Ireland. Croke Park is the stadium where the Steelers will be playing a regular season game this year. Kiesel is over there for the first ever party for the Steelers in Ireland, draft party. So he is going to be making a pick here today. Which round that is, we do not know, but Brett Kiesel will be making one of the Steelers' 4 selections as of right now today. Pick 123 here in round 4, pick 156 in round 5, 185 in round 6, and 229 in round 7. And there's also some very good prospects here today, not including Shedeur Sanders, couple wide receivers, couple defensive tackles, and defensive backs and all that. So there's Roger Goodell for the final day of the 2025 NFL Draft. It's like he is about to open things up here. The Tennessee Titans, they will get the first pick of day 3 here. Flacco thought about it all night. I did too. At this point, take Shedeur. That's a good investment. You get what was thought to be a first round pick in the 4th round, and you can cut bait with him because you're not going to be too attached to a 4th round pick. Makes him much easier to move on from him as a 4th rounder than a 1st or 3rd rounder. Let's go. Yep, here we go. Let me get my ticker up here. I'm just going to leave that normal ticker at the bottom of the screen here. I don't have any round tickers. I've struggled keeping up with that last night, and picks are going to come fast and furious here today. Here we go. And we are off and running. Here we go. The Tennessee Titans are... Here we go. Tennessee Titans so far in this draft, the first 2 days, they took Cam Ward, an edge rusher, and I believe a defensive tackle, Nick Scorton. So they might be looking into maybe a wide receiver here. Who knows? 12 of you in here right now. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you never miss when I am live. Happy to have you all here today. Also, like and share this stream and comment in the live chat, just like Flacco here. He is a constant reoccurring viewer of mine. Appreciate it all. Appreciate all 14 of you in here right now. Let me do this real quick. Let me get this going up here. We are at 369 subscribers. Let's see if we can get that total bumped up some more here today. Pittsburgh Steelers 8 minutes ago posting pictures of Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin. They are ready for day 3 to get underway. Tom Pelissero from NFL Network saying one NFL GM is considering taking Sanders today. You got to wonder if that GM is Omar Khan. Just looking here at the taking a look here at the ticker at the bottom of the screen. As far as it goes here, maybe the Las Vegas Raiders and New York Jets. They seem to be the only team I see thus far who are maybe quarterback needy here today besides the Steelers. Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders posting messages this morning. We trust God and we don't know any other way. Hashtag Coach Prime. Hashtag Dad. So let's see how long Shedeur needs to wait here today. Going to be drinking some coffee here today to get me through this. So see if we can make it through all 7 rounds here today. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, our first pick of the day is in. So the pick is in here for the Tennessee Titans to kick off day 3. Some top prospects available still. Shedeur Sanders, of course. Running back Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Jack Sawyer, edge rusher from Ohio State. Defensive tackle Joshua Farmer from Florida State. I know the Steelers have interest in him. Also another Ohio State Buckeye available, Will Howard. Marcus Mbow from Purdue. He's a guard. Steelers could go offensive lineman here today, get some depth on the O-line, and maybe a replacement in case Mason McCormick falters or Isaac Seumalo leaves next year. I have to wait and see. I'm going to need to keep my one eye on my computer screen here, one eye on the TV, because they're just going to pop up picks sometimes without even announcing them. Let's see. Here we go. Here's the first selection of the day. First selection of the day. Let's see who we got. Okay, and we have a wide receiver to begin the festivities here today. It is wide receiver Chimere Dike from the Florida Gators here. So let me go here to Chimere Dike. He's actually second to last in my rankings for wide receivers in this draft class that I have done work on. Of course, there's also prospects that I haven't done work on here. 22 years old, 6'1", 196 from Waukesha, Wisconsin. 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.3 440 with a 1.51 10-yard split, did a 10.8 in the broad jump and a 38.5-inch vertical. Started his career at Wisconsin, then transferred to Florida, 5-year collegiate career. Last year with the Gators, 13 games played, 42 receptions, 783 receiving yards, and 2 tuds. Some pros for him: accelerates quickly to maintain his top speed and beat press coverage. Good focus when securing catches, even when taking a hit. His cons: only goes full speed when running routes, which can be predictable, and had noticeable drop issues throughout his career. Player comps for him: Trey Palmer. I think, is he with the Bills now, Palmer? And Jalen McMillan. So our first player of the day is wide receiver Chimere Dike from going to the Tennessee Titans. Gonna try to run through my bios on these prospects quicker than I did last night. Try to keep up with the action here today. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars, they are on the clock. Looks like we got Daniel Jeremiah, Charles Davis, and Rich Eisen. Looks like they are the lone 3 analysts left standing on the NFL Network broadcast here today. Pick is in for the Jags. Let's see who the Jaguars are going to get. Already made the biggest splash of this draft, trading up to number 2 overall on Thursday night to get Travis Hunter. Also made a couple of other good picks as well. Last night, they took one of my favorite guards and tackles in this draft class, Wyatt Milam from West Virginia. Go to the comments real quick. Old Dusty Trail, welcome back. What do you think happened with Sanders? Just had interviews. That can't be it. I think it's a little bit of interviews from some teams. I think the Steelers did have an overall positive meeting with him. But I think it's a little bit mixture of the interviews, and, you know, maybe it's they're scared of all the drama and attention, both good and bad, with his father and his Sanders family, because, you know, when you say something bad about Shedeur Sanders online, you got 3 or 4 members of the Sanders family coming right back at you. So we'll see what happens here with Sanders. He wasn't even the first Sanders to be picked in this year's draft. It was TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle, who went to Buffalo. Here we go. Here's another pick. And there goes a fantastic running back off the board. And Steelers fans, had they have not gotten Caleb Johnson last night, they would be very upset seeing this guy go off the board. It is Bashal Tutin, the speedy running back, from Virginia Tech here. Let me go up to the running backs. Bashal Tutin, he is my number 8 running back in this draft class, 22 years old, from Paulsboro, New Jersey, 5 feet 10 inches tall, 209 pounds, 29.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.32 40 with a 1.49 10-yard split. Very, very fast running back. That's a good pick for them. 10-10 in the broad jump, 40.5-inch vert at 5'10", so he can get up there as well. Was a top 30 visit with the black and gold back on April 7th. 2 years at Virginia Tech. Last year, though, 11 games played, 183 carries, 1,159 rushing yards, and 15 rushing touchdowns. Also had 23 receptions. 2 of those were touchdowns. 2023 third team All-SEC, second team at All-Purpose, and he was a 2024 second team All-ACC member. Player comps for him: Thomas Rawls, Isaiah Pacheco, that's a good comp there, running back for the Kansas City Chiefs, and Blake Watson. Very speedy. His only downside, though, I think that might have scared the Steelers off a little bit from him. He had 9 fumbles in 2 seasons, and you know Mike Tomlin, he loves and he preaches ball security. The New York Giants are up, and their pick is in. Flacco. I wanted Tootin, but we got a superstar Caleb. Absolutely. I love Caleb Johnson. He was my number 5 running back in my rankings. I will take him all day long. He is, you know how last year you had the thunder of Najee Harris and the lightning of Jalen Warren? Well, Caleb Johnson, he has the skills and the traits to be both. I absolutely love that pick. Tootin, though, at least he's going to, he will be in the AFC here, but at least not in our division. I think the Cleveland Browns, never mind, they do not need a running back. They took Quinshon Judkins last night, so. Bayshaw Tootin is gone. Roger Goodell getting some pictures with fans all around. Take a look here. Bayshaw Tootin is gone. All right, we got another pick here coming up for the Giants. Here we go. What does NYG have going? Brandon London and Victor Cruz in Berlin, Germany are about to make the pick here. Some Giants alum there. See what's going on. Who are the G-men taking? Pick 105. Here we go. Oh, wow. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the most intriguing running back prospect in this draft class. Cam Scatabo is gone. He is heading to New York, New York. And all of the Steelers fans who wanted him saying, oh, he's the next Jerome Bettis. You're not going to get him now. Scatabo is going to the Giants. Let me go here to Cam Scatabo, my number 7 running back in this draft class, 23 years old, from Rio Linda, California. 5', 9.5 inches tall, 5 feet, 9.5 inch tall, 219 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.62 40-yard dash, 10'3" in the broad jump, 39.5-inch vert. Was at Arizona State for 2 years last year, 13 games played, 293 carries, 1,711 rushing yards to go along with 21 touchdowns. Also, you know, he's a power back, but he's also got a bit of receiving capabilities in his game as well. 45 receptions for over 600 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns as well last year. 2023, he was a Paul Hernung Award finalist for Best College Versatile Player, and he was an All Pac-12 honorable mention. This past year in 2024, first team AP All-American, first team All Big 12, and he was the Peach Bowl offensive MVP. Like I said, low build, muscular frame makes him like a bowling ball as a runner. He also forces missed tackles in multiple ways, just breaking arm tackles left and right. He is got a run through your face mentality. His cons there, play style could affect his durability. He's taken a lot of hits, got a lot of mileage on him in college. So you got to wonder how much that's going to keep him healthy and affect him in the NFL. Player comps for him, Kyron Williams, running back for the LA Rams, Jalen Warren, running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Keandre Miller of the New Orleans Saints. So Cam Scatabo's gone. Pick is in here for the New England Patriots, pick 106. Yep, Scatabo is gone, and they're going to be a portion of Steelers fans who are very, very upset here today. They would have taken, I bet you there are Steelers fans who would have taken Scatabo at number 83 last night. I mean, he's number 7 in my running back rankings, but I don't know whether I'm in the majority or the minority here. I just didn't really buy into the hype of Scatabo, and I think he'll have some durability issues in the NFL. That's just my guy. I would have taken Tootin over him as well. So Scatabo is gone. Also, while we got a break here in the action, how about last night? Steelers did not trade George Pickens, and I think that, ladies and gentlemen, you can confirm that Pickens will be a Steeler this upcoming season. They could have traded him for a second or a third round pick last night. Do not see him getting moved now unless you maybe get a pick here today and maybe something better next year. Here's the selection for the Patriots. And there's our first non-announcement pick of the night. The Patriots, they are taking safety Craig Woodson from the University of California, 24 years old, 6 feet even, 210 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.45 40 with a 1.53 10-yard split, 36-inch vertical, 10 feet 7-inch broad jump. 5 years at Cal. Last year, 13 games played, 70 total tackles, 54 of those solo, 2 pass defenses, 2 interceptions, and 1 fumble recovery. 2-time All Pac-12 honorable mention in 2022 and 2023, and he was a 2024 third-team All ACC guy. Player comp for him, Anthony Johnson Jr. Woodson, kind of middle of the road in my safety prospect rankings, more near the bottom than anything here. So, Flacco, I'm glad. I like Pickens. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what he and DK Metcalf can do together on the same football field on the same time. At the same time, I love that. We're keeping him even if it's just for 1 year. And hey, even though you didn't trade him for a second or a third round pick next year, if he walks in free agency and signs a big contract elsewhere, you are going to get a good comp pick for him, I'm sure. Pick is in here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are picking yet again. And I'll wait for the selection here. Real quick, there is the pick for the Patriots, their safety, Craig Woodson. Here's the pick for the Jags. The Jaguars, they are making the pick from London here. And there we go. We got a linebacker off the board, ladies and gentlemen. It is Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame. He is the pick for the Jags here. Let me go back here to my rankings here. Where are my linebackers at? And there we go. Jack Kaiser here, my 12th ranked linebacker in this class, 24 years old, 6'2", 231, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 4.62 40, 6 years, at Notre Dame. So very long collegiate career. Last year, 16 games played, 90 total tackles, 55 of those solo, 5 TFLs, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. He was a William V. Campbell finalist for the Academic Heisman this past year, and he was also a Werfel Trophy finalist, which is a award given out to those doing work in the community. Also, his Notre Dame Fighting Irish finalists in the national championship last year. Player comp for Jack Kaiser, Tommy Eichenberg. For me, just a regular Joe linebacker, decent run defender, and I see him doing some work on special teams. Here are the Las Vegas Raiders now. Their pick is in. Let's see what the Raiders are thinking here. Are they going to go Shadur? Are we finally going to get Shadur here? They could always use a backup quarterback to Geno Smith. Who knows? Here we go. The Raiders brass there in their war room. They're clapping it up. Daniel Jeremiah is talking about possibly Shedeur Sanders going here to the Raiders at pick 108. Will that be the case? This is really one of the, this is really one of those few spots right now that I'm seeing where a quarterback could go. If he doesn't go here, barring a trade up, I don't see anything really where he could go. Here comes the selection. And they do not go Shedeur Sanders. We got a wide receiver. It is Dante Thornton Jr. from the University of Tennessee. So Shedeur Sanders will not be wearing Raider black and gold quite yet. Hang on here. Screen bugged out there for a second. Hang on. It is Dante Thornton Jr., the wide receiver from the Las Vegas Raiders. So no quarterback, backup quarterback pick there for Geno Smith. You go here to my wide receiver rankings. Dante Thornton, where are you? There he is, my number 19 wide receiver in this draft class, Dante Thornton from Tennessee. 22 years old, Flacco, start booing, from Baltimore, Maryland, 6'5", 214 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.3 flat in the 40. Also did a 10.6 on the broad jump and a 33-inch vertical. Started his career at Oregon, then ended up at Tennessee. And 4 years in college. Hold up real quick. We got a trade alert, ladies and gentlemen. The Bills have come up here. Bills have traded up. Finishing up on Thornton here, 13 games played with the Volunteers, 26 catches for 661 yards, 6 receiving touchdowns. No notable accolades. Player comps for him and Nico Collins and Matt Landers. Just trying to think of what the work I did on him. I think he's really just a vertical threat. Doesn't really have much, route running elite skills to his game. Just a run down the field as fast as you can and go get the ball type guy, running a 4.3 flat at 6'5". Yes, the Bills have traded up. They traded up with the Bears. The Bills must have really liked someone. They gave up a 4th round pick later in this draft and a 5th round pick to move up to 109 here. So just looking here right now at the bottom of the screen here on NFL Network, really the only the only team that I'm seeing that needs a quarterback ahead of the Steelers pick at 123. You got the Jets, who are up after this pick. Pick is in for the Bills, by the way. So you got the Jets coming up next, and then maybe, just maybe, a quarterback goes to Indianapolis. That is 6 picks before the Steelers, but we'll find out. Here we go. Here's the pick. Buffalo Bills have traded up. Oh, wow, that's a good pick right there. One of my sweethearts of this draft is now gone. Defensive tackle Deion Walker from Kentucky off the board. I like Derek Harmon, but I still want another defensive lineman, someone who can just stay in the middle of that line and eat up blocks. Get this, at 21 years old, Deion Walker from Kentucky, 6'7", 345 pounds, an absolute unit out there. 34-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. At Kentucky, 3 years. He was at Kentucky for 3 years. Last year, 11 games played, 37 total tackles, 13 of those solo, 5 TFLs, 1.5 sacks, 2 pass defenses, and 1 fumble recovery. Was a 2022 freshman All-American and All-SEC freshman team member. And then was a second-team All-SEC in 2023 and a 2024 third-team All-SEC member. Humongous athletic player who knows how to use his length and feet to get off blocks and slide into gaps. Length also allows him to solidify the edge when lined up there. Natural upper body power that overwhelms opponents. Just a top-heavy defensive tackle. That's one of his cons with a slimmer lower body. Size and lack of conditioning will possibly lead to fatigue and injury. Player comps for him: Muhammad Wilkerson, Jordan Phillips, and Neil Farrell Jr. from who got drafted last year or a couple years ago. Yes, geez, 6'7", 345. Like you got Derek Harmon. He's 6'5", 310, 320. But still, I would like to have a much bigger, heavier guy to just sit in the middle of that defensive line on runs and eat up a block and not let the defense get gashed up the middle like what happened in that playoff game against the Ravens last year. Pick is in here for the New York Jets. Let's see what we got going on. Round 4, pick 110. Haven't gone quarterback yet in this draft. That shows that they have at least some confidence and faith in Justin Fields. This will be pick 110, so 13 picks away here from the Steelers at 123. Steelers picks today again: 123, 156, 185, and 229 as of right now. Flocka, real quick. Panthers got 2 picks. Yeah, but do they want to take a quarterback? They think they're still trying to get something out of Bryce Young. I think so. You go first round wide receiver for Bryce Young. I don't think you're going to bring in a quarterback to compete with Bryce Young behind him in this draft class. Also, you have the Panthers. You have a system dedicated to Bryce Young, who's one of the more mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, and you're going to bring in one of the more pocket passer prospects in Shedeur. I don't know. Probably not. They might go, if anything, Riley Leonard. I know he's pretty much the big scrambler, use your feet quarterback left on the board right now. Check out Twitter, see what's going on there. All I keep seeing ever since we took Caleb Johnson last night is that one video of him against Nebraska, just breaking tackles and running it like 65, 75 yards, something like that. Some guy here, Shedeur Milroe to the Steelers will happen today. I got some bad news for you there, bud. Here we go. Here comes the Jets pick. Schedule release again Wednesday, May 14th. So we'll know then when the Steelers will be going overseas to play in Dublin, Ireland. Probably going to be within the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, if I had to guess. And then they'll have a bye week right after that. That will be like a 9, 10 o'clock start for that game. Still some very good wide receivers left on the board here. And a lot of good players in general. Jack Sawyer has lasted till day 3 here. I'm surprised he's still on the board. Remember the big play he made in the college football playoffs, running a fumble back for a touchdown. So I'm a little shocked that he's there. Shocked that a couple people are there. Heck, Will Johnson, he went, late second round? last night, something like that. Wouldn't have expected that from him. Waiting here for the Jets pick. They are taking their time before making this announcement. Jets this draft, they've gone tackle and tight end. And here we go. Finally, they're going to make the selection. Who do the New York Jets take? And they go wide receiver. It is Arian Smith from the University of Georgia. Go Bulldogs. So let me go back to my offensive rankings here. Arian Smith, I think he's near the bottom of my list as well of wide receivers in this class. Yeah, Arian Smith here. He is my number 39 wide receiver out of the 41 I did work on. 23 years old, 6 foot even, 185 pounds, a 4.36 40. So he's got a little bit of wheels to him. 1.5, 110 yard split, 38-inch vertical, 10 foot, 7-inch broad jump. 5 years at UGA. 14 games played last year, 48 receptions for 817 yards, 4 receiving touchdowns, 2-time national champion in 2021 and 2022 with Georgia. Sprinting background proves he has the speed to create space and big play opportunities. And his player comp is Marquez Stevenson. The Eagles their pick is in, and they're making the selection. Here we go. Oh, wow. There's a good pick right there for Philadelphia. They go Ty Robinson, defensive tackle from Nebraska. Good pick there for the Eagles, and that also could have been a pick possibility for the Steelers here today. Let me go to Ty Robinson, one of the more underrated prospects in this draft class. Ty Robinson, my number 14 defensive tackle this year, 24 years old, 6'5", 310 pounds, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.83 40. 6 years at Nebraska, 13 games played last year, 37 total tackles, 13 TFLs, 7 sacks, 4 pass defenses, and 1 forced fumble. Was a third-team All-Big Ten guy this past year. Good size and frame with a motor, kind of like what you love to see in TJ Watt. Nick Herbig got an unwavering motor. He attacks the blocker and incoming blocks with violent strikes. Uses his hands to swat those of the blocker. Does have a little bit of leverage issues, mainly because of arm length, and his rush can be stalled by a strong punch to his frame. Grover Stewart and Zach Pickens, 2 NFLers there are as player comps. To me, that guy, he's not the most, productive or guy who like works in a scheme. He's just like a Tasmanian devil. Just go out there and wreak havoc. Do whatever you got to do to get to the backfield. Hey, what's up? Damn, just woke up. We rolling already. 12 o'clock start time today, and I think this they're gonna run through pit rounds 4 through 7 here today. I think it's gonna be till around 6 or 7 o'clock that this runs. Just trying to think of how long this day went going past years. Pick is in here for the New Orleans Saints. I doubt you're going to see a threat to take Shedeur Sanders here, knock on wood. They already took Tyler Shuck in the second round last night, so they already got their quarterback in this draft class. Steelers still looking decent here of having Shedeur Sanders or Will Howard available to them at pick 123 here. This is pick 112 here for the Saints. Get a drink here, coffee. Let's see what's going on Twitter. By the way, another Pittsburgh sports news. Shout out to Paul Skeens and the Buccos last night. A hell of a game against the reigning, defending, undisputed World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Paul Skeens, dominant, 6 and a third innings pitched, 5 hits given up, 9 strikeouts, no walks. Absolutely dominant out there, making a $330 million payroll look like he's playing against T-ball players. Here's the selection for the Saints. And we are going worldwide with our selections early here today. The Saints, they're making this pick. Fans are from Paris. Here we go. Oh, there's a good pick. Danny Stutzman is off the board. Linebacker from Oklahoma. Ain't no love in Oklahoma. Danny Stutzman is going to NOLA. Let's go here to Danny Stutzman. Great linebacker in this class. Steelers, I think, had a good bit of interest in him. Here he goes, Danny Stutzman. He is my number 7 linebacker in this class. 22 years old. 6'3", 241, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.52 40. Also has a 34-inch vertical. 4 years at Oklahoma with the Sooners. Boomer Sooner. 12 games played last year. 109 total tackles. 44 of those solos. 8 tackles for loss and 1 sack. Had a pretty nice college career. 2022 All Big 12 honorable mention. 2023 third team AP All-American and first team All Big 12. And in 2024 was a second team AP All-American, first team All-SEC, and a Butkus Award finalist for best college linebacker. I think he'll be a special teams demon in the NFL if I had to guess. Doesn't show much pop shedding blocks, but he reads and adjusts to the runner well. Good size, speed, and experience to produce on special teams. Player comps for him, Pete Werner, I think still with the New Orleans Saints, Pete Werner there. So another player going to the team that has a player comp for him. And Jamin Davis, who is or was a linebacker with the Washington Commanders. Now it is the San Francisco 49ers who are on the clock. Their pick is in. And here comes their pick from Mexico. And there's another good player off the board. Defensive tackle C.J. West from Indiana, I believe, is the college he is hailing from. So let me go here. Back up here to the defensive tackles. Where is C.J. West? There he is. So far today, we've had the number 14, 15, and now number 16 defensive tackles in my rankings go off the board. West, number 16 from Indiana. 23 years old, 6'1", 317 from Chicago, Illinois. Punk country there. 31.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 4.95 40. 28 reps on the bench. Started his collegiate career at Kent State and then transferred to Indiana, 5 years in college. Last year, 13 games played, 40 total tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. Also had a pass defense, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. 2023 third team All-MAC. 2024 All Big Ten honorable mention. Player comp for him, Timmy Jernigan and Jacob Slade. So another decent defensive tackle coming off the board here. Still some good ones there, but Steelers, they might be seeing a run on D tackles here and may take one at 123. That could be the feeling in that war room on the south side this early afternoon. Comments real quick. 9 a.m. here. Sorry about that, eh? But let's get it. Yeah, you'll be done around, I don't know, hopefully 3-4 o'clock your time. Still have the evening ahead of you. Be watching the Pirates here tonight. 10, I believe a 10 o'clock game again, 9 o'clock game, something like that with the LA Dodgers. Yeah, update my rankings here for linebacker. I don't have many. I don't have them all numbered here. Waiting here for the Carolina Panthers to make their pick. Their pick is in. There we go. I got my linebackers all numbered now. I only had like the top 10 numbered. I had to finish that. Forgot to do that part. Waiting here for the pick is in here. Here's a selection for the Panthers. And another running back has gone off the board, and a pretty good one from the University of Georgia. It is the brother of Jaguars running back Travis Etienne. It is Trevor Etienne. So let me go here back up to the running backs. Etienne off the board here. Where do I have Trevor Etienne? He is my number 17 running back in this class. 20 years old, 5'9", 205, 29-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.42 40, 35-inch vertical, 10 feet 4-inch broad jump. Started at Florida and then transferred to Georgia. 3 years in college total last year. 10 games played, missed the season opener with a suspension and missed 3 additional games with a rib injury. 10 games played, 122 carries, over 600 rushing yards, and 9 rushing touchdowns. Third team All SEC in 2024. Prospects for him, Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Blake Watson. Makes effortless cuts and flashes excellent receiver qualities despite, not really catching the ball much in college. And his only con here I have below average NFL size. So Etienne to the Carolina Panthers. Pick is in here for the Arizona Cardinals. They've had a nice little draft so far. Of course, the Cardinals getting 2 of the best defensive prospects in this class. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle in the first round, and then last night taking Will Johnson, corner from Michigan. And hopefully get their selection here in a moment. And here we go. We got another international pick. This pick from Hermosillo, Mexico. And there goes another linebacker and another member of that national championship Ohio State Buckeyes defense, it is linebacker Cody Simon, who is the selection for the Cardinals. So that'll be a very interesting defensive room in there. They take Will Johnson, corner from Michigan, yesterday, and now today they take Cody Simon. So I bet you they'll have fun stories about that brawl between the Wolverines and Buckeyes last year. Cody Simon, my number 8 linebacker in this class, 23 years old, from Jersey City, New Jersey, 6'2", 229, 31-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.59 40, 10 feet in the broad jump, 33.5-inch vertical. At Ohio State for 5 years, 15 games played, 112 total tackles, 51 of those solo. Last year was a 2024 third team All Big Ten member, was the MVP, defensive MVP in both the Rose Bowl and the national championship game. And of course, he won the national championship with the Buckeyes. Good size, strength, and quickness for inside linebacker, and he has a natural feel for defending the run, slipping past offensive linemen. Low weight and lack of violence will keep him from getting off blocks, and his short arms could make some tackle attempts slip away. Some player comps for him. One-time Steeler, I believe he only played like 1 or 2 games with the black and gold. Blake Martinez, and another one linebacker for the host city, Green Bay Packers, Edgerrin Cooper. And hold on, folks, we got another trade alert. The Houston Texans have traded up here to pick 116, and their pick is now in. So the Texans here wonder who they're going to take. We know that they love their Ohio State guys down there. Got to wonder who they're coming up for. Somebody to help C.J. Stroud. They already took 2 phenomenal wide receivers yesterday. They got Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll from Iowa State, 2 top 10 wide receivers in this draft class. Pair with C.J. Stroud. Pick 116 here, inching closer and closer to the Steelers at 123. Just let me scroll through my rankings here. So if the Steelers, with their pick, if they don't go quarterback, then I think they'll go either offensive line, defensive line, or corner. I don't think they'll go for a wide receiver quite yet. Just looking here. In fact, let me do this instead. I'm going to go out of my rankings here. Let's go to the NFL draft tracker. Some prospects still available. Let's look here. Billy Bowman, safety from Oklahoma, is still there. Steelers like him a little bit. Jalen Royals, Utah State wide receiver. Jack Sawyer, Ohio State. I'd be interested in taking Jack Sawyer, not going to lie. Edge rusher. No linebackers. Isaiah Bond, wide receiver from Texas, is still there. You want to go wide receiver, impact wide receiver. Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State. That's a good possibility of being the pick as of right now. I think the Steelers met with him at the Combine, and they brought him in for a top 30 visit. So Joshua Farmer, keep an eye on him from Florida State. Marcus Embaugh, guard from Purdue, is still there. He's slid a little bit in this draft class. Yeah, some good defensive tackles there. Cameron Jackson, J.J. Pegues, Ty Hamilton. Can get a Ty Hamilton there, a Buckeye defensive tackle to pair with Buckeye alumni Cam Hayward. Trade compensation here. We got another trade alert here. Hang on. Another trade. Another trade alert. The Rams will be picking right after the Houston Texans here. They made a fourth round swap and maybe a sixth rounder with the Indianapolis Colts. Here's the selection for the Texans. From Monterrey, Mexico again. 116 pick right here. And we got a running back here, Woody Marks from USC. And for the second time in this draft, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit back and relax on this one. I did not do much work, if any, on Willie Marks. He is not in my rankings, pretty much because I knew that the Steelers weren't going to be interested in a selection like that. Let's go here to round 4 here. Let's see all what Woody Marks has got. Woody Marks here, just a quick bio off of NFL.com. 5'10", 207, 4'5", 440. Hang on, we got another pick here. The Rams pick is in, and they're selecting it now. Oh, there's a good pick. The Rams, they go running back to back here. It is Jarquez Hunter from Auburn. That is a nice pick right there for the Rams. I think that kid might have a nice little place in the offense of Sean McVay out there. Jarquez Hunter from Auburn, 22 years old, from Philadelphia, Mississippi. Philadelphia, Mississippi. Didn't even know there was such a thing, but here we are. 5 foot 9.5 inches tall, 209, 30-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.44 40, 10 feet in the broad jump, 33.5-inch vert. 4 years at Auburn, and in 12 games last year, 187 carries, 1,201 rushing yards, 8 rushing touchdowns. Also had 1 receiving touchdown. 2024, he was a first-team All-SEC member. Player comps for him, Michael Carter, the running back who was or still is with the New York Jets, and Ray Davis, running back with the Buffalo Bills. So that is a nice pick there for the LA Rams. The Atlanta Falcons, their pick is in. This is the first pick here of 5 left until the Steelers at 123. Right now they are sitting to maybe take a defensive tackle or a quarterback. Who knows? They could go anywhere with this 123rd pick. Here comes the selection. And there goes another first pick, a guy who I just said the Steelers might look at 123. The Falcons, they're having a good draft, too. They are taking safety Billy Bowman from Oklahoma, I believe. So let me go here to the defense. Where are we at here? There we go. Safety, Billy Bowman. He is my number 6 safety in this draft class from Oklahoma, 22 years old, from Denton, Texas, 5'10", 200 pounds. Ran a 4.42 40, 35.5-inch vert, 10 foot 3-inch broad jump, 17 reps. 4 years at Oklahoma. Last year, though, with the Sooners, 12 games played, 54 total tackles, 34 of which were solo. 3 pass defenses, 2 INTs, 2 fumble recoveries. Was a 2024 third-team All-SEC guy. Above average diagnosis and recognition of what the offense will do. And he shoots up field to stop the run. Elite speed allows him to disguise what he will do pre-snap and cover a lot of ground. Versatile with smooth movements to play center field or go one-on-one from the slot. And he has fantastic instincts and ball skills that result in his high INT production in his career. 11 interceptions for Billy Bowman in 4 years. His only comp that I have here, an undersized, underweight safety, could get him reached over by bigger wide receivers in the NFL, and he has had some troubles getting ball carriers on the ground. Player comps for him, Jalen Petrie, the safety for the Houston Texans, and a corner here comp for a safety, Cam Taylor-Britt of the Cincinnati Bengals. So a good pick there for the Atlanta Falcons. Pick is in. Speaking of the Cincinnati Bengals, pick is in here, and their selection has been made. For the second time in this draft, the Bengals, they have gone linebacker, and this time it is Barrett Carter from Clemson, 22 years old, 6 feet even, 231 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.63 40, 34.5-inch vertical. 4 years with the Clemson Tigers. Last year, 14 games played, 82 tackles, 42 of which were solo, 11 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, 7 pass defenses. In 2024, third team AP All-American, first team All-ACC, and a Butkus Award finalist. I believe the same was said for their pick last night, Demetrius Knight Jr. No, he was not a Butkus Award finalist. So they got the number 4 and number 9 linebackers in my rankings here, the Cincinnati Bengals. Barrett Carter, player comps for him, Christian Harris and Henry 2020. I believe 2 linebackers for the Houston Texans, and Cam Jones, former linebacker at Indiana. So doubling down on linebacker shows you how they feel maybe about an aging Jermaine Pratt. Investing in the defense surely are the Cincinnati Bengals. 2 linebackers in the first 4 rounds for them. And I'm on Twitter here. Looks like we found out who it was that prank called Shedeur Sanders last night. There's a video of 2 Ole Miss fraternity guys. They gave the prank call to Shedeur Sanders. Wow. And I want to know how they got that number, because Shedeur got a whole entire new phone and he only gave that number to the NFL scouts. So somebody must have leaked that number to him. Pick is in here for the Titans. And we got a selection. The Tennessee Titans, they are going tight end, a tight end here for Cam Ward to throw to, and it's a decent one in this draft class. It is Gunnar Helm from Texas. You go here to the tight end section. Gunnar Helm. He is my number 9 tight end in this draft class. 22 years old, 6'5", 250. 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.8 40, 4 years with the Longhorns, Hook'em Horns, 13 games played, 60 receptions, 786 receiving yards, 7 receiving touchdowns, was a second-team All-SEC last year. Player comps for him, Jake Ferguson, tight end for the Dallas Cowboys, and Cade Otton, tight end for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are up, and their pick is in. From Germany here, another pick is being made. And they go defensive end. It is David Walker from, I believe, the University of Central Arkansas, if I'm correct. Tampa Bay making the pick there. There it is. Let's go here. I believe I have him listed as a defensive end. David Walker. David Walker. He is somewhere here. There he is. My number 28 defensive end in this class. 25 years old. 6'1", 263, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. A 4'6", 40, 35-inch vert, 9-foot 10-inch broad jump. 3 years at Central Arkansas. 12 games played last year, 68 total tackles, 23 tackles for loss, and 11 sacks. Also had 6 pass defenses and 4 forced fumbles. Again, playing in lower competition there. Last year was a first-team All UAC, and he is a 2-time UAC Defensive Player of the Year in 2023 and 2024. Player comps for him, Ewan Price and Derek Hall. So now we are 1 pick away here from the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Carolina Panthers about to make the penultimate pick before the Steelers are on the clock. Carolina getting ready to make that pick. We got another commercial break here before the Panthers pick. There's the selection, Gunnar Helm to the Tennessee Titans, Barrett Carter to Cincinnati. The Carolina Panthers have just made their pick. It's a good one. Safety Lathan Ransom from Ohio State. Like that pick there. Good pick there for the Carolina Panthers. You go down back here to the safeties, find out where I have Ransom listed. Lathan Ransom, he is my number 8 safety in this class, 23 years old, from Tucson, Arizona, 6 foot even, 206 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, 5'3", 40, 36.5-inch vertical. 5 years at Ohio State, 15 games played, 76 total tackles, 46 of those solo, 1 sack, 2 pass defenses, 1 INT, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. Was a first-team All-Big Ten and third-team AP All-American last year with a national championship ring on his finger. Player comps for him are Brian Cook. So here we go. Steelers pick is coming right up, folks, and let's see what we got cooking. Had to grab good food, was dying of hunger. Pick is in. Here we go. Steelers first pick of day 3, pick 123. Here we go. Who is it going to be here? They haven't changed the graphic yet on the bottom of the screen here at NFL Network. Something tells me they're going to pass on quarterback again. Still on commercial there. You'd think that, NFL Network, the possibility of this being, Shadur Sanders, that they would be back from commercial by now. Looks like they are about to come back from commercial. Pick is in now. They finally flash for the Steelers. Oh, boy. Here we go. 2 phenomenal picks already in this draft for the Steelers. Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson. And, of course, the second-round pick that they traded away got DK Metcalf. So I count that as a win for usage of a draft pick. Let's see who the pick is going to be. The selection, here it is. Here it comes. Oh, they did do it! They got Jack Sawyer. I said I would take Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. They listened to me. If it wasn't going to be quarterback, I said Jack Sawyer. I absolutely love that pick right there. What a selection. They do double down on the defensive line. Jack Sawyer from Ohio State is the selection. Let me go here. Where are my edge rushers at? I love that pick there of Jack Sawyer, someone who I thought would be gone yesterday. Made it here all the way to day 3. Jack Sawyer, my number 8 edge rusher in this draft. I actually have him ahead of first-round pick from Thursday night, James Pierce, who went to the Atlanta Falcons. Jack Sawyer, lots of clapping it up there. Andy Weidel, assistant GM for the Steelers, seems happy. I think I see there Art Rooney II on the phone with that pick. Omar Khan's here in the corner as well. He seems thrilled. Jack Sawyer, 23 years old from Pickerington, Ohio, who attended The Ohio State University. 6'4", 260 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.6 flat 40, and did 21 reps on the bench at 225 pounds. 4 years with the Buckeyes. Last year, 16 games played, 59 total tackles, 25 solo, 9 tackles for loss, 9 sacks last year for the national champions. 7 pass defenses, 1 interception, 3 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries in his career at Ohio State. 54 games played, 144 tackles, 68 solo, 29 tackles for loss. 4 years, 23 sacks for Jack Sawyer, 11 pass defenses, and he had 6 forced fumbles in his career. Notable accolades in his career: 2022 All Big Ten honorable mention, 2023 third team All Big Ten, 2024 second team All Big Ten, 2024 Cotton Bowl defensive MVP, and he is a national champion with the Buckeyes. Got a nice ring on his finger. Pros for Jack Sawyer: good eyes, quick reaction, and strength to diagnose, shed, and tackle the run very well. Positioning fundamentals are strong, and he is always near or making the play. Uses his strong upper body to force blockers on pass rushes and make moves to get off blocks to tackle on runs. He is a good athlete against the pass as well, whether raising his hands while rushing or dropping into coverage when asked. Cons for him: not much bend to his game, limits his pass rush repertoire and ability to get to the pocket. Arms are average, and that works against him in the reach game versus offensive linemen. Lacks the overall explosiveness and speed to threaten opponents with wide rushes. Player comps for him: 2 good ones. Rob Ninkovich. That's a good one, Rob Ninkovich. And current defensive end for the Miami Dolphins, Jalen Phillips. So I love that pick right there. Solid run defender. The Steelers saying, we're not going to have 300 yards rushing against us again, like what the Ravens did to them in the wild card game. Phenomenal pick. Phenomenal pick right there. Love it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the comments. Oh, wow, LOL. Good pickup. Love that pickup. Investing in the defense, I will take that all day long. And real quick, the Green Bay Packers, they just made their selection. Back-to-back edge selections here. The Green Bay Packers, they went edge Barron Sorrell from Texas. There's the pick right there, getting a nice cheer. He is there in Green Bay. So he gets to walk out on the stage here at day 3. Barron Sorrell. Rarely you see prospects walk out on the stage on day 3 of the draft, but he's there. Barron Sorrell, he is my number 14 edge, 22 years old, from New Orleans. 6'3", 260 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.68 40, 1.65 10-yard split, 10 feet 1 inch in the broad jump, 34-inch vertical, 4 years at Texas with the Longhorns last year, 16 games played, 40 total tackles, 16 of which are solo, 11 TFLs, 6 sacks, 2-time All Big 12 honorable mention in 2022 and 2023. Player comp for him, Brenton Cox Jr. Sorrell, one of those guys who made a heck of a showing at the Senior Bowl there. I keep confusing him with Mike Green from Marshall. He was pretty dominant in those one-on-one pass rush reps, defensive ends versus tackles at the Senior Bowl. So Barron Sorrell, the pick here after the Steelers go Jack Sawyer. Absolutely love that pick for the Steelers. Let's see how Twitter's reacting to it. Let's go up here. Jack Sawyer is the pick. And also, like I said, another Buckeye to put on that defensive line with Cam Hayward. And the Steelers, I mean, they are taking quarterback in this draft. You got to wonder who it is now. Either that or they must have good intel that Shedeur Sanders and Will Howard's going to be there at pick 156. Born and bred to be a Pittsburgh Steelers. Jack Sawyer, he is just a filthy player. He's going to have a high motor guy, and I think it was the national championship game, or no, it was the semifinals. He got the strip sack and the fumble recovery, scoop and score, ran it all the way back the length of the field. I'm looking at the video here. Ran it back for a touchdown against Texas. So great pick there. I am through the moon right now. We got 2 defensive linemen. That's probably all for this draft class. Defensive tackle and edge rusher. Money. Omar Khan, Andy Weidel. Hell of a job. Pick is in here for the LA Chargers, who are going to make their selection soon. Pick is in for the Chargers. Go running back again. They're going to bury Najee Harris on that depth chart. Looking here, looking for some more stuff on Jack Sawyer. Cam Scatabo, his draft reaction video is there. So far, an all Big Ten draft for the Steelers. Derek Harmon from Oregon, who also started his career at Michigan State in the Big Ten as well. Iowa running back Caleb Johnson, and now Ohio State edge rusher Jack Sawyer. So all Big Ten draft here for the Steelers. I'll take it. OH-IO. I will give one OH-IO. Now, is Jack Sawyer the biggest need for the Steelers? Absolutely not. But hey, stud player. Still some good prospects left on the board as well. Could they go get one of his teammates, the quarterback who won the national championship for the Buckeyes, Will Howard later? Shedeur Sanders is still there. Wide receivers, I butchered that name. Let me say that again. Alec Eomanor is still on the board. I believe he's my number 6 wide receiver in this draft. I have no idea how much longer he's going to be on the board, but I'd be excited to get him too. They're on commercial real quick. I'm going to take a quick break. Going to try to work some commercial breaks in here. So I will be back, guys, in a matter of moments. Stay right there. I'll be back in a minute. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Two more picks were just made. The LA Chargers, I believe that was the Chargers. Yeah, the Chargers. They went edge rusher with Kyle Kennard from why am I blanking? South Carolina. And the Cleveland Browns, they do get a good running back. And some Steelers fans, I think Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan, he's going to be upset too. Cleveland, they picked up running back Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. So one of the smaller and explosive running backs in this draft class. Pick has just been made right here. There you go. I got to take loop off. How about that? The Indianapolis Colts, they just went tackle. They took Jalen Travis, I think, from Iowa State. That was the pick, right? Let me go here. Yes, Jalen Travis from Iowa State. So real quick here, let me try to catch up on these defensive prospects. Hang on, we're going fast and furious now with the picks. We got another one here. And the Washington Commanders, they make no hesitation in their selection. They take Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech. So picks are coming fast and furious here today. There's the wide receiver for Washington. Let me try to catch up here. Let's go to edge rushers. So Kyle Kennard, he is my number 10 edge rusher, 23 years old, 6'4", 254. Had 16 tackles for loss and 11 and a half sacks in 12 games last year with South Carolina, 3 forced fumbles and 2 fumble recoveries as well. 2024, Kyle Kennard, second team AP All-American, first team All-SEC, SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and he won the Bronco Nagurski Award for Best College Defender and the Lombardi Award. He was a Lombardi Award finalist for Best Offensive Lineman and Defensive Lineman in college. Player comps for Kyle Kennard, DJ Wonham, BJ Ojolari, and Felix Anadike Uzama from the Kansas City Chiefs, and Anadike Uzama. Running back here, back to running backs. Dylan Sampson, he's near the top of my list for running backs this draft class. We got Caleb Johnson, who I like a bunch, but Dylan Sampson, he was right behind him. My number 6 running back behind our guy, Caleb Johnson. Dylan Sampson, 20 years old, 5'9", 201 from the University of Tennessee. 4'4", 240, 35-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine and was a top 30 visit on March 14th. 3 years at Tennessee. Last year, 13 games played. 258 carries, 1,491 rushing yards, and 22 rushing touchdowns. Was a third-team AP All-American, first-team All-SEC, and the SEC Offensive Player of the Year. Player comps for Dylan Sampson are... Hang on, where did player comps go? Player comps, Tyrone Tracy and Blake Corum. All right, tackle Jalen Travis to the Indianapolis Colts here. Let me go back to the tackle section here. Tackles, Jalen Travis. He is my number 13 tackle in this class, 23 years old, 6'8", 339 pounds. Big offensive tackle, 35-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. Informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. Iowa State, 4 years. Last year, 12 games played, 832 snaps at left tackle, only gave up 2 quarterback hits and 1 sack. Was a 2024 first team All Big 12 guy and All Big 12 honorable mention. Yeah, All Big 12 honorable mention. And he won the 2024 Coach Wooden Citizen Cup, given to the player who has shown the ability to make a difference in the lives of others. He's a behemoth, again, with tremendous length. Pro comp for him, Walker Little. And the last pick that just went a moment ago, wide receiver Jalen Lane going to the Washington Commanders. We go here. Jalen Lane, where did I have him in my rankings? Jalen Lane, my number 27 wide receiver in this class, 23 years old, 5'10", 196 pounds, 4'3", 440, 40-inch vertical, 5 years in college, started at Middle Tennessee State, ended up at Virginia Tech. Last year, 12 games played, 38 receptions, 466 receiving yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, also had 2 rushing touchdowns. Was a third-team All-ACC at returner, and his pro comp is Tyler Scott. Here comes the Baltimore Ravens. Start booing Flacco. Here's their... The Ravens, they go linebacker. It is Teddy Buchanan from California here. So the Ravens, they go linebacker as well. Not just a normal first name of Teddy. There's a second E in there. Teddy Buchanan. There's the pick. So Teddy Buchanan from California. Buchanan, 6'2", 233 pounds at California. Ran a 4.6 40, had a 40-inch vertical, and did 26 reps on the bench. Let me look at his production here. Teddy Buchanan at California. Last year, 13 games played, 114 total tackles, 12 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Let me see, where did it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Teddy Buchanan. Some accolades of his: first team All-ACC last year. And a player comp for Teddy Buchanan is Nick Hampton, former Appalachian State linebacker who came out of the draft a couple of years ago. So Ravens and Bengals, they are going linebacker in this draft. All three AFC North teams have gone linebacker. You had the Browns yesterday with the first pick of the second round, taking Carson Schlesinger. You had the Bengals yesterday and today going Demetrius Knight Jr. and Barrett Carter. And now you had the Ravens there going with Teddy Buchanan. So AFC North teams lining up at middle linebacker. Don't think the Steelers are going to take one in this draft class because of you got Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Cole Holcomb's coming back, and you also got, why am I blanking here? Malik Harrison, who you just signed. Why'd that take me so long? Pick is in. And the selection for the New York Jets. I real quick go to the comments. I'm at work slinging glass. What did I miss? Sanders gone. No, Sanders is still there, Freight Train. Sanders has not gone anywhere. He's still on the board. Steelers passed him up to take Jack Sawyer. Real defensive heavy and wide receiver heavy 4th round here thus far. Old Dusty Trail. I think they want the moving around. All those chip blocks last year or all the screens to his side that almost neutralized the rush. So if they slide the inside sometimes, this move makes sense. Yeah, Jack Sawyer, hell of a run defender. He can move and close off runs and screen passes before they get started, hopefully. The pick for the New York Jets, Jets, Jets. Put that up here. They go safety, and it is, they now have 2 Malakis on their team. They took Malachi Corley, wide receiver last year. Now they go safety Malachi Moore from Alabama. So let me go here to the safeties. Hang on, safeties. Okay, where's Malachi Core? Where do I have him at? Malachi Moore. He is my number 10 safety in this draft class. 23 years old, 5'11", 201, 29 and a half inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.5 flat 40. 5 years at Bama, 12 games played last year, 70 total tackles, 40 of those solo, 8 pass defenses, 2 INTs, 2 forced fumbles, 1 sack as well. Was a national champion with the Crimson Tide in 2020. Second team All SEC that year as well, and an all freshman team SEC maker. Last year, first team All SEC. Ronnie Hickman, safety for the Cleveland Browns, is his comp pick. Here comes the pick for the New Orleans Saints. And another defensive back is gone. The NOLA Saints, they are going corner, and it is Quincy Riley from Louisville. So there's the New Orleans pick right there. Let me go to Quincy Riley. Quincy Riley. I had him kind of low in my rankings. Maybe. There he is. Quincy Riley, my 17th corner that I have in this draft class. 24 years old, 5'10", 194. 4-point, ran a 4.48 40 with a 1.54 10-yard split. 3 years at Louisville last year, though. 10 games played, 33 total tackles, 13 pass defenses, 2 INTs, 1 forced fumble, missed 2 games with an ankle injury. 2024 second team All ACC. Player comps for him, Rock Yassin and Nehemiah Pritchett. So they're adding to the defensive backs room down there in New Orleans. Okay, let's see what the Chicago Bears are going to doing. They're up on the clock and their pick is in. What was your draft grade on our 4th round pick? Love the pick. Jack Sawyer, he's my number 8 edge rusher. So the best available edge rusher on my board we just got in Jack Sawyer. Love that pick. I give it a B+, not a position of need, but still you get one of the best defensive players left on the board, and we got a pick in here. And the pick is the linebacker Ruben Hypolite II from Maryland. And yet again, another player that I do not have in my rankings. So I will just pop up the pick on the screen here and chill for this pick. He goes to the Bears. There is the pick for the Bears, Ruben Hypolite II. We are at pick 133 now with the Kansas City Chiefs. Just 6 picks left here in the 4th round, and then we are on to round 5 where the Steelers have pick 156. So we are about to hit the 5th round here in the next 15 minutes or so, hopefully. 9 of you in here right now. I will say, like I did at the beginning of the show, if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you never miss when I am live again. Also, you can comment in the screen here, just like Freight Train and Flacco have been doing. And A as well. Shout out A. And like and share this stream. Looks like the Kansas City Chiefs. Looks like their pick is going to be in here in a matter of moments. Chiefs having a good draft so far. Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott, Ashton Gelati, and Noel Williams corner. Pick is in now. Let's take a stroll through Twitter here, see what they got going on. Antonio Brown, 29 minutes ago. Kenny Pickett was so bad the Steelers may never draft a QB again. Starting to feel like that, honestly. Though I do love the Jack Sawyer pick. Dude screams Steeler football. I never thought we'd be able to get him, but that is a hell of a pick. And all physical players too. Harmon, Johnson, and Sawyer. Guys not afraid of physicality, so they are bringing some grit back to Pittsburgh right now. Got a lot of jumping around going on up there in Green Bay. Are playing jump around. Jump. Oh, there's a minion there. Why is there a minion? We got a minion in nuns. We just had 3 nuns take a picture with a minion. That might be second to Shadur Sanders falling all the way to day 3. That might be the weirdest thing I've seen in this draft this year. Wow. Oh. Let's get the pick rolling here, Casey. And finally, here comes the selection. I'm staying most of the day doing some outside work, so thank you for your work. Thank you for joining me, old Dusty Trail right there. I appreciate it. Hope everything goes smooth with you. Here comes the Kansas City Chiefs pick number 133. And they go wide receiver. It's Jalen Royals from Utah State off the board going to Kansas City. So let me go here to the wide receiver rankings. Jalen Royals, he is wide receiver number 15 on my board. 22 years old, 6 foot even, 205 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.42 40, has a 36-inch vertical, 13 reps on the bench at Utah State for 3 years. Last year, though, played just 7 games, missed the final 5 games with a foot injury, but he had 56 receptions for 834 yards and 6 receiving touchdowns, was a 2024 second-team All-Mountain West Conference player. Good diverse route runner, strong hands that attack and fight hard for the ball, and he makes defenders work extra hard to bring him down. One con I have for him has just average burst and acceleration to beat press coverage and separate from defenders. Player comps for him: Malachi Corley, current wide receiver for the New York Jets, and Jermaine Kearse, former NFL wide receiver there. So now we are at pick 134. The Denver Broncos are next up on the clock. See how, if there's anything going on Twitter. Let me click on the Steelers post of Jack Sawyer, see what we got. Cam Hayward 1 minute ago. Let's go to the pick of Jack Sawyer. So some Ohio State Buckeye love right there. People calling him a bully. Steelers about to play hardball here. I also think, though, Jack Sawyer, now, I will say, most likely TJ Watt going to still be a Steeler. They're most likely still going to sign him to an extension, but at least here with Jack Sawyer, you get a second-round talent in the fourth round. You have an insurance pick right there just in case something goes wrong in this TJ Watt contract extension. In case we get hit with the injury bug again, Alex Highsmith and Nick Herbig go down, and you won't be forced to watch Jeremiah Moon try to be the other outside linebacker. So that right there, Jack Sawyer. Just think of your edge rushers, your outside linebackers. You'll have TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, and Jack Sawyer. That is probably one of the greatest foursomes at edge that I've ever seen in Steelers history. Hell of a pick. Holy hell, somebody posted how Shadur must have pulled up to his draft interviews. It's the one dude who drove his car through the car dealership. Tone Diggs from the Pat McAfee show loving that pick. Pick is in here for the Denver Broncos. Pick number 1. Pick 134 for the Broncos here. 5 picks left, including this one left in the fourth round, and the pick is in. The pick for the Broncos, it is Quay Robinson from Alabama, a edge rusher / linebacker. I know who he is, but I didn't do any work on him. But I will click on his profile here on NFL.com. Quay Robinson from Alabama. 6'4", 243 pounds, 33.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Missed the ending of last season with the Crimson Tide with an elbow injury. So Quay Robinson, the pick for the Broncos. And now pick is in here for the Las Vegas Raiders. Again, they are still on quarterback watch. Maybe if they get a young guy to sit behind Geno Smith, let's find out if they go on here with their pick number 135. Let's see here. Pick is in for the Raiders. They've already addressed a handful of positions. They got a tackle, a wide receiver, running back. They could go anywhere with this pick. Will this finally be another quarterback to sit behind Geno Smith? Haven't had a quarterback here today. Here comes the selection for the Raiders. Here we go. And no quarterback. They go defensive tackle. It is here from, hang on, I'll type this in. Real quick, there is that previous pick there for Denver, Quay Robinson, and the Las Vegas Raiders. They go defensive line here, and it is probably one of my favorite names in this draft. It is Tonka Hemingway. Tonka, of course, is not his real name. I believe he was a Senior Bowl guy. When I was watching it, he got the nickname Tonka as a kid because he's like a little Tonka truck out there just running over, bullying everything. Okay, Tonka Hemingway, he's up in the defensive tackle category. He is... Where is Tonka? There he is, my 25th defensive tackle in this draft class, 23 years old, 6'3", 288, 501 in the 40, 5 years at South Carolina. Last year with the Gamecocks, 13 games played, 25 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, had a pass defense, a forced fumble, and 2 fumble recoveries. Jacob Slade is his player comp, superb athlete with great bend agility and footwork to jump gaps. And he spies the quarterback and times his arms well to bat down passes. Does struggle getting off blocks quickly and has a high pad level, which doesn't help. We have a trade alert here, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on, let me click it. You can get Boo Ravens off the screen there, Flacco, because the Tennessee Titans have just traded up to pick 136 with Baltimore. Tennessee, quarterback Cam Ward, they've gotten an edge rusher, a safety, and today they've gotten 2 weapons for Cam Ward, wide receiver Chimere Dike and tight end Gunnar Helm. So now the Titans coming back up here. Are they going to go offense again, or are they going to go defense? That pick is in. They traded pick 130. Tennessee got pick 136 and 183. The Ravens got pick 141. That is the third pick, here in the 5th round, and pick 178. So just a couple minor flip-flops. The Titans are jumping ahead of the Ravens here by about 4 picks. And the Ravens in the 5th round, they're going to be ahead of the Titans by like 6 picks or whatever. So minor trade there, just a couple of flip-flopping. The pick is in for the Titans. Here comes the selection. Wow, there he goes. My best wide receiver left on the board, who I maybe thought could have slid to the Steelers back in down to round 5, is gone. Alec Omenor, I believe from Stanford, is the pick. He's gone. I think very, very highly of this young man. Let me go here to the wide receiver category. Alec Omenor, he is my number 7 wide receiver, right behind Jaden Higgins, who went last night, and behind all the other top 5 wide receivers, Travis Hunter, Matthew Golden, Luther Bird, and so on and so forth. So Alec Omenor had to wait till day 4, 22 years old, Canadian from Medicine Hat, Alberta, 6'2", 210 pounds at Stanford, 32.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.44 40, 38.5-inch vertical, 10'7" broad jump. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine a couple of months ago. 2 years at Stanford. Last year, though, 12 games played, 63 receptions, 831 receiving yards, and 6 receiving touchdowns. In 2023, he won the John Cornish Trophy, which is the best Canadian native college player, and he was an All Pac-12 honorable mention. This past year was a second-team All-ACC guy. Good athletic build for him with solid acceleration and speed to be an outside threat. Is very mindful in his releases to attack leverage and get an advantage on defenders. has the will and build to be a very dependable run blocker as well. 2 cons for Omenor. Needs stronger hands to make catches in traffic and avoid drops, and he struggles against man coverage his struggles against man coverage will only worsen in the NFL. Player comps for him, James Jones and a Dallas Cowboy wide receiver here, Jonathan Mingo. So good pick there for the Titans. The New England Patriots, their pick is now in. Flacco, my favorite late wide receiver. Me too. I mean, I think that now knocks out my top 10 at least wide receivers. Let me scroll through them here. So, of course, Travis Hunter, Luther Burden, Tet McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, Matthew Golden, Jaden Higgins, Elike Omenor, Trey Harris, Jalen Knoll. I still do have one top 10 receiver left, and that is Isaiah Bond. But behind him, though, you had my number 11 and 12 wide receivers, Savion Williams and Jack Beshko. Kyle Williams is gone. Ty Felton's gone. Jalen Royal's gone. So just one top 15 receiver in my rankings is left on the board right now. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next here. Patriots, they already took a wide receiver. They took one of those top 15 wide receivers, Kyle Williams, yesterday. So, wow, Elike Omenor going down to catch from Cam Ward. That could be a solid draft duo right there, battery between quarterback and wide receiver. Seeing a video there of Will Howard and Jack Sawyer getting hyped on the sidelines in the semifinals last year. Will Howard could very well be the pick for the Steelers. I'm not doubting it. Shedeur Sanders is still on the board here, waiting for the New England Patriots pick to make their selection here. I'm seeing this again. I've seen this a couple times this morning. How much of a moron is Colin Cowherd looking like right now? Remember him saying the Steelers should trade TJ Watt, George Pickens, and 2 first-rounders to the Titans for Shedeur Sanders? Yeah, how's that working out? I couldn't trust a football take for Colin Cowherd as much as I could throw him. Here comes the Patriots pick. And wow, there goes another solid option for the Steelers. Probably my favorite defensive tackle left on the board. It is Joshua Farmer from Florida State. So back-to-back picks here of some players who I thought were locks to be day 2 picks. They've slid to day 3 now, and now they are gone in back-to-back picks. Joshua Farmer. Let me go up here. He is way up there on my defensive tackle rankings. Let me find him here. Joshua Farmer, my number 8 defensive tackle in this draft class. From Florida State. They had a bad year, but he had a good year, in my opinion. 24 years old, 6'3", 318. Was a top 30 visit for the Steelers at their facility. 5'11", 40-yard dash, 29-inch vertical, 9'4" broad jump. 4 years at FSU. Last year, 12 games played, 13 total tackles, 8 tackles for loss, and 4 sacks. Was an all-ACC honorable mention in 2024. Player comps for him, Carlos Watkins and Jaquelin Roy. So, NFL caliber frame and mass with long arms for Joshua Farmer. He keeps his pad level low off the snap and delivers heavy blows into blockers. Cons for him, needs to develop a deeper pass rush repertoire, and he can get sealed off in the run game too much, being unable to shed blocks. So good pick there for the Patriots. They are having probably one of the best drafts among the entire NFL so far. Great pick for them. The San Francisco 49ers with the final pick of round 4. Pick is in there, about to make it here shortly. One final pick here in round 4, and then we are off to round 5. Making solid time here, 2 hours. So, nice job. All right, now here comes the final selection of the night. Of the 4th round, I should say. Not of the night. We got a long way to go. And a very heavy wide receiver 4th round here. It ends with a wide receiver as well. I believe it started with a wide receiver, Chimere Dike, and now it ends with a wide receiver. San Francisco going to the Ole Miss well. It is wide receiver, almost typed in Jason there. It's Jordan Watkins. So let me go here. Jordan Watkins in the wide receiver section. He's middle of the road in my rankings, I believe. Maybe down a little bit. He's actually way down. My number 33 wide receiver, Jordan Watkins from Mississippi, 23 years old, from Louisville, Kentucky. 5'11", 196, 29.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. A 4.37 40 with a 1.53 10-yard split. 9 foot 11-inch broad jump. 36.5-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. Started his career at Louisville, then transferred to Mississippi. 5 years in college, but last year, 2024, with the Rebels, 12 games played, 49 receptions, 906 receiving yards, and 9 receiving touchdowns. One of Jackson Dart's favorite targets. Some player comps for him, Mitchell Tinsley and Bo Melton. So that is the final pick there of round 4. We are now on to round 5 with the Minnesota Vikings. I'm going to take a quick break here, and then I will be right back. All right, there we go. All right, pick is in here for the Minnesota Vikings, pick number 1 of the 5th round. And the selection has been made. They're going Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. Do I have him listed here as an edge rusher or a... Do I have him as an edge rusher? Yeah. So let me go here, find him out real quick. There he is. Okay, so got that. All right, so Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is the pick right there for the Minnesota Vikings. I'll catch up on him in a minute. We got another trade right here. Another selection, excuse me. It is Cam Jackson going to the Carolina Panthers. Really, I think off the top of my head here, one of the last humongous defensive tackles. If the Steelers wanted to just put like a big unit in the middle of the defensive line with Derek Harmon. So Carolina, they are taking a defensive tackle, Cam Jackson. So let me start here with Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, my number 22 edge rusher from Georgia, 22 years old, 6'5", 280, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.86 40, has a 36-inch vertical and a 10-foot 4-inch broad jump. 4 years at Georgia, but last year 14 games played, 19 total tackles, 8 of those for loss, and 3 sacks. Two-time national champion with the Bulldogs, 2021 and 2022. Nick Figueroa is the player comp for him. As for Cam Jackson, let me find out where he is here. Cameron Jackson from Miami, my number 21 defensive tackle. He is 22 years old, 6'6", 342 pounds, 34-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 5.17 40, started his career at Memphis and then transferred to Florida, 5 years in college. Last year, 12 games played, 37 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 1.5 sacks. Player comp for him is Cameron Young. Pick is in here for the Baltimore Ravens, pick 141. And we got a trade here, ladies and gentlemen, but it is not a draft trade. At least I don't think yet. We got a trade alert. So, first off, there's the pick again, Cam Jackson. So, after drafting Jalen Milroe last night, the Seattle Seahawks, this per Adam Schefter just a moment ago, are trading quarterback Sam Howell to the Minnesota Vikings. So, any hopes that Aaron Rodgers had of the Vikings coming and crawling to him, that door has officially been slammed shut. They found a backup quarterback for J.J. McCarthy up there in Minnesota. Sam Howell from Seattle to Minnesota. There, can we hear? You hear me there, Freight Train? I see you muted, no sound. How is that, Freight Train? Oh, okay, you're good. You're good. So Sam Howell is going to the Minnesota Vikings, getting traded there from Seattle. Oh, you're good. I just thought there was something on my end. We good now. So the pick is in here for the Ravens. Breaking news from Adam Schefter. Sam Howell getting traded from the Seahawks to the Vikings after Seattle drafted Jalen Milroe last night. And here we go. Here comes the Ravens selection. Mess it up. Boo, Flacco. We need a boo. All right, I can live with that pick because it is someone I do not know. Carson Vinson from Alabama A&M is the pick. 6'7", 314 pounds, a 5'12", 40-yard dash. So a smaller school, Alabama A&M. I can live with that. I think they just got... I mean, this should tell you all you need to know about the competition he played at. He just played at a school where there are like shed houses in the background of one of the end zones. So 6'7", 314 pounds. I think they just got a guy with some reach to get holding penalties that are never called on TJ Watt. So that's a tackle there for Baltimore. Looking at Twitter here, we got Brett Kiesel. He's having fun meeting fans at their draft party in Ireland. He is going to be making a selection, I think, at some point today. The trade details on the Sam Howell to the Vikings. Sam Howell and a 5th-round pick 172, are going to Minnesota for pick 142, which is right now. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Yep, everybody reacting to the Sam Howell trade. That means it is Aaron Rodgers time. Oh, well, Brian Backa from, I believe, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, or no, Pittsburgh Sports Now, bringing up the Roman Wilson quote from a couple years ago when he questioned out the toughness and physicality of Ohio State. So, yeah, that'll be a fun meeting of Roman Wilson and Jack Sawyer there. Roman, you're taking a wide receiver pass protection rep here with Jack. That'll be physical. Here comes the Seattle Seahawks selection. Let's see what's going on here. And there's a solid pick. Riley Mills, defensive tackle from Notre Dame, gets the pick. There we go. Riley Mills, I have him somewhere in my rankings, though he probably wasn't up near the top. Let's see here. Riley Mills, my number 24 rated defensive tackle, 23 years old, 6'5", 295 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.79 40-yard dash, 5 years at the University of Notre Dame, 13 games played last year, 37 total tackles, 19 of those solos, 9 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. Reached the national championship with the Fighting Irish. Big violent hands that attack blocks and good strength to push the pocket. Those are some of his strengths. Some of his weaknesses: naturally high pad level will get him redirected, and longer guards can get into his body, make it harder for him to shed blocks. Player comps for him: Logan Hall and Keon White of the New England Patriots. Miami Dolphins now. Their pick is in. Their pick is coming up. Here we go, and the pick is in. Here comes the selection. From Madrid, Spain, this pick is coming from. We are going all over the globe for draft selections. And another defensive tackle. Back-to-back picks here, defensive tackles. This guy might have been a target for the Steelers here later today. It is Jordan Phillips from Maryland, I believe. Here we go. Let me go here. Funny, all of these picks here, defensive linemen, I don't need to go far in my rankings here. 3 picks in a row now where I don't have to scroll far. Jordan Phillips, my number 22 ranked defensive tackle, 21 years old, from Ocoee, Florida, 6'2", 320 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, 5'10" in the 40, 9-foot broad jump, 31-inch vertical, 29 reps on the bench at 225. Impressive there. Started at Tennessee, then wound up at Maryland, 3-year college career. Last year, 12 games played, 29 total tackles, 17 of which were solo, had just 1 tackle for loss. Player comps for him, Dedrin Senat and Jaquelin Roy. So nice pick there for Miami. They now got 2 Phillips on their defensive line. They got Jordan Phillips there, who will be an interior rusher, and they got Jalen Phillips, their lone remaining star defender, who will be an edge rusher there. So with that, Cleveland Brownies pick number 144. Their pick is in. They've hit the offense quite a bit here this draft. They've taken Dillon Gabriel, running back, Dylan Sampson, 2 Dillons, Sampson and Gabriel, and they took a tight end yesterday, Harold Fannin from Bowling Green. They take a wide receiver? I don't think so. They took Mason Graham with the 5th overall pick on Thursday night. So going to wait for this pick to come in here. Philadelphia has the next pick. Pittsburgh is officially on the upcoming picks ticker at the bottom of the screen. Still a little bit of ways here. Pick 156 is what we have. Take a look here. Rush game bully is what the Steelers posted for Jack Sawyer. That was the Steelers' official post here. Somebody asking Nick Faribault, one of the Steelers beat reporters, can you explain the pick of Jack Sawyer? Faribault replies with the picture of Derrick Henry running right up the middle of the field with like 6 Steelers chasing him. That's why we took Derrick Harmon, and that's why we took Jack Sawyer. I am not going to complain about any and all defensive line picks in this draft. Not one bit. Now, Steelers have 3 picks left. You think one of those will be a quarterback at some point. You think that another one is going to be a defensive back of some sort as well, maybe another corner. There's some good corners left on the board. Maybe a wide receiver, or maybe an offensive lineman. Okay, interesting. Ian Rappaport just saying that the Browns traded ahead of the Eagles here to pick 144 ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles, and Rappaport just mentioned that Shedeur could possibly go to one of these 2 teams, the Browns or the Eagles. So, not sure if I hit a trade alert for this, but I'm going to do it again. So, the Browns, their pick is in, and the Philadelphia Eagles are also here. Gotta wonder if this is Shedeur Sanders, is what Ian Rappaport's saying. I don't know. Here it comes. The pick is in. And there it finally is, ladies and gentlemen. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. God have mercy on Shedeur Sanders going to Cleveland. Wow, wow, wow. Shedeur Sanders is finally gone. Pick 144. And if the Steelers really wanted him, they played with the fire too much. And now Shedeur is in the AFC North, but not as a Steeler. Shedeur Sanders, 23 years old from Dallas, Texas. 6 foot 1.5 inches, 215 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.69 or a 4.68 40-yard dash. Had a top 30 visit with the Steelers on April 10th, but apparently he was one of those meetings that did not go too well. Last year at Colorado, 13 games played, 74 completion percentage, 4,134 passing yards, 37 touchdowns to 10 interceptions, 4 rushing touchdowns, 42 sacks taken, a lot of sacks there taken, and a 75.5 QBR. 2023 All Pac-12 honorable mention. 2024 second team AP All-American, first team All Big 12, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, and Davey O'Brien Award finalist. Player comps, Teddy Bridgewater and Michael Penix Jr. Balanced, strong base makes his accuracy better. Will take a hit to make a throw, buys some time in and out of the pocket, and he puts the ball on the body of wide receivers. Below average mobility is holding on to the ball leads to high sack totals. Doesn't always finish his delivery, especially on cross-body throws. And analysis and experts made a big deal of his ball pat before releases, it being too much of a tell for defenders. Shedeur Sanders is gone, ladies and gentlemen, to Cleveland. Now their quarterback room. Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Wow, wow, wow. The Browns, they're just throwing everything at the wall and hoping that it sticks in the quarterback room. Harry Callis from 93.7 The Fan. Shedeur Sanders just got drafted to the place where quarterbacks go to die. Yeah, I mean, if you were hoping for Shedeur to go somewhere where, he may be able to thrive a little bit in a good system, mercy on him. Somewhere Kenny Pickett is furious. 3 quarterbacks brought in after him. Unreal. One of the wildest quarterback rooms in NFL history. Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. Wow, wow, wow. And now that leaves really, besides Kyle McCord, who might go later in the day, maybe like a 6th round guy. I think now, ladies and gentlemen, you got the Steelers coming up here in a handful of picks. It might be Will Howard time. Get a quarterback in the room. Kevin Adams from Steel here. Shedeur had to wait all this time, get laughed at, ridiculed, prank called, all that just to end up with the Browns. Yeah, not a fun last 48 hours for Shedeur Sanders. Somebody said the inevitable place for Shedeur Sanders slide to the end was on the Browns' infamous QB jersey. Yeah, that's now going to have three new quarterbacks: Pickett, Gabriel, and Shedeur. Wow. All right, so Shedeur Sanders, he is now gone. Mike Tomlin hyping him up was a smokescreen, and they do not bring him into the organization. And that tells me, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback. You maybe get Will Howard or Kyle McCord, see if you can develop something out of them. But 2026, Drew Aller, Arch Manning, Nico Iamaleava, Lenoris Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier. What people are saying, the stronger draft class for quarterbacks. You're looking next year when the draft is in Pittsburgh for a franchise quarterback then. Still could get one, but maybe it will just take some development. Will Howard is still there. We'll wait and see. Catching up on the last pick here. There was a pick right after that. Here we go. Philadelphia Eagles, they take Mac McWilliams from UCF. He is a corner. Let me scroll down to the corner section of my board here. Mac McWilliams. He is my number 25 corner. Mac McWilliams, 23 years old, 5'10", 191, 30-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, 4'4", 140. At UCF last year, 11 games played, 32 total tackles, 1 sack, 2 pass defenses, 1 INT, and 1 forced fumble. He was an all-conference USA freshman team in 2021. Kari Vincent Jr. is his player comp. And there was just a New England Patriots pick, but I missed it over here. Who did the Pats take? The Patriots, they took Braden Swinson, edge rusher from LSU. There he is, edge rusher Braden Swinson going to New England from the Bayou Bengals. Let me see where he's at here. Braden Swinson, he is my number 13 edge rusher here, 23 years old, 6'4", 255, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.8 40. Started his career at Oregon and then transferred to LSU. A 5-year career, 13 games played, 58 total tackles, 30 of those solo, 13 TFLs, 8.5 sacks, 3 pass defenses, 2 forced fumbles, a second-team All-SEC guy in 2024. Malcolm Kuntz and Kingsley Enagbare is his player comps. So now we are on to the San Francisco Giants, or San Francisco 49ers. Why do I keep doing that? They're picking. There's a video of the Browns general manager in their war room when they picked Shedeur. He looks absolutely thrilled. The rest of the draft room absolutely does too. Wow. Taking a QB in both the 3rd and 5th round is crazy. Yeah, the Browns, I don't think they know what they're doing. And if Shedeur is going to blow up there and be, the head case and the distraction that everybody thinks he's going to be, no better place than with the Cleveland Browns. So, bravo, Cleveland. Pick has just been made by the 49ers. The 49ers have taken running back Jordan James from Oregon. Solid pick there. Okay, so Jordan James is the pick there. Real quick, we got a trade alert. The Los Angeles Rams have just traded up to pick 148. All right, so pick 148 belongs now to the Rams. Real quick on Jordan James, let me go to my running back rankings here. He is right there, my number 13 running back in the draft class. 21 years old, 5 foot 9.5 inches tall, 210 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.55 40, 9.9 in the broad jump, 32-inch vertical. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. 3 years at Oregon. Last year with the Ducks, who went undefeated in the regular season. 14 games played, 233 carries, 1,267 rushing yards, 15 rushing touchdowns. Was a second-team All-Big Ten guy, and a player comp for him, Dameon Pierce, running back for the Houston Texans, not too shabby. Khalil Herbert, running back for the Bengals, and Kevin Harris, former running back who got drafted a couple years ago, is his third and final player comp. Pick is in, and it has been made for the Los Angeles Rams. Los Angeles going with one of the good defensive tackles left in this class, and it is another Ohio State Buckeye. It is Ty Hamilton, the counterpart to Tyleik Williams on that national championship defensive line. Ty Hamilton, in my prospect rankings, he is my number 20th defensive tackle, 23 years old, from Pickerington, Ohio. 6'3", 299 pounds, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.95 40, a 32-inch vertical, and a 9.3 broad jump. 5 years with the Buckeyes, last year with the national champs, 16 games played, 51 total tackles, 16 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. 2-time All-Big Ten honorable mention the past 2 years, and of course, I just said a national championship ring on his finger. Levi Onwuzurike and Jaden Crumity are his player comps. Good lateral quickness, good hands, and foot speed contribute to his pass rushing and pursuit of the ball carrier. A little bit undersized, and his rush slows when the blocks hunker down on him. Otherwise, a good pick there in the middle of the line for the Rams. The Dallas Cowboys are now up, and their pick is in. Not going to lie, I do take Jack Sawyer over Shedeur Sanders. I like it. And the one team that if Shedeur Sanders went to, I would be less worried about him becoming a good NFLer, that is the Cleveland Browns. So it's going to be fun watching how they mess that up. Pick is in for the Cowboys. I'm going to take a break. Shedeur Sanders goes off the board. Pick 144 to the Cleveland Browns. Some other picks after that. Mac McWilliams, corner from UCF to the Eagles. Braden Swinson, edge rusher from LSU to the Patriots. Jordan James, running back to the 49ers at 147. And the last one, Ty Hamilton to the LA Rams. And real quick before I take a break, another running back has just gone off the board. I thought they were going to do this with Matthew Golden in the first round on Thursday night. Thought that the Cowboys were going to take a member of the Texas Longhorn teams of the Texas Longhorns. They do that now with running back Jaden Blue from Texas. So he has to go real far, I think, from Austin to Dallas. So let's go to Jaden Blue. He is... Where is Jaden Blue on my rankings? Jaden Blue, my number 16, my number 16th ranked running back in this class, 21 years old, 5 foot 9 inches, 200 pounds. I believe he was a top 30 visit with the Steelers. I'm not sure. They met with him at his pro day. I know that. 30-inch arms, 8-inch hands, a 4.38 40, so he's got some wheels to him. Yes, formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine, and he was a top 30 visit on April 14th. Last year with the Longhorns, 15 games, 134 carries, 730 rushes, 8 rushing touchdowns. Also had 6 receiving touchdowns as well, 42 receptions, 368 receiving yards. Player comps for him, Dallas Cowboys fans are going to like this. One of their better running backs over the past couple of years, Tony Pollard. And rabbit-like footwork makes tacklers miss. Footwork also makes him formidable route running out of the backfield, and his track sprinter background translate to NFL level acceleration and speed. Ball security problems need work, and his mental mistakes and body build make him a spotty pass protector. So Jaden Blue from Texas, staying in Texas, going to the Dallas Cowboys. Miami Dolphins, their pick is in. And I think I'm going to take a quick break real quick before the Steelers pick here in 6 selections. So stay right there, ladies and gentlemen. I will be back in a moment. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The Miami Dolphins, their last pick just a minute ago was Jason Marshall, corner out of Florida. I do not have him in my rankings. So now we move on here to the Indianapolis Colts selection here. Sorry, I keep forgetting to take off the loop here. All right, so a good pick here, and Steelers fans, they are going to be a little upset because this guy was one of their favorite running back prospects in the class. It is DJ Giddens from Kansas State. Had the Steelers not taken Caleb Johnson, he would have been near the top of my list for day 3 picks. So running back DJ Giddens is now heading to Indianapolis. Giddens here in my running back rankings. He is my number 12 overall running back in this draft class. A good one. 21 years old, 6 foot even, 212 pounds, a 4.43 40, so he's got some speed to him. 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 10.10 in the broad jump, 39.5 inches in the vertical. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine, and he was a top 30 visit back on April 11th. 3 years at K-State, 12 games played last year, 205 carries, 1,343 rushing yards. 7 rushing touchdowns to go along with it. Was a second team All Big 12 member in 2024. Workhorse athlete with good size and equal production. Very elusive for a back his size, and he has great patience and vision to wait and see where lanes open up. Some cons of his: needs to be more physical, especially when finishing runs, and his size and awareness to be an effective pass protector. But he needs to hold blocks longer. He has the size and awareness to do it, just needs to be stronger in that. Wayne Gallman and Tank Bigsby are his player comps. 2 decent player comps there for a day 3 pick. And now the Dallas Cowboys are back up on the clock here with pick number 152, 4 away from the Steelers at 156. Matthew Zito in the comments. Welcome back. If the lineman from Purdue is there, I hope we take him. M'Bow to the moon. Yeah, Marcus M'Bow, I'd be interested in taking him. No doubt. You could go M'Bow there. You could go Will Howard. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Shadur Sanders tweeting 8 minutes ago, thank you, God. I'm not sure you want to be thanking quite yet once you get to Cleveland. That video is everywhere right now of the Cleveland Browns GM just completely emotionless in his face taking Shadur Sanders there. He looks like he's damn near angry at the pick. Steelers fans celebrating. We really baited the Browns into drafting Shadur Sanders, and that's how it goes, you know. If you can't get him, then you're gonna say it's a poor pick for them. Pick was just made for the Dallas Cowboys here. Dallas, they go linebacker. It is the last Shamar in the draft, I believe. We had 3 Shamars in this draft class. You had Shamar Stewart, who went to the Bengals in the first round. You had Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, also from Texas A&M, who went yesterday. And now the final Shamar in this draft, Shamar James. He is going to the Dallas Cowboys here. Let me bring up my ranking here on Shamar James, the work I did on him. Let's wait for this to load up here. Shamar James. There's the linebacker. Shamar James, my number 13 linebacker in this class. 21 years old, 6 foot, 1.5 inches tall, 229 pounds. A 4.69 40. 9.9 in the broad jump, 32-inch vertical. 3 years at Florida with the Gators last year. 13 games played, 64 total tackles. 34 of those solo. 4 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 3 pass defenses, and he had an INT, forced fumble, and fumble recovery, 1 apiece there. 2022 All-SEC freshman team. Player comps for him, Cam Jones. He slides and weaves around traffic quickly to pursue the football, and he uses his hands and body turn to physically fight off blocks. Does have his weaknesses here, below average instincts and diagnosing abilities to read past blocks and see what play is coming. Also, shallow angles leave him short of the ball carrier, desperately reaching to wrap the runner, but failing to do so. So, Shamar Turner is going to Dallas. Back to the comments here. Matthew Zito, thank you. Thank God for going to the Browns is a first. Yeah, I mean, that is probably the worst quarterback room I've seen. But with 5+ quarterbacks. Watson, Pickett, Flacco, Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. I mean, it's a match made in heaven. Shedeur Sanders, he's a very combustible quarterback. He might have a little bit of success, but a combustible quarterback going to a organization that doesn't know what the hell a good quarterback is, I will take that all day long. Couldn't have happened to a better division rival. Browns will still be little brother. Apparently, there was a Twitch stream of Shedeur Sanders getting drafted, him jumping around. You seem very, very happy to go there. How about this? Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan retweeting this. This is from March 13th, 2018. Deion Sanders on X. I love what the @Browns have done this offseason, but if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull an Eli Manning if possible. Hashtag think about that. Hashtag truth. And now his son is going there. Somebody just reposted the time that the Ohio State Buckeyes had at the White House to celebrate their national championship. President Donald Trump, Jack Sawyer. It sounds like the name of a legend. The son of Columbus gave Ohio State an all-time football moment. That is great there. We get dude with a kick-ass name, Jack Sawyer. They never fail to surprise with a terrible pick. Indeed, the Browns never do. I'm shocked they went Dylan Gabriel last night. Gabriel, I am not high on him in the NFL. Real quick, let me catch up on a pick here. The Bengals, they made a pick. I think it was the Bengals. Yes, the Bengals went tackle there. Good one, too. Jalen Rivers is the pick. So real quick, let me go here, see where Jalen Rivers is on my board. It'll load up. Here we go. Tackle Jalen Rivers. He is my number 12 tackle in this draft. 22 years old, 6'6", 325, 35-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Massive wingspan there. Had an informal meeting with Steelers. Informal meeting with Steelers assistant offensive line coach Isaac Williams at the scouting combine. 5 years at Miami. Last year, he played 8 games, missed the final 5 games with an undisclosed injury. 8 games. In those 8 games, split time between left tackle and left guard. Gave up 1 quarterback hit and 1 sack. Was a 2024 All-ACC honorable mention. His player comp, former Pitt Panther Matt Gonsalves. And also there was another pick, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Giants made a selection. And Matthew, you are not going to like this one. We were just talking about him possibly being an option for the Steelers here. In 2 picks, Marcus Mbaugh is gone. And hold up here. We got a trade alert. The Steelers have traded down. I think the Steelers did want Mbaugh, Zito, because they have just traded down by about 8 spots or so. The Kansas City Chiefs are up next after this Miami Dolphins pick. So the Steelers have just traded down. Yeah, I know you're upset at Mbaugh. Looks like the Steelers might have been too. They just traded down with the Chiefs. Steelers now will pick at pick 164 instead of 165. So the first trade that the Steelers make in this draft, they're going to move down now. Real quick, here comes the selection for the Miami Dolphins, pick 155. Miami They go safety. It is Dante Trader Jr. from Maryland. That is the pick there for Miami. So the Steelers traded down with the Chiefs. What did they get in return here? Is there something on Twitter here? The Steelers got an additional 7th round pick. They traded 156 to the Chiefs. They got back 164 and 226. So they got damn near back-to-back 7th round picks now, 226 and 229. So that, to me, makes it seem like Marcus Mbao was probably the pick they were going. Him or Jalen Rivers, 2 back-to-back offensive linemen. Steelers are probably going to add one at some point in this draft for depth purposes. And they move back now. The Chiefs move up for someone they like. I'm going to talk about Marcus Mbao, who could have been a Steeler had he not gone. Mbao, let me find out where he is. Do I have him? I don't remember if I have him listed as a tackle or a guard. I think I have him as a tackle. Yes, my 17th ranked tackle, Marcus Mbao from Purdue, 22 years old, 6'4", 303, 32-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands, ran a 5.25 40. 4 years with Purdue. Last year, 12 games played the entire season at right tackle. In over 650 snaps, he gave up 1 quarterback hit and 3 sacks. Was an All-Big Ten honorable mention in 2024. Player comps for him. This is why I would have been fine with Mbao. I love this player comp. Most likely going to play guard in the NFL. Ali Marpet is one of his guards. One of the best guards that I've in my lifetime watched play football. Was a former, believe, left guard with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So Ali Marpet was one of his player comps. Another one of his player comps, Brady Christensen from the Carolina Panthers, and Sean Ryan. So Mbao not going to be a Steeler, and the Steelers probably trading down because of it. So we got to wait a little bit longer for the Steelers pick. Moving on to the other pick that I did not get to. Let me find out where this young gentleman is. There he is right there. So the other pick that was just made, Miami taking Dante Trader, safety from Miami. I will catch up on the Kansas City Chiefs pick here in a minute. Dante Trader, safety from Maryland, 22 years old, 5'11", 202, 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.52 40, 9.9 on the broad jump, 31-inch vertical. 10 games played last year with Maryland, where he spent 4 years. 59 total tackles, 37 solo, 4 pass defenses, 1 INT. Another Big Ten honorable mention last year. Armani Watts and Yusef Corker were his draft comparables. And here is the selection for the Kansas City Chiefs. KC going linebacker, and once again, an Oregon Duck is off the board. It is Jeffrey Bassa. Solid pick there for the Kansas City Chiefs. Jeffrey Bassa, 6'1", 232 from Salt Lake City, Utah. 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.63 40, a 38.5-inch vertical, a 10-10 broad jump, 21 reps on the bench. Player comp for him is Cedric Gray, linebacker. Let me real quick go back to Bassa's production. Spent 4 years at Oregon. Last year, though, 14 games played. 54 total tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 1.5 sacks, 2 pass defenses, 2 forced fumbles. Notable accolades for Jeffrey Bassa. Does he have any? I forget here. Hold up. Bassa was an All Big Ten honorable mention. So 3 straight picks, I think you saw All Big Ten honorable mentions go off the board. Just about all caught up here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they have just made a pick, and it's a decent one. So let me get this popped up here on the screen. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they go defensive line, and they take from Southern Methodist University. It is Elijah Roberts, a guy who was on the Steelers' radar. So let me go here to Elijah Roberts. Let me go here, find out where Elijah Roberts is. Elijah Roberts, he is... Where'd I have him? He is my number 20th ranked edge rusher, 23 years old, 6'4", 295 pounds, 33.5-inch hands, or 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.7 840, 9.8 in the broad jump, 31.5-inch vertical. Started his career at Miami and then transferred to SMU. 5 years in college. Last year, though, with SMU, who made the college football playoffs. 13 games played, 35 total tackles, 17 solo, 11 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks, 1 pass defense, and 2 forced fumbles. He was a top 30 visit to the Steelers facility earlier this month. Was a all ACC honorable mention in 2024. DeMarcus Walker and Colby Wooden are his pro comps. I'm going to spare his pros and cons here. So I think we're all caught back up here with the picks now. LA Chargers, their pick is in, waiting for it to pop up on the screen. The Steelers on Twitter, their official Twitter page announcing the trade. It is pick 164 and 226. They are getting for pick 156. Got a video of Jack Sawyer getting the call of him joining the Steelers. NFL memes. 5 minutes ago. Shedeur Sanders finding out he's going to the Cleveland Browns after 3 days of waiting. It is the Shane Gillis skit of, oh, that is way worse. And yeah, Shedeur waited all this time. Now he's going to go where the quarterbacks go to suck, Cleveland. That's a cool moment. Kyler Murray, Cardinals quarterback, scrolling past the video of Walter Nolan in the Cardinals facility. Kyler Murray taking his time to meet every single member of the Nolan family. Pick is in here for the Chargers. Here's the selection. Chargers, they get another pass catcher for Justin Herbert. And back to Auburn we go. It is Keandre Lambert-Smith. Solid pick there. I think he's middle of the road in my wide receiver rankings. Let me go find him real quick. Keandre Lambert-Smith. He is my number 23rd prospect, so pretty much right dab in the middle. 23 years old from Norfolk, Virginia. 6'1", 190 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands. 437 in the 40-yard dash, a 153, 10-yard split. 10.4 on the broad jump, 34.5-inch vertical. Started at Penn State, actually, and then transferred to Auburn. Spent 5 years in college. Last year, 12 games played, 50 receptions, just shy by 19 yards of a 1,000-yard campaign, 8 receiving touchdowns. 2024 second team All-SEC guy. Player comp for him, Jaquari Roberson. Packers now on the clock. I'm going to spare the pros and cons here for Keandre Lambert-Smith. Pack is in for the Packers. The hometown Packers will pick 159. 5 picks away here from the Steelers, making their 5th round selection. Here comes the Packers selection. Here we go. This pick coming from Germany, where I'm sure the Packers have a hell of a following. Some beer lovers in Germany and Wisconsin. And there goes another defensive end. It is Colin Oliver from Oklahoma State. So let me find out where Colin Oliver is here. Okay, Colin Oliver from Oklahoma State University, 6'2", 240 pounds, swaps between linebacker and edge rusher. 31-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.56 40 at the combine, 39-inch vertical, and a 10-foot 6-inch broad jump, 24 reps on the bench as well. At Oklahoma State, where he spent 4 years. Last year, played just 2 games and then got injured. So not much stats. 4 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss. Did have 1 sack. The injury he had here, let me see, do I have what his injury was? Right foot injury was what costed him the rest of the season. So player comp for Colin Oliver, Nick Hampton, who came out of Appalachian State. Also Baron Browning, who's bounced around a little bit in the NFL, but I believe he's with the Arizona Cardinals, Baron Browning. So Green Bay goes Colin Oliver. Pick 160, the San Francisco 49ers. Between now and the Steelers pick, you have the 49ers, Eagles, Jets, and Panthers. So, who are we thinking? Will Howard, maybe? Taking a scroll through Twitter here. Steelers 15 minutes ago, they posted that they were on the clock, but then they dropped back. So you sure about that? Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, he is doesn't look like a happy camper. He's having his press conference here. I'm going to listen to what he said later on. Waiting here for this commercial to end. Steelers pick coming up here shortly. Let's take a look real quick what prospects are available for the Steelers. Let me back out of this. See what prospects are there. So some prospects still available. Wide receiver Isaiah Bond from Texas is still there if the Steelers want to add to the wide out room. Dominic Lovett, no interest in him. JJ Pegues, defensive tackle, is still there from Mississippi. Not sure if the Steelers, I know that the Steelers wanted to triple down on the D-line. Are they wanted to double down on the D-line? Will they triple down? We'll have to wait and see. Nick Nash, San Jose State wide receiver, is there. Torrey Horton, wide receiver from Colorado State's there. Looking here, Miles Frazier from LSU is on the board. From maybe he can go. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins. No, he's gone. Chris Paul, linebackers there. Logan Brown, tackle if they want to go offensive line. Denzel Burke half-decent corner from Ohio State still available, as is Mello Dotson and Kobe Bryant. So lots of good corner prospects still here on the board. Of course, Will Howard is there. RJ Mickens, a safety that they've had some interest in, is there as well. So let's wait and see. Yeah, mouse go dead here. Let me swap this out. Let me plug this in here. My mouse chip went dead. Oh, there we go. Now we're back. All right, so pick was just made. The 49ers, they went safety. Safety Marquez Siegel was the pick there for the 49ers. Down in my safety rankings. Marquez Siegel, my number 11 safety in this draft class, 23 years old, 5'11 and a half, 199 pounds, 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.37 40. 2 years at K-State, but last year, he has a 38-inch vertical too. That's nice. 13 games played, 60 total tackles, 38 of those solo, 3 pass defenses, 3 INTs. One of those ran back for a pick 6. 2023 All Big 12 honorable mention. Jordan Howden is his player comp. Philadelphia Eagles, they too made a pick, and it's a good one. The Philadelphia Eagles, like a moth drawn towards a flame, they cannot help themselves from taking Georgia defensive players. It is Smail Mondon, linebacker from Georgia. Their defense, pretty much all Georgia players. Smail Mondon here, he is my number 5 linebacker. 22 years old, 6'2", 235, 32-inch hands, or 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.58 40, 10-10 in the broad jump. Last year with Georgia, where he spent 4 years, 10 games played, 57 total tackles, 4 TFLs, 3 sacks, 3 pass defenses, missed 4 games with a left leg injury. He is a 2-time national champion. Damone Clark and Quay Walker are his player comps. The New York Jets, they make a pick. It is linebacker Francisco Mauigoa. He is not in my rankings. Francisco Mauigoa, I believe from Miami. Not in my rankings, so I don't have much on him. You just take a look. From America Samoa, Ili, 6'2", 233 pounds, a 4.6 40, 35-inch vertical, 10-foot 1-inch broad jump. Was a second-team All-ACC guy last year. So, that's it. And now the Carolina Panthers, their pick is in, and we are waiting here 1 pick away from the Steelers selection. What are the Carolina Panthers going to do? All right, pick is in. There's the selection for the Panthers. And Carolina, they are taking a tight end. Right here, it is from the University of Notre Dame, Mitchell Evans. So they get another weapon, just like they did Tet McMillan in the first round for Bryce Young to throw to. Tight ends here, Mitchell Evans. He is my number 7 tight end in this draft class, 22 years old, 6 foot, 5.5 inches tall, 258 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.74 40 and a 9.7 broad jump, 31-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with Steelers tight end Alfredo Roberts, Steelers tight end coach Alfredo Roberts at the scouting combine. So the Steelers at least did a little bit of work on him. 4 years at Notre Dame, but last year, 16 games played, 43 receptions for 421 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. Was a national championship finalist with the Fighting Irish. Player comp for him, Will Dissly, Jeremy Ruckert, and Luke Schoonmaker. So 3 NFL tight ends right there who have stuck in the league here for a little bit. Here come the Steelers pick. It is in. The Steelers pick is in. Is this going to be Will Howard? Maybe a defensive lineman if they want to triple down on it. Wide receiver, defensive back. We'll have to wait and see. So far, this draft, Derek Harmon, Caleb Johnson, and Jack Sawyer. 2 defensive linemen and a running back. Let's see where their heads are at here. Waiting for the selection to pop up at the bottom of the screen here. There will be no announcement because it is going to be a commercial break pick. Matthew Zio, real quick, we missed out on Marcus Membo. He would have been a great rotation guy, absolutely. Kessetarium in here. Omar has been cooking. Yeah, let's see if Omar cooks here. Could go a couple places. Let's see where it is. Waiting. Pick 164. They got in a trade back with the Kansas City Chiefs. Got a extra 7th round pick as well. Got to be a quarterback coming at some point. If I had to guess what these last 4 picks of the draft are going to be, you're probably looking at a quarterback, maybe another defensive lineman, a wide receiver, and a defensive back of some kind. Will be my guess as to what these final 4 picks will entail. Holy crap, come on. Or are they waiting for Brett Kiesel to make this pick, which is why they're not announcing it quite yet. Kiesel is in Ireland with some Steelers fans at a draft watch party. And I think he's going to make a pick at some point during this draft. They might just be waiting here for him to do such. Holy moly, come on here. Pop it up or get back from commercial. Let's go. 11 of you in here right now. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. I would appreciate that a whole bunch if you did so. Let me do a quick subscriber count real quick. We are at 170 subscribers. So we made it to we are at 370 subscribers, excuse me. So thank you for those of you who subscribed to the channel here today. Finally back from commercial. Looks like we're going to get a pick. And here comes the selection, ladies and gentlemen. And there is Kiesel making the pick. At Croke Park, where the Steelers will be playing a football game, regular season game this upcoming season. Fear the beard. The beard still looks so damn good. Here we go. Here's the pick. Wow, okay, so they do triple down on the defensive line. It is Yahya Black from Iowa. I like it. Triple down on the offensive line. Make sure that you don't get 300 yards ran on you again. I'll take it. He might be one of those guys that, rotates in and is like a core special teamer, but I'm all right. And he also gets to go back to Steelers offense, to Steelers defensive line. Remember, Steelers drafted Logan Lee last year out of Iowa, a defensive tackle, and he did not play at all due to injury. And now we get his former Hawkeye teammate. Here we go, Yahya Black, 26 years old. Or, excuse me, not 26 years old. He is my 26th ranked defensive tackle in my rankings. 23 years old from Marshall, Minnesota. 6'6", 336 pounds. So they do. The Steelers, they do get that guy that I wanted. You got a taller but more agile defensive tackle in Derek Harmon. I wanted a heavy 335-plus pound guy in this draft, and there he is right there. So 6'6", 336, long, 35-inch arms, 10-inch hands, great arm length there. A 5'3", 940, a 1.88, 10-yard split, that's all right. 8 foot, 5-inch broad jump, 25.5-inch vertical, don't sweat it. 5 years with the Hawkeyes, last year in 2024, 13 games played, 34 total tackles, 18 of those solo, 7 tackles for loss, and 1 sack for Black. 2 pass defenses and 1 forced fumble. He is a 2-time All Big Ten honorable mention in 2023 and 2024. Pros for Yahya Black, a massive human being in terms of frame, wingspan, and hands. He uses his length to work by blockers through double teams. His pad level is surprisingly good considering his size. He stays low, bends his knees, doesn't give up too much leverage. His 2 cons I have here, not quick coming off the ball, and he has below average balance, making it easier for blockers to neutralize him. That's all right. I think he's going to be a special teamer, maybe like a punt and kick blocker on the defensive on the line there. So player comp for him, Aoma Uwazurike, who came out of the draft a couple of years ago. So I like it. I will stick with that pick. You get a heavy guy to put in the middle of your defensive line. I like it. This from Matt Williamson, one of my favorite draft experts who works for the Steelers. Yahya Black lined up most often in the B gap, 83% over the course of his career, played in the A gap at a 9% clip, and saw the rest of his reps over the tackle. So you're going to see him lined up in the B gap quite a bit. Steelers, they are getting some guys in the trenches here in this draft. I will take it. They are investing in the D-line. No more Derrick Henry running and Lamar Jackson running on them for 300 yards. I'll take it. Not the sexiest pick, but you know what? You need to stop the run somehow. Matthew Zito, I love it. I agree. We need some weight on that D-line. That's what I wanted. You see, my perfect draft would have been getting both Oregon defensive tackles, Harmon and Jamari Caldwell, but I'll take Yahya Black. He not only brings the weight, but he also brings the size. Caldwell, he was like 6'2". Yahya Black is 6'6", so I'll take it. You get a tall guy and a heavy guy in the middle of that line to spell Derek Harmon every once in a while. Love it. All right, I am like way behind all of a sudden on picks. So that was pick 164. Let's go here to. All right, so pick 165 was the. Hang on, let me type these all in before I go any further. All right, so that was pick 165 right there. Tight end Oronde Gadsden. Why did I type Oscar there? I didn't mean to. Oronde Gadsden, Los Angeles Chargers, new tight end. After that, the Seattle Seahawks. They took a nice wide receiver, Torrey Horton from Colorado State. And then you had the Tennessee Titans. They go with a good offensive lineman who I think shot up boards because of how he did in the Senior Bowl, kind of like Gray Zabel, Jackson Slater. And now, just a moment ago, the Philadelphia Eagles made another pick. They took a center, Drew Kendall, from Boston College. So now we are at pick 169. Steelers' next pick here in soon to be 15 spots at pick 185. Let me blow through these picks that I need to catch up on real quick. So Oronde Gadsden, he is my number 12 tight end in this draft class, 22 years old, 6'5", 243, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.62 40. Spent 2 full seasons as a tight end because he was a wide receiver for the first 2 seasons at Syracuse. 13 games played last year, 73 receptions, 934 yards, and 7 touchdowns with Kyle McCord throwing him the ball. Was a first-team All-ACC last year, a third-team AP All-American, and he set the ACC record for most career receptions by a tight end at 73. Player comp here, interesting. Former Steeler, Lima Swede is a player comp for him. Also, Tanner McLachlan from last year's draft is another comp for him. So Oronde Gadsden is another new pass catcher for Justin Herbert in LA. Seattle then, they had pick 166. They went wide receiver, getting another target, much needed target, I should say, for Sam Darnold. Torrey Horton, my number 20 wide receiver in this draft class, 22 years old, 6'2.5 inches tall, 196 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.41 40, got some speed. He was a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine, also had a 37.5-inch vertical. 5 years in college, started at Nevada, then transferred to Colorado State. Last year played just 6 games, missed the last 6 games of the season with a knee injury. In those 6 games, 26 receptions, 353 yards, and 1 receiving touchdown. Is a 2-time first-team All-MWC, was an honorable mention in 2022, and a second team in 2023 at punt returner in the Mountain West Conference. Player comps for him, Josh Reynolds, wide receiver for the, not with the Lions anymore, with the Broncos, right? Also, Torrey Horton, comp for him, I maybe see it, George Pickens and Devontae Walker. So George Pickens, a comp for Torrey Horton, who just went to Seattle. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Tennessee then at pick 167, they went Jackson Slater. Let me go here, scroll down here to Jackson Slater. He is in my guard category, my 6th ranked guard from Sacramento State, 22 years old, 6'3", 316, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 501/40, a 28.5-inch vertical, 9-foot broad jump, 31 reps on the bench. Impressive there. 4 years at Sac State, 9 games played last year, missed the last 3 games of the season with injury. 9 games, all of those games played at left guard, gave up no QB hits, no sacks. Was a first-team AP FCS All-American last year, as well as a first-team All-Big Sky Conference. Player comp for him, Luke Weipler, and Ed Ingram, 2 offensive linemen who came out of the draft recently. And then the Philadelphia Eagles, they were on the clock with pick 168. They went offensive line as well. They got a backup center for recently paid center Cam Jurgens. They went to Boston College to Drew Kendall, who is my second-ranked center in this week crop of centers this year, 23 years old. 6'4", 308 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 505/40, 20 reps on the bench. 4 years at BC. Last year, 13 games played, 777 snaps at center, gave up just 1 QB hit and 1 sack. A first-team All-ACC guy. Player comp for him is Alex Forsyth. Now I am just 2 picks behind here, trying to catch up as fast as I can. Chicago, they just made a hell of a pick, in my opinion, just a couple of moments ago. They went corner and they took Zaw Frazier, who is, I think, one of my favorite, maybe special team candidate picks for the Steelers. Let me go down here to corner and find Zaw Frazier. Zaw Frazier, my number 16th ranked corner in this draft class, 24 years old, big body, 6'3", 186, 33-inch arms, 8-inch hands, a 4.36/40 blazing speed there, 10.6 on the broad jump, 36.5 inches on the vertical. At UTSA, 3 years he spent there, 12 games played last year, 24 total tackles, 9 pass defenses, 6 interceptions for Zaw Frazier, an All-ACC first-teamer. And Isaiah Rodgers is his player comp. And before I get to the last pick that just happened, we have a trade alert here. The Detroit Lions have just traded up to pick 177. Excuse me, they traded up to pick 171. That's my bad. All right, and then the Buffalo Bills, they just had pick 170. So, hey-ho, Buffalo, they make a good pick as well. They go defensive back and safety, Jordan Hancock from Ohio State, another Buckeye. The Buckeyes, they are taking over the draft, kind of like Oregon, with players getting drafted this year. So Jordan Hancock, he is also down here in my rankings. He is in my safeties category. You find out where he is. I had him and Lathan Ransom back-to-back. I had Hancock just over Ransom as my number 7 safety, 21 years old, from Suwanee, Georgia. 6 feet even, 195 pounds, 31-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, a 4.42/40, good speed. 10 feet, 6 inches in the broad jump, an impressive 41.5-inch vertical at Ohio State with the Buckeyes for 4 years. 16 games played. 48 total tackles, 29 of those solo, 8 pass defenses, 1 INT, and 2 forced fumbles, National champion, of course. Good player comps here. The lesser one, Dane Belton, he is getting comped to Talanoa Hufanga, who just got big money with the Denver Broncos, former San Francisco 49ers safety. Some pros and cons, seeing how I have a bit of time here. Adequate size and length to disrupt the catch, whether lined up deep downfield, up in the box, or in the slot there for Hancock. Plays heavy and redirects wide receivers at the beginning and throughout the route. His one con here, doesn't diagnose and respond quick enough to what the quarterback does and what happens in the backfield to come up and make a tackle for loss or get a sack. So Jordan Hancock going to the Buffalo Bills. Good selection for them. Now the pick is in for the Detroit Lions, who traded up. We are now 14 picks away from the Steelers' next pick, which will be in the 6th round. This is, we got 5 5th-round selections left after this one coming up here from the Tigers. The Rams, Bills, Cardinals, Seahawks, and Ravens will round out the 5th round after this upcoming pick. Let me go back here to Twitter here, see what's going on here. Steelers defensive lineman Yaha Black making quite the first impression on the phone here, talking with local reporters over the phone in Pittsburgh. First, can we talk about how pretty it is when you drive through the tunnel and it opens up? He was loving his visit to Pittsburgh. He was a top 30 visit. Not a better introduction to the city than when you come out of that tunnel in the city. You just see a white light at the end of the tunnel, and then you open up. It's like heaven. Great shot of the city right in front of you and to the side. You look slightly to your left here. You can see PNC Park, and then you turn to the left here. If you're a draftee of the Steelers, you get to see where you're going to play for the next 4 years. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Michael Beck, very true. I've been saying this all day long. This is a very stop Derrick Henry draft for Pittsburgh. That is what teams do in the NFL. If you're going to draft a position, you draft to win your division, and the Detroit Lions just made their pick. And a good one. One of those LSU offensive linemen just went off the board, and this guy, he's been waiting for a little bit. Miles Frazier is heading to the Motor City. Good pick up there for Detroit here in the 5th round. Let me go up here to the guard section and find Miles Frazier. He is my number 5 guard in this draft. 23 years old, from Camden, New Jersey. 6 foot 6 inches tall, 325 pounds. 33-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 5'2", 40 with a 179 split. 9 feet on the broad jump, 31-inch vertical, 27 reps impressively on the bench. Spent 3 years at LSU, 13 games played last year, 839 snaps at right guard. He can bounce back and forth between either guard position. Gave up just 1 quarterback hit and no sacks. Player comps for him: Jonah Jackson, who I think is either a current or former guard for the Lions, and also I think this guy's a Lion too. Chandler Zavala is his other player comp, so I think he's comped to at least one time Detroit Lions there. Then again, I could be completely wrong. My players seem to run together, so. Now the the Los Angeles Rams, with pick 172, they are on the clock, and their pick is in. Brett Kiesel making the pick for Yaha Black. Shadur Sanders tweeting, "I'm home, Cleveland. Time to be legendary." Yeah, good luck with that there, Shadur. Holy hell, I just saw another picture of Yaha Black. He looks like a player who would be on the Steel Curtain in the 1970s. Nice goatee into a beard. Nice frizzy hair. Love it. Dude looks like an absolute animal. Good Yaha Black highlights, getting his arm up there and then getting the sack. Ramon Foster, former Steelers offensive guard, high praise of Yaha Black. Yaha Black is one of the most Pittsburgh Steelers picks, if there ever was one. Good get on the D-line. So, high praise there from one of the Steelers' best offensive linemen in the past decade. The Los Angeles Rams, they just made their... The Rams, they are going linebacker again, and they are going down to Mississippi Ole Miss. It is Chris Paul Jr. With the selection. Let me go here to the linebackers. Chris Paul Jr., I believe he is, yes, indeed, he is my number 6th ranked middle linebacker in this draft. 22 years old, 6'1", 235 pounds, 30-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.63 40, a 9-foot 9-inch broad jump, and 36-inch vertical. Began his college career at Arkansas and then transferred to Mississippi. 4 years total in college. 12 games played, 88 total tackles last year. 50 solo tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, 4 pass defenses, 1 interception, 1 fumble recovery. When he was at Arkansas, he was a 2022 freshman All-American, All-SEC freshman team as well. Last year, 3rd team AP All-American, 2nd team All-SEC, and a Butt Kiss Award finalist for Best College Linebacker. Comps for him, good one here, Zaire Franklin, solid middle linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Also, Nick Bolton, another solid player comp there for the Kansas City Chiefs. And Dayan Henley rounds out his 3 player comps that I have for him. The Buffalo Bills, they just made their pick. And the Buffalo Bills, they are beefing up on offense here. I like this pick. This guy, I would have considered him maybe like as a, maybe like a 7th round pick if he were to eventually be there. But he's going to go to the Buffalo Bills, and he's going to be a phenomenal run blocker there. They got Dawson Knox and Dalton Schultz up there as your pass-catching tight ends. They now got a big blocking tight end, Jackson Hawes from Georgia Tech. Great tight end pick there for, the run game. Not going to contribute much as a pass catcher, but as a run blocker, solid pickup. Jackson Hawes, 24 years old, 6 foot, 4.5 inches tall, 253 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.83 40. Just had 16 catches for 195 yards last year in 12 games for Georgia Tech. And Tegan Quintorino is his player comp. Arizona Cardinals, they're making their pick right now. And an interesting pick. This was a guy that maybe the Steelers could have targeted here at pick 185. I said corner was a need. Still is a need to maybe take in this draft, and should be a fun cornerback room in the Arizona Cardinals facility. They took Will Johnson yesterday from Michigan. Now today, here on day 3, they take Denzel Burke, corner from Ohio State. So that'll be fun, those two linking up after what went down in the Michigan-Ohio State game this past year. Let me go here to Denzel Burke down in the corner section. He is... Where's Denzel? He is my... Do I have him higher? I must have him higher here. Denzel Burke, my number 12 rated corner in this draft class, 22 years old, from Phoenix, Arizona, so he'll be close to home. 5'11", 193 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.48 40. Was a Buckeye for 4 years. Last year, though, with the national champs, 16 games played, 48 total tackles, 37 of those solo, 2 pass defenses and 2 INTs. 2024 national championship winner. He was also an All Big Ten honorable mention. Player comp for him, a former Cardinal, Sean Murphy Bunting, or is he still a current Cardinal? Sean Murphy Bunting, he might be there. Otherwise, he left. And Riley Moss. current corner for the Denver Broncos, is another player comp for Burke. Smooth, rhythmic mover, good feel for the right amount of spacing in coverage, gets himself in position and does his part to stop the run, can be useful on special teams as well. Mirroring wide receivers and press and man coverage hasn't been his strongest ability, and he's got average at best speed to cover deep routes. But other than that, good pick there. Solid pickup for Arizona. The Seattle Seahawks at pick 157, their pick is in. This is pick 175, and then the New York Jets, they will have pick 176. That will be the final pick of round 5. So we'll go through these two picks, and then I will take a quick break. Let me see what all is going on here in the Twitterverse. Another thing too about Yaha Black, he will also be able to have someone that he knows on the team. Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa. He got drafted last night, so still no announcement yet on pick 175 here for Seahawks. They're taking forever now. Come on. There we go. Finally, we got a pick. So Seattle, they go tight end as well. This is a guy that I do know about, but I did not have in my rankings here. It is tight end Robbie Oots from Alabama. All I know is that he was pretty much the big blocking tight end at Bama, and he's got a sick mustache. Pretty much all I know about that pick. So the New York Jets, they got this. They have the final pick of round 5. This is a pick that they traded for. So that is and they made their pick. There's the selection. And NYJ, they come up to add to their defensive line. It is a pick from the University of Miami. Tyler Barron is now the newest New York Jet. Let me go here to his rankings here up here in the edge rusher category. Tyler Barron. He is my number 25 edge rusher in this draft class. 23 years old from Knoxville, Tennessee. 6'5", 260 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands. A 4.62 40. 10-foot 1-inch broad jump, 35.5-inch vertical. Started his career at his home state or his hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. Started with the Tennessee Volunteers. Then transferred to Miami, 5-year college career. 13 games played, 38 total tackles last year. 11 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks, and 1 forced fumble. Was an all-ACC honorable mention. Player comps for him, former one-time Steeler Cassius Marsh and Michael Clemens, who I believe plays for the Jets. So the Jets, they round out round 5 with that selection. Pick 177 belongs to the Buffalo Bills. That will kick off round 6. 2 more rounds to go. I'm going to take a quick break, and we will be back here in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Tomlin was just on NFL Network, had a brief video call with Rich Eisen there. Looking like just listening in on his conversation a little bit. Talked about Derek Harmon, said that Harmon, dealing with the passing of his mother 2 nights ago, that he is doing remarkably well in the grieving process that he's going through right now. Talked about Rich Eisen, of course, asked about Aaron Rodgers. Tomlin said that, they've had positive talks, but he's not going to forecast anything upcoming. Talked about Jack Sawyer there for a hot second, saying that Cam Hayward didn't influence the pick, but endorsed it and said that Jack Sawyer, just like what he said about Derek Harmon the other night, has Steelers DNA. Absolutely there. Anybody can see that. And lastly, said that he's excited for the draft to be in Pittsburgh next year, as am I. Green Bay showing up, showing out. Hopefully we get to, us Western Pennsylvanians get to show the world that Pittsburgh is one of the best cities in the entire United States of America. Buffalo Bills, they took their good old time to make the first pick of the 6th round. Pick is in. And Buffalo, the theme of their draft seems to be hitting kind of like how the Steelers are going all in on the defensive line. They are going all in on the secondary. They just picked up from Virginia Tech corner Dorian Strong. So let me go here to Dorian Strong's profile here real quick. Dorian Strong, he is my 20th ranked corner in this class, 23 years old, from Upper Marlboro, Maryland, 6'1", 185, 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.5 flat 40, 9.8 in the broad jump, 36-inch vertical. 5 years at Virginia Tech. And he was a all-ACC honorable mention last year because in 12 games, he made 32 total tackles. 6 pass defenses, 2 INTs, and 1 fumble recovery with a forced fumble. Player comps for Dorian Strong: Darius Williams, a solid longtime NFLer there. Martin Emerson, current corner for the Cleveland Browns, and Kobe Bryant, another defensive back in the NFL, currently with the Seattle Seahawks. So the Bills seem to be hitting the defensive back room hard this draft, and another defensive back just went off the boards to the Baltimore Ravens. So the Baltimore Ravens, they just went out and got one of those guys who not necessarily going to trust him out as a corner, but I have a feeling he's going to be one of the better special teamers in the league throughout his career. Bilal Kone from, I believe, Western Michigan there. Western Michigan, they just won the national championship in hockey a couple weeks ago. So Bilal Kone here, my number 22 ranked corner in my rankings here. Measurables: 24 years old, 6'1", 190, 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands, ran a 4.43 40, did a 10-foot 4-inch broad jump, and a 31.5-inch vertical. 2 years at Western Mich. Last year, 13 games played, 70 total tackles, 9 pass defenses, 1 interception, and 2 fumble recoveries. Excuse me, not forced fumbles. Darrell Luter Jr., who came out of the draft a couple years ago, is his player comp. Doesn't have any notable accolades, but does play well with press coverage. He's a high IQ football player with good vision and anticipation, and has he challenges the high point catches and gets off blocks on the perimeter. So a livable pickup there by the Ravens, but still one of somebody I know, so don't like it. Miami Dolphins pick 179 here. Steelers coming up at pick 185. The pick is in for the Finns. They're showing Omari and Hampton highlights for some reason on NFL Network, but okay. Let's do a stroll through Twitter, see what's going on. Steelers round 6 options coming up here. Shout out Steelers Draft HQ for posting this on Twitter. Will Howard and Kyle McCord are still there. Two quarterbacks that I like. If they want to go offensive line, Logan Brown is there. He's up in my rankings. Kobe Bryant and Mello Dotson, 2 corners from Kentucky, are there. Like both of those. They want to go wide receiver. Trayshawn Holden from Oregon's there. If they want to go safety, Jalen Reed from Penn State's there, among others. So there's still some good options left on the board for the Steelers to take. Pick has just been made for the Dolphins, and it's an intriguing one. Miami, they are getting a running back for Tua Tagovailoa to hand the ball off to. And in this draft, I wanted sort of a change of pace guy from what we have in Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Warren. I wanted a bigger back, at least 6 foot tall or over. And if we didn't get Caleb Johnson, this was the next big running back on my list. Ollie Gordon, the second from Oklahoma State. He goes to the Miami Dolphins in my running back rankings here. You know, some people were down on Ollie, but I'm high on him for what he did in the 2023 season. Gordon, 21 years old, from Fort Worth, Texas, 6 foot 1.5 inches tall, 226, 33-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.61 40 with a 10-foot broad jump and a 34.5-inch vertical. Was a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine and was a top 30 visit with the Black and Gold back on April 9th. At Oklahoma State, he spent 3 years there. Last year, had a down year. 12 games played, 190 carries, and 880 rushing yards. 13 touchdowns, though. But he had a much better 2023 season. I don't have his stats from the 2023 season here, but in 2023, he was a first-team AP All-American, first-team All-Big 12, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, and he won the Doak Walker Award for Best College Running Back 2 years ago. This past year in 2024, all he was an All-Big 12 honorable mention, but big size running back, got good burst and speed for that size and weight. Player comps for him, Kerryon Johnson and Brian Robinson Jr. Current running back for the Washington Commanders. So solid pick there for the Miami Dolphins. There they get a running back. The Las Vegas Raiders, they just made a pick, and another person that I really liked coming into the draft is now gone. And it is a defensive tackle and probably one of the most intriguing prospects in this draft, not because he's just a defensive lineman, but because he can also do some things on offense as a fullback. J.J. Pegues from Ole Miss is heading out to that Death Star-looking stadium in Las Vegas. Pegues, Mississippi product. He is my number 11 ranked defensive tackle in this class. 23 years old, 6 foot 2.5 inches tall, 325 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, 5'15", 40-yard dash. Started his career at Auburn and then transferred to Mississippi, 5 years in college in total. 13 games played, 42 total tackles, 14 TFLs, 3.5 sacks. Was a third-team All-SEC guy, and he won the Chucky Mullins Courage Award. Like I said, he plays defensive line, can move all around on the D-line, and he has played fullback at Mississippi. Scott Matlock and Cameron Young are his player comps. And ladies and gentlemen, we had just a massive pick happen right now. The Philadelphia Eagles just mentioned this guy as a possible pick for the Steelers here at their pick at 185. And just like Joe Hendry, say his name and he appears, quarterback from Syracuse, Kyle McCord, is heading to Philadelphia to back up Jalen Hurts. Wow. McCord is gone. He will head to Philly and be a backup behind Hurts. McCord from Syracuse, 22 years old, started his career at Ohio State and then got exiled to Syracuse last year. 6'3", 220 pounds, a 4.95 40 for him, 31-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, was a top 30 visit with the Steelers back on April 14th. 4 years in college. Last year, 13 games played, 66% completion percentage, 4,779 passing yards. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a single season SEC or ACC passing record at 4,779 yards, 34 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. Five of those 12 interceptions I watched when my Pitt Panthers took on Syracuse, and they made him look like he shouldn't even be like a free agent in this draft. Just one horrendous game against my Panthers, threw 5 INTs. 3 of those were pick sixes. But other than that, solid prospect here. Also had 3 rushing touchdowns, took 27 sacks, and has a 78.6 QBR. Last year was a second-team All-ACC guy, a Holiday Bowl offensive MVP, and of course, like I just said, set a single-season passing record in the ACC. Player comps for him: one-time Pittsburgh Steeler. We all gave this guy a rough time with good reason. Mitch Trubisky. Brock Purdy is another comp for him, current quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and a current quarterback with the Detroit Lions. Hendon Hooker is the other player comp for Kyle McCord. He is now a Philadelphia Eagle, and that pretty much leaves, out of all the quarterbacks I like in this draft, McCord was kind of the last one. At 185 here, if he makes it, Pittsburgh, Will Howard time. Come on. Got to at least have someone behind Mason Rudolph in case Rodgers decides to pull the rug out from under you. He's got some traits there that you can develop. Let's get it going here, Steelers. Will Howard. You can put him with his buddy, Jack Sawyer. The pick is in here at pick 182 for the New England Patriots. Let's see where they go here. And a kicker has been drafted, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to type this in here. Andre Borregales from Miami. And the Patriots have drafted a kicker, a 2-time first-team All-ACC kicker, made 94.7% of his field goal attempts in 2024. Miami Hurricanes guy, I know nothing about him. I only did work on one kicker this year, and that was, of course, my guy for Pitt, Ben Sauls. How the hell has Ben Sauls not been drafted yet? Best kicker in college football. I don't get why Ben Sauls is my guy. This isn't me being a Pitt homer either. He's the best kicker in college football. I don't care what any of y'all say. Two-time All-ACC honorable mention, the kicker Andre Borregales in 2021 and 2022. So he's been in the college world for a little while now. Cleveland Guardians, or no, never mind. Colston Loveland will wear number 84 with the Bears. Matthew Golden will wear number 81 with the Packers. Just some number updates across the league. Okay. 2 picks till the Steelers pick 183. The pick is in here for the Tennessee Titans. See what's going on here with this pick. Steelers, they got 3 picks now left in the draft. After this, in the 7th round, 226 and 229. Almost back-to-back picks there in the 7th. And there goes a corner, another person who I do not have on my rankings. Tennessee, they go corner here. They take Marcus Harris from California. So another player who I don't have in my rankings here. And now they're going to go to commercial here. New Orleans Saints, they are on the clock. See what Nola's got, and then the Steelers will have their 6th round selection. Saints, their pick is in. Come on, Saints, make your pick so we can put the Steelers on the clock here. Will Howard, a wide receiver, a defensive back, something. And there goes another running back, ladies and gentlemen, and one of my top 10 running backs, I believe, going here to the New Orleans Saints. It is running back Devin Neal from Kansas. Solid pickup there in round 6 for the New Orleans Saints. Devin Neal, my number 9 running back in this draft class, 21 years old, 5 feet 11 inches, 215 pounds, 29.5-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, a 4.58 40, 10-foot 4-inch broad jump, and a 37.5-inch vertical. 4 years at Kansas with the Jayhawks. 12 games played last year, 219 carries, got 1,266 yards, 16 rushing touchdowns. Also caught the ball 24 times, getting a receiving score as well. Was a 3-time All Big 12 honorable mention in 2021, 2022, and 2024. Rashad White, running back for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Isaiah Davis, who I believe is the running back for the Buffalo Bills, are his player comps. So now the Pittsburgh Steelers, with their 6th round selection, they are on the clock, and here we go. This is going to be interesting. Devin Neal, nice pickup. Could have been a Steeler. I don't think they had much interest in him, but he's a good back. Pick is in here for the Steelers. Here we go. Pick is in. Who's it going to be? Oh, boy. Corner, Mello Dotson, Kobe Bryant. Go quarterback, Will Howard. Wide receiver, Trayshawn Holden, and a couple others are still available. I don't know who all is available running back-wise, but I'm sure there's still a decent one in there. Come on. Pick 185. Make the announcement. They're doing Why are we showing Travis Hunter's press conference here? Let's go. Come on. All right, here we go. Looks like we got a pick here coming from a fan. Here we go. Hey! They got Will Howard! There we go. We got one of my quarterbacks. Let's go. Will Howard, ladies and gentlemen, is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And the national champions just keep on rolling through the 4-1-2. Let's go, Will Howard. We got a national champion edge rusher, and now we have a national championship winning quarterback that maybe will develop into something in the black and gold. All right, let me find Will Howard here on my rankings. William Howard from the Ohio State University. He is my number 5 quarterback in this year's draft class. 23 years old, from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. That is out in between Lancaster and Philadelphia, if I remember correctly. Tall, 6'4", 236 pounds, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Ran a 4.85 40, did a 9 4-inch broad jump and a 31.5-inch vertical. Had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. Also, head coach Mike Tallman, I believe, took him out to dinner before his pro day. So that is very, very good. 2024 season and career. He started his career in college at Kansas State and then transferred to Ohio State once Kyle McCord got exiled. 5 years in college. Last year, 16 games played, 73.1 completion percentage, a 4,010 passing yards, 35 passing touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Also ran the ball for 226 rushing yards and 7 rushing touchdowns, 14 sacks taken, low sack total, and 89.6 QBR. In his career, 50 games played, 63.8 completion percentage, 9,796 career passing yards in college, 83 passing touchdowns to 35 INTs, also a 1,147-yard career rushing total with 26 rushing touchdowns. 2023, second team All-Big Ten. In 2024, he was a third-team All-Big Ten guy, a national championship winner, and he was the offensive MVP in the national championship game for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Throughout the season, pretty average, all right, good season. And then once playoffs hit, after that loss to Oregon, that kept the Oregon Ducks undefeated. Will Howard turned it up to a whole new level, and he went berserk in the playoffs, looking like a completely and totally different quarterback. Some pros, cons, and player comps for Will Howard. NFL size, toughness in and outside the pocket is one of his pros. He is an efficient improviser on the run thrower. His good mechanics and consciousness to reset his body before throwing. He can make all the throws in all situations, and he is an under center and RPO experience, 2 things that Arthur Smith loves in his offense. That is a perfect fit for the Steelers. 2 cons for him. He can be too predictable from the pocket, half-field reads, staring down targets, and avoiding the middle of the field. He'll maybe work on that. He's got the tools to do so. He's 6'4". I hope he'll throw to the middle of the field more. Also, he is hit or miss in big moments and games. That was near the early portions of his career. This past year in the college football playoffs, he has been unreal. He was unreal. Player comps for him, not the sexiest player comps. Josh McCown, Blake Bortles, and Will Levis. Maybe you can develop something out of him to be better than those guys, but I will take that pick all day long for the 6th round. Will Howard, how do you guys like that pick? I like it. The Steelers back-to-back, not back-to-back, but 2 national champion picks in the draft here today. I just saw that video earlier today. It was after Jack Sawyer strip sacked the Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers and ran it back for a touchdown. Will Howard on the sideline was, hyping him up. So 2 teammates reunited here in Pittsburgh. I enjoy it. Will Howard met with Mike Tomlin at Ohio State's Pro Day, been over that, said he had dinner with them, and it was great. So 2 national champions and arguably 2 of the biggest key figures in winning that national championship game are now going to be ditching the red and white for the black and gold. And Cam Hayward, he is smiling like a butcher's dog to get 2 fellow Buckeyes in his room. And Roman Wilson, you better be making a good reintroduction to Will Howard if he gets in there for him to throw you the ball. Michigan Wolverine versus Ohio State Buckeye there. So love that pick. Great selection there by Will Howard. The Big Ten draft continues. Every single pick for the Steelers has been a Big Ten selection. 2 Ohio State Buckeyes, 2 Iowa Hawkeyes, 1 Oregon Duck, and who is their other one? Am I drawing a blank here, or did I hit all of them? I think I hit all of them. So I love it. Great pick. I'm going to take a break. I will be right back. Will Howard. He will at least be the backup quarterback currently for Mason Rudolph. Maybe even he'll get in for a game or 2 this upcoming season. We'll be back in a minute. The Steelers, a low-risk, high-reward investment in Will Howard. I love it. Be back in a minute. All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Will Howard is your newest Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers take him, the national championship winning quarterback, at pick number 185 in the 6th round. He's got the tools. Maybe they can develop something out of them. 2 national champions now in the black and gold. The Ohio State to Pittsburgh pipeline lives on. Freight train in the comments. Love the QB pick. Absolutely. I have like 15 quarterbacks in my QB rankings, but there was only like 6 or 7 of them that I truly wanted on the Steelers, and Will Howard, he was the final of those. So I love it. Tall quarterback, can throw to the middle of the field. I've seen people compare him to Josh Allen. Maybe they can develop into something like Josh Allen, but he's not going to be that. So they can get that kid to work his stuff. I will like it. That's who Ben wanted. Yes, that is who Ben Roethlisberger wanted. And this is why I love the pick. Huge upside potential with no risk at all. Yeah, you're really going to be really living or dying your quarterback situation with a 6th round pick. They didn't take Shedeur Sanders. They didn't take Jalen Milroe, any of these guys who could, possibly hinder you from and stop you from taking a quarterback in the 1st round next year. Steelers are sticking by that plan. He's a career backup at best. Maybe he is, but hey, if you can get him to at least be like a Mason Rudolph who can go in and win you games, then I'll take that. But right now, he's got the potential, hopefully, where we can develop something out of him. All right. So let's go over the couple of picks that went down while I was gone. Not going to get too in depth on them. Baltimore Ravens, right after the Steelers took possibly a quarterback that they could develop into being a long-term starter, the Baltimore Ravens took a kicker, Tyler Loop from Arizona. I do not know anything about him, but that tells you all that you need to know about how they view Justin Tucker right now. So they take a kicker. Then what else went down? The Houston Texans, just like the Steelers took from a Big Ten school, they take a safety from Penn State, from Happy Valley to Houston, Texas. Jalen Reed, safety, is off the board. He goes down there to Houston. Let me pull up Jalen Reed's profile right now real quick. Okay, Jalen Reed here in my safeties category. He is my number 19 safety in this draft class. Jalen Reed, 22 years old, 6 foot even, 211 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.49 40, a 30 and 33.5-inch vertical. 4 years at Penn State last year, 16 games played, 98 tackles, 51 of those solo, 2.5 sacks from the safety position. That's pretty good. 3 pass defenses, 3 INTs. 1 INT was a pick 6. He also had a forced fumble and fumble recovery. Was a second-team All-Big Ten player last year. Nick Cross and Kalen DeLoach are Jalen Reed's player comps. Tennessee Titans then were on the clock at pick 187, and they went running back. One of my underrated favorite running backs in this draft class. They went to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and they took Kalel Mullings. Mullings is probably in my 20 range for running backs in this class. Let me double check here and make sure where he's at. Kalel Mullins, my number 19th ranked running back in this class, 22 years old, from Boston, 6 foot 1.5 inches tall, 233 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.62 40, excuse me, 5 years in Ann Arbor, but he only had 2 full seasons at running back. Previously, Mullings was a linebacker for the majority of 3 seasons under Harbaugh up there in Michigan. 12 games played last year, was just shy of 950 yards rushing on 185 carries, had 12 rushing touchdowns, was an all Big Ten honorable mention, and player comps for him: Rashad Jennings, Roshan Johnson, and Brian Robinson Jr. So that was the Tennessee Titans pick. They're at pick 188, excuse me, not 187. The Indianapolis Colts, they were just on the board and they made a massive pick. This guy, I think I saw Steelers insider Mark Caboli say that the Steelers might take this guy earlier today, and I didn't really believe him. Another quarterback went, Riley Leonard from Notre Dame. So the Steelers just took the national championship winning quarterback, and the Colts, 4 picks later, take the national championship game losing quarterback in Riley Leonard. Leonard, he's got the legs, one of the more mobile quarterbacks in this draft class, probably the second best mobile quarterback in the class behind, of course, Jalen Milroe. Riley Leonard was my number 9 quarterback in my rankings. 22 years old, 6'4", 216 from Fairhope, Alabama. 31.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.52 40. Started his career at Duke and then transferred to Notre Dame. 4 years in college, 16 games played, 66.7% completion percentage, 2,861 passing yards last year, 21 passing touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Also ran the ball nearly for over 900 yards and had 17 rushing touchdowns, took 20 sacks. Was in 2024 the Sugar and Orange Bowl MVP. And, of course, like I said, was a college football playoff national championship finalist. Player comps for him, Jeff Driscoll and Desmond Ridder, two not so pretty or sexy comparisons right there. Colts actually pick back-to-back, and they just went quarterback, and now they have gone D-tackle, probably one of the more plain names in this draft class. Tim Smith from Alabama was their second of their back-to-back picks. Let me find out Tim Smith, where I left him in my rankings here. He is my number 19th ranked defensive tackle, 24 years old at Alabama. 6'4", 314 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. A 5.14 40-yard dash at Alabama for 5 years. Last year, 13 games played, 35 total tackles, 4 TFLs, 2 sacks, 1 pass defense, 1 fumble recovery. He won the national championship with the Crimson Tide in 2020. John Ridgeway and Fabian Lovett are his player comps. Next, at pick 191, the Philadelphia Eagles. They too went back to Ann Arbor with their pick. One of my underrated tackles that I like in this draft. They went Miles Hinton. I believe he was the left tackle for the Wolverines last year. Let me go here to Miles Hinton. Underrated, but I had him at near the bottom of my rankings. Miles Hinton, where did I leave you? There he is, my number 20th ranked tackle in this class, 23 years old, 6'7", 342 pounds. I think he's the heaviest or the second heaviest tackle that I did work on in this draft class. 34-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 5.5 flat 40-yard dash, so he's not going to move too fast upfield. Started at Stanford, then transferred to Michigan. 10 games played last year, missed 2 with an injury. 572 left tackle snaps. He can bounce back and forth between either tackle spot at right tackle as well. 3 quarterback hits, 1 sack. Won the national championship with the Wolverines 2 years ago and was an all Big Ten honorable mention this past year. Jackson Carman, the former offensive lineman for the Cincinnati Bengals, I believe, was his player comp. Seattle Seahawks at pick 192. They also go offensive tackle, and they go back to a popular school here today in Oklahoma State. It is Bryce Caboldue. I think that's the right spelling and pronunciation of his name. So Bryce Caboldue, tackle is the pick. He's my 25th ranked tackle in this class, 23 years old, 6'4", 315 pounds, 33-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, ran a 4.95 40, did a 9.6 broad jump and a 32-inch vertical. 5 years at Kansas. No, never mind. He was not an Oklahoma State guy. He's Kansas. I've got him confused with another tackle that I have around here. So Kansas at 5 years. Sorry, he's a Jayhawk. 12 games played last year. Split time between left tackle and right tackle, 602 snaps at left tackle, 121 at right. Right was where he spent the majority of his college career, over 1,500 snaps there. 0 QB hits, but gave up 3 sacks. Was an all Big 12 honorable mention last year. Brady Christensen from the Carolina Panthers is his comp. 2 picks ago now, the Cincinnati Bengals at 193. They went running back, and it's a running back that I thought highly of in this draft class. Hate that he's going to be in the Bengal black and orange stripes. It is running back Taj Brooks from Texas Tech. So the Red Raider now going to the Bungles. Hate that he is doing that. I didn't have him too high in my running back rankings, but still, though, it's a deep running back class. Taj Brooks, he is somewhere here. Where did I leave Taj? Taj Brooks. All right, where am I missing him here? There he is, my number 18th ranked running back in this draft class, Taj Brooks from Texas Tech, 22 years old, 5'9", 230, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.52 40 with a 1.56 10-yard split, 10-foot even broad jump, 35-inch vertical, 5 years with the Red Raiders, played in 11 games last year, 286 carries, netted him 1,505 yards. 17 rushing touchdowns, also caught the ball 28 times for nearly 200 yards and 1 touchdown. Was a second-team All-Big 12 guy last year and was a Big 12 Co-Scholar Athlete of the Year in the Big 12. Samaje Perine, a former Bengals running back, and Sean Tucker, current running back for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, are his 2 comps. Just a minute ago, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they went defense again, and they took a linebacker from Auburn, I believe is this guy's alma mater, Jalen McLeod. Let me see what I have here on Jalen McLeod. I'm not sure if I have too much on him or if I did a full dive. There he is, Jalen McLeod. Okay, 23 years old, 6'2", 241, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.64 40. Started at Appalachian State, then transferred to Auburn. 5 years in college. Last year, 2024 season, 12 games played, 57 total tackles, 39 of those solo, 14 TFLs, 8 sacks, 1 pass defense, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 fumble recovery. Was a 2022 third-team All-Sun Belt player. Yasir Abdullah, I think he was a former, I think he's a current linebacker somewhere in the league, is his player comp. And then just a minute ago, the Chicago Bears, they took guard Luke Newman from Michigan State. I do not know much about Luke Newman, so I'm going to push him over to the side for now, but still a long-time starter there at Michigan State, I believe. The pick is in here for the Detroit Lions, and they're about to make that announcement. Let's see what the selection will be here for the Detroit Lions. This guy is really milking in his time on the stage here to get everything he's thinking out in Green Bay, the arch nemesis of the Lions. Oh, and there's a good pick right there. Steelers have already addressed defensive line early and often in this draft, but had this guy been available in the later rounds and the Steelers haven't done much, I would have loved to have him. Ahmed Hassanein is the pick from Syracuse? No, Boise State. My bad. I should have remembered that one. So Ahmed Hassanein is the pick. I liked doing research on this guy. He's not too high on my edge rusher board, but still, I think he could find a nice little spot for him in the NFL for a couple of years. 23 years old from Cairo, Egypt is Ahmed Hassanein. 6'2", 271, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.77 40-yard dash, 9'5" 5-inch broad jump, 32.5-inch vertical, 27 reps on the bench. Impressive. 4 years at Boise State, 14 games played last year, recording 48 total tackles, 28 of those solo, 16 tackles for loss, and 9.5 sacks. 1 fumble recovery last year as well. He is the first ever Egyptian-born player to play FBS college football, and he is a 2-time first-team All-MWC player in 2023 and 2024. Player comps for him, Mike Dana, who I'm not sure if he's still with the Chiefs or if he retired, and Cade Hall was another comp for him. So Hassanein is the pick for the Lions. Let me pick up on some comments here. Jeff Stipp in the comments. Browns always brown. Indeed. Flacco, holy crap, passed out in my chair. What I miss? What do you last remember there, Flacco? Because the Steelers, so far today, they've taken Jack Sawyer. They then doubled down on the defensive line. They traded back, actually, and they took Yaha Black from Iowa. And then just about 15 minutes to half an hour ago, they took Will Howard, quarterback from Ohio State. We got 2 national champions and a tall, heavy interior defensive lineman with our last 3 picks. Love the draft so far. I think Will Howard's got some upside that can be tapped into. So, yeah, good draft so far. Steelers, Flacco, not sure when you passed out. They traded back from pick 156 in the 5th round to 164. They picked up a extra 7th round pick 226, 3 picks ahead of their 7th round pick 229. And now we are on pick 197, and the pick is in for the Houston Texans. Good draft so far. Let me see what is going on in Twitter, how everybody is reacting to the Will Howard news. I love it. John Gruden, who had John Gruden, former NFL coach, who now does work for Barstool Sports, did deep dives on a bunch of quarterbacks in this draft class, saying that the Steelers got a good one. He really believes in him, and did a deep dive in on Will Howard, and he likes him a whole lot as one of the top quarterbacks in this draft. Holy hell, Tone Diggs from the Pat McAfee show doing the Spider-Man meme where Peter Parker puts on his glasses and takes them off, saying Will Howard is going to be like Ben Roethlisberger. And there's the video again. Will Howard and Jack Sawyer, teammates, now in the black and gold. Ohio State football, their official Instagram. What the hell am I saying? X account posting Howard and Sawyer together. They are hyped up that they got 2 Buckeyes in Steeler uniforms. Will Howard says he was just waiting all day for his wait to end. He was hoping the Steelers were the team that would pick him. Quote, I'm so thankful. All I need is a chance. I'm for giving him a chance. Even if you have Aaron Rodgers, if things spiral in the least, Aaron Rodgers is only going to be here for a year. I want to give Will Howard maybe a 2-3 game runway this upcoming season in the regular season, see what he has, so that you can know whether you for sure need to take a wide receiver or take a quarterback or not next year. Turn off vertical tabs. I don't know what I did there, but turning it off. Let's go. Will Howard checking in with his family. Looks like his family, after he got drafted, all collectively jumped in the pool. You know how that man was celebrating. That's good to see. Still waiting for the Houston Texans to make pick number 197 here. On my stream tracker here, we are now under 3 minutes away from being on for 5 total hours here this afternoon. Flacco, great stuff, man. Feel bad for Shedeur, but at least someone took him. And yeah, that's I still feel bad for him because that someone was the Browns, where it is quarterback hell. Second quarterback hell is the Chicago Bears, but they already got their quarterback to eventually ruin. Now Shedeur, he's going to go in there with one of the most random yet crappy quarterback rooms I've ever seen. Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Wow. I honestly, more and more, I'm loving the Will Howard pick more than I would have if we took Shedeur. 6'4", tall guy, can see over the line. National champion, had the clutch gene last year in the national championship run. And what did you know it? The Andrew Filipponi wrongness curse struck again. This was just 3 days ago. He said, he posted, quote, "There is, in all caps, no way that the Steelers are drafting Will Howard based on something I just heard, like 0.0% chance." So the pony curse strikes for the better again. I wonder if Brandon Ayuk is on the goal line. Here's the comparison here for those of you wondering the comparisons. Will Howard, 6'4", 237 pounds. Big Ben Roethlisberger when he came out, 6'5", 240 pounds. Similar body types. And I'm going to bookmark this. John Gruden doing his deep dive on Will Howard. Going to watch that later. Love this pick. It was Steelers 2024 International Fan of the Year, Tommy McCormack, that announced Will Howard. So congratulations to him, announcing possibly the next quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Matt Williamson, again, 20 minutes ago, one of my favorite draft analysts. Howard completed a class-high 73.2% of his passes against the blitz while posting the highest big-time throw rate, 36.4% per Football Focus, on throws 20 or more yards down the field. He was only sacked on 12.2 of his pressures, second in the class. So we got a guy who can deal with the pressure and who makes big throws. I love it. I'm over the moon right now. Freight train Howard can ball. Bro, at this point, Filipponi is a joke. Constantly proves he's a clown on Twitter and people still listen to him. I'd start Shedeur over all those quarterbacks in Cleveland. I definitely have the best chance of ruining him after all the quarterback needy teams coming into the draft this year. The Saints, the Browns, the Steelers, Raiders were up there. They haven't taken a quarterback yet, though. They are the team that I have the least faith that he's going to do well with, which benefits us, the Steelers, in the AFC North. The pick was just announced for the Houston Texans. They took one of the few quarterbacks that I did not do work on this year. It is Graham Mertz, quarterback from Florida. I do not have him on my rankings. Florida Gators quarterback. So we'll move on here. The New York the Green Bay Packers, they are about to make their selection. They pick is in there. So you'll get to the Green Bay Packers pick here in a minute. Some more in-depth stats on Will Howard. 96.3% deep ball, 96.3 deep pass grade, 81st percentile in sack rate. Very good at avoiding the pressure. National champion, of course. This is a great value pick for the Steelers. Love it, love it, love it. Another Steeler fan posting a video of Yaha Black running the sort of figure 8 drill that they do at the combine, saying Yaha Black, Casey Hampton, deja vu, maybe. I just keep seeing this Will Howard, Jack Sawyer video from the national championship. Here, let me do this real quick. Hang on one sec. Let me do this. No, not that. This and this. Yes. Here we go. This right here. This video right here. I love it. I'm going to be seeing this all night long.
3-yard scoop. Look at that emotion.
Both of these men are now Steelers.
Right there.
You love to see it.
3-yard scoop. Look at that emotion, dude. That's college.
Smiling like a butcher's dog right now.
3-yard scoop.
2 national champions, both who are fired up, good teammates.
College football right there. 83-yard scoop. Look at that emotion.
There we go.
Dude, that's college football right there. 83-yard.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Green Bay Packers, they just made their pick, and Packers going D-line with a just good all-around athlete here. We saw Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins from the Georgia defensive line go earlier. There's still Nazir Stackhouse out there, defensive tackle for the Bulldogs. Now a other defensive tackle here, Warren Brinson. He is going to the Pack. Go Pack, go up there is what he'll be saying. Let me go here to the defensive tackle category here. Warren Brinson, he is right here, my number 30th ranked defensive tackle in this class. 23 years old, from Savannah, Georgia, 6'5", 315 pounds, 33.5 inches, 10.5-inch hands. Ran a 5.09 40, did a 9'7" broad jump, 31-inch vertical, 27 reps on the bench, 5 years with the Georgia Bulldogs, so he is a 2-time national champion. 12 games played last year, 26 total tackles, 20 of those are solo, 6 TFLs and 2 sacks. Matthew Butler and Fabian Lovett are his 2-player comps. Don't know much about those two, so there you go. Just a minute ago, the Los Angeles Chargers, they just made a pick. And this one has some sentimental value with me. They have gotten a tackle to protect Justin Herbert out there. And it is from my Pitt Panthers tackle, Branson Taylor. Now, I will admit I do not have Taylor in my rankings. I couldn't find too much information on him. That's why I left him off. But still, though, half decent left tackle, 6'6", 321 pounds. This is off of NFL.com's website. 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands. Started 6 games last year, and then he got a knee injury. I do remember him getting injured. So, Branson Taylor from Lorain, Ohio, going from the University of Pittsburgh, going from that black and gold to a different shade of, or going from that blue and gold to a different shade of blue and gold with the Los Angeles Chargers. Freight Train in the comments. Remember when Tommy Maddox got hurt and Ben came in? If we roll with Mason and something happens similar and Howard goes in, I'm more confident. Well, here's the thing. didn't also Charlie Batch got hurt that year too. So if you add in Aaron Rodgers, what if Rodgers goes down and then Rudolph goes down? Ben, I think, was the third QB there. You had Maddox and Charlie Batch. Batch got hurt in like the preseason or at training camp or something. So who knows? I hope they give him the chance. I hope they give him the chance. With Howard starting than most that were available. Yeah, Howard, I think he's going to be wind up as a starter in the league for, you know, majority of his career over others in this draft class. You know what? I'm not in the bold prediction business, but I'm going to make one here. I have a prediction that Will Howard, 3 years from now, will have started more games in the NFL than Shadur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, the two quarterbacks who got drafted by the Browns. I'm going to make that bold prediction. Batch is my favorite backup of all time. Yeah, I mean, he's everybody's favorite backup of all time. Charlie Batch was the consummate professional backup quarterback. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they just made a pick at pick 200. Jacksonville, let's go here. Jacksonville, they are adding to the back end of their defense. And they are going to the military to make this pick. It is safety Rayon Lane from Navy here. I have Rayon in my safety class here. Let me see if I can get to him. Where do I have him? Rayon Lane, there he is. He is my 20th ranked safety in this class, 22 years old, from Jessup, Maryland. 5'11", 200, 30-inch arms, 10-inch hands. A 4.57 40 is what he ran. A 10-foot 8-inch broad jump and 37-inch vertical. Spent 4 years at Navy. Last year, though, 13 games played, 70 total tackles, 47 of which were solo. 5 pass defenses, 2 INTs, one of which was a pick 6. And he had 3 forced fumble. Great career production at Navy. Was a first-team All-AAC guy last year. Player comp for him, hometown host, draft host city, Green Bay Packers. Former Packer, Gervarius Owens is his comp. Next, the Vikings. They had back-to-back picks, and ladies and gentlemen, they went back-to-back Pennsylvania schools and schools that we all know. So let me do this real quick. Minnesota going with 2 back-to-back draft picks here of Pennsylvania schools. I'm going to put both of these prospects on the screen at the same time. Hang on here 1 second while I type this in. So, hang on. That's not what I wanted. Hang on. Okay, there we go. So with pick number 201, they go to Penn State, and they take linebacker Kobe King. And then 1 pick later at pick 202, they go to my alma mater, Pitt Panthers, and they take one of my favorite guys on the team for the past couple of years, tight end Gavin Bartholomew. Gonna start here with Kobe King, 6'1", 236-pound middle linebacker from Detroit, Michigan. 9.5-inch hands, 31-inch arms. Did a 9-foot, 10-inch broad jump, 26 reps on the bench at Penn State, where he spent 4 years there. Last year, played in 16 games, had 97 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, 1 pass defense, and 1 forced fumble. Did he have any accolades here that I remember? Hang on. Let me see here. accolades. He was a second-team All-Big Ten guy last year, and player comp for him is Chad Muma, a linebacker for the Patriots, I think. Okay, so that was pick 201. Pick 202 went to my alma mater and took tight end Gavin Bartholomew. Let me go to him. I was objectively biased here in my tight end rankings, and Bartholomew, he was my number 11 tight end in this class, 21 years old, from Schuylkill Haven, Pennsylvania, 6'5", 246, 31.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 4.7 flat 40, 36.5-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine, and he was a local visit for the Steelers back on April 3rd. 4 years at Pitt last year, 13 games played, 38 receptions for 322 yards and 4 receiving touchdowns. One of my favorite moments for him was when he hurdled a defender on his way to a touchdown, I believe, 2 years ago. 3-time All-ACC honorable mention in 2021, 23, and 24. Leonard Taylor is his pro comp. So back-to-back picks for the Vikings. They go back-to-back Pennsylvania schools with their selections. Now let me go back here, see what other ones I missed. The Baltimore Ravens just made a pick, and they went to the University of Colorado. Baltimore gets a wide receiver, and this is a guy from Colorado, a Colorado wide receiver. He is one of the 4 wide receivers that I did not have on my list. That is LeJohntay Wester from the Colorado Buffaloes. On my list, I had Travis Hunter, of course. Then I also had Will Shepard and Jimmy Horn in my rankings. I left LeJohntay Wester off of it, but looking at his profile real quick on NFL.com, 5'10", 163, 30-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, ran a 4.46 40. He just didn't flash to me, was an honorable mention All Big 12 guy. And I think he was one of Shadur Sanders' favorite targets, just didn't wow me enough to put him in my rankings. Colorado last year, 13 games played, 931 receiving yards, 10 touchdowns. Maybe I'll put him in there next time, but just wasn't a fit for the Steelers, so that's why he's going to the Ravens. Also, there was a couple more picks. The Dallas Cowboys, they have beefed up their offensive line a bit. Dallas, their pick is... Okay, I got the first name spelling right now. Johnny Cornelius, tackle from Oregon, the opposite tackle of first-round pick this year, Josh Connerly. So let me get here to Johnny Cornelius's profile here that I have on him. He's my 21st ranked tackle in this class, 23 years old, from Harlem, New York. 6'5", 350 or 315, excuse me. 33.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 5'15", 40-yard dash, 8'4" broad jump, 29.5-inch vertical. 2 years at Oregon last year, 939 right tackle snaps over 14 games. Gave up 4 QB hits and 3 sacks. Was a third-team All-Big Ten guy last year. Cameron Fleming and Wanya Morris. Cameron Fleming, a long-time tackle in the NFL, and Wanya Morris with the Chiefs are his player comps. And just a half second ago, the here, quarterback flashing on the screen there. Tell you what, I got a lot of faith in Will Howard off of that lineup right there on NFL Network. Just a minute ago, the Washington Commanders made a selection. They go linebacker Kane Medrano from UCLA is their pick. Let me see what I got here on Kane Medrano, if I have much. Okay, I have Kane Medrano stats here. Kane Medrano, he is my 20th ranked linebacker in this class, 24 years old, 6'3", 230, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. A 4.46 40 he ran, pretty fast for a middle linebacker. 10-foot 5-inch broad jump, 38-inch vertical, so he's got some athleticism to him. 6 years at UCLA, 12 games played last year though. 72 total tackles, 50 solo, 11 TFLs, 1.5 sacks, 4 pass defenses, 2 INTs, one of which was a pick 6, and 1 fumble recovery with 3 forced fumbles. He was a third-team All-Big Ten guy last year. Robert Beal Jr. is his pro comp. And let me go back to the lineup here. The Buffalo Bills just made a pick of somebody I don't know a minute ago. The Buffalo Bills did with a tackle from Connecticut, Chase Lunt. So, tackle, Chase, and an L-U-N-D-T. So, they got a new tackle in Buffalo. Now we are up to pick 207. I am officially caught up on that. The Philadelphia Eagles, they are done making their selection. Just waiting for that to pop up on the screen. Let's go back to the comments real quick. Shout out to Charlie Batch. Indeed, Charlie was very, very clutch more than once. Yes, indeed. And you might need to see need to have a Charlie Batch, Tommy Maddox like situation to get Will Howard on the field this year, but I hope you do. I enjoy watching him very, very well. That's a great pick. Looks like offensive coordinator Arthur Smith with a full beard sat down with the media. He looks like he was very happy to get Will Howard. This has been a strong draft so far, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just go over this. First round, Derek Harmon. Solid pick, possibly the heir to the throne of Cam Hayward. Round 2, you don't have a pick, but you got one of the biggest, most dominant wide receivers in the game, DK Metcalf, with that second round pick. You then in the third round got at a insane value pick, my 5th best running back in the draft, Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Derek Harmon was my 3rd best defensive tackle. Then you got my 8th best edge rusher in the draft in the 4th round. That is Jack Sawyer. 5th round, you traded back and you still got a 6'6", 340-pound defensive lineman, Yaha Black from Iowa. And then in the 6th round, you got the national championship winning quarterback, Will Howard, who's tall as hell, got similar body type to Big Ben Roethlisberger. So this has been a slam dunk draft here for Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin, Andy Weidel, Art Rooney II, Arthur Smith, everybody involved in this process. Just a minute ago on his Instagram, one of my favorite prospects who is still on the board, Kobe Bryant from Kansas. I believe he posted a picture of George Pickens when he was doing his draft stance a couple of years ago. Was like this, like maybe he's going to be a Steeler. I would love that. He's one of my favorite guys left on the board. Scrolling through Twitter here, seeing a lot of Will Howard highlights I'm going to watch later. Pittsburgh Steelers posted the video of Will Howard getting the call. Mike Tomlin, all smiles, all smiles. I love it. Will Howard, there's a little bit of Big Ben in there with him. Some scout said about Will Howard. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. The Steelers, all Big Ten drafts so far. I am happy, happy, happy. Philadelphia Eagles, they just made their pick a minute ago. And they go offensive line, and they go down to a team that Will Howard beat on his way to a national championship win. They go tackle Cameron Williams from the Texas Longhorns. So let me go see what I have here again on Cameron Williams. He is somewhere here in my tackle rankings. He's my number 14 tackle on my tackle ranking board here. 21 years old, 6'6", 335 pounds, 34.5-inch arms, 11.5-inch hands. I think that's probably the biggest pair of hands on an offensive lineman that I evaluated this year. A 5'4", flat 40. 3 years at Texas. His 2024 season, he played 15 games, nearly took 1,000 snaps at left tackle, gave up 3 quarterback hits and 5 sacks. Cam Robinson, tackle who I believe is now with the Houston Texans, if I'm not mistaken, and Matthew Bergeron, offensive lineman for the Atlanta Falcons, are his 2-player comps. So heavy feet, doesn't do well against power rushers, led to his quarterback hit and sack totals, but he's nearly the perfect NFL offensive tackle prototype in terms of size, thickness, and length. Those are just one pro and one con that I have on him. Now the Carolina Panthers, they are on the clock and their pick is in and it's announced. I just talked a minute ago about the 4 Colorado wide receivers and how I left off LeJohntay Wester. One of them that I did do work on has just gone to the Carolina Panthers. Jimmy Horn is now going to catch passes from Bryce Young. Let me go here to see the profile I have on Jimmy Horn. He is somewhere here. He is my number 35 wide receiver on my rankings. 22 years old, 5'9", 174, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.46 40, a 10-foot 8-inch broad jump, and a 38-inch vertical. Started his career in South Florida and then transferred to play for Deion Sanders and play with Shedeur Sanders. 4-year college career. Last year, 11 games for the Colorado Buffaloes, missed 2 games with a lower body injury. 37 receptions, 441 yards, and 1 receiving touchdown. Was a 2022 first team AAC at kick returner, was his lone notable accolade in his career. Player comps for him, the team before him, Britton Covey, their kick returner, the Philadelphia Eagles kick returner is Jimmy Horn's player comp. Now the Eagles, speak of the devil, are back up yet again, and their pick is in. Looks like Mason Graham, the first-round pick of the Cleveland Browns. He'll wear number 94. Just seeing that. Everybody is tweeting right now about the Cleveland Browns when they took Shedeur Sanders. There is a video from like those little fan boxes there up near the stage. Behind them, I believe it's a bone because, you know, dog pound, all that. A bone was one of the graphics up on stage. It looks like it is not a bone. If you've seen the end of a bone, how it is sort of rounded there, it looked like something else on the stage there where the camera cut off. Didn't mean to hit that. Selection has been made for the Philadelphia Eagles. And like the Steelers this draft, they invest again in the trenches, they are going with a defensive lineman. I think this guy, I have him as an edge. I'm probably botching his first name spelling right there. But here's the pick. It is Antoine Powell Ryland from Virginia Tech. Let me go back up to the defensive end portion of my screen here. Antoine Powell Ryland. He is... Where is he? I think he's near the bottom. Yes, he is my 27th ranked defensive end in this year's draft. 23 years old, 6'3", 258, 31-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, a 4.69 40-yard dash, 36.5-inch vertical, 10-foot 4-inch broad jump. Started his career at Florida, transferred to Virginia Tech. Total of 5 years in college. Last year, 2024, 12 games played, 43 total tackles, 29 of those solo, 19 TFLs, 16 sacks last year with the Hokies. 3 forced fumbles and 3 fumble recoveries as well. Was a third-team AP All-American and a first-team All-ACC player. Mohamed Kamara and Jose Ramirez were his 2 player comps. Now, I think the Baltimore Ravens, they just made another pick. And Baltimore takes one of my dark horse potential picks for the Steelers in this draft, but they already addressed the defensive line. They go D tackle here. This is one of the more undersized defensive tackles in this draft class, but he still put up good production. Aeneas Peebles from Auburn, I believe is what his school is. Yes, Aeneas Peebles from Virginia Tech. Okay, so back-to-back Virginia Tech players have been taken now. 23 years old, Aeneas Peebles. 23 years old from Raleigh, North Carolina. 6 foot even with a half-inch on there. 290 pounds. 31.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. A 4.9 440. 9 feet 1 inch tall, or 9 foot 1 inch broad jump. 32.5-inch vert. 28 reps on the bench. Played at Duke as well in his 5-year college career. 12 games played last year, 31 total tackles, 7 TFLs, 3 sacks, 3 pass defenses. Was a third-team AP All-American and a first-team All-ACC player. Maurice Hurst, Darius Filand, and Yona Tavai are his pro comps. And that was pick number 210 for the Ravens. So we're inching closer. Pick 211 has just been made by the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona, like the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of moments ago, they are going to Texas to get an offensive lineman, and they took Hayden Connor. I do not have much on Hayden Connor. I'm missing that's an E, and I'm missing that. Okay, there we go. Now his name's right. They took guard Hayden Connor from Arizona. Don't have him on my rankings too, but just off a quick glance here at his NFL.com profile, from Katy, Texas, 6'6", 314, 33-inch arm length, 9.5-inch hands. Not much on him beyond that, so... Now the Ravens, they are on the clock again here at pick 212. Let's go to the comments real quick. I would have liked to see some DB help, but Steelers had a lot of holes to fill. Hey, 2 picks here in the 7th round, and there are still some decent DB prospects available here. Let me go to my rankings real quick. Let me do this because I want a DB taken here with one of these last 2 picks. Thinking you might be looking DB and you might be looking wide receiver. So let's go strictly with corner here, okay? Corner, looking to see who's all available. Okay, he's gone. He's gone. At corner, I still have my number 11 corner still available. That is Kobe Bryant from Kansas. I have my number 13 corner available, Mello Dotson, also from Kansas. Zy Alexander, my number 14 corner from LSU, is there. Then we had a run here. Number 18 corner, Tommy Hill. He's more of a slot type from Nebraska. He's there. Number 19, Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers is there still. And then we're well into the 20s there. So there's still some corners left there. I will take Zy Alexander or one of the two Kansas guys, Kobe Bryant or Mello Dotson, with one of my two 7th round picks here coming up. I think you're going to get at least one of those three available. Hopefully there isn't a run on corners here all of a sudden, but we're hoping for that with one of our two picks and maybe a wide receiver too. I haven't taken a look here at the wide receiver rankings. I'll do that here real quick. Pick is in for the Ravens at pick 212. Back to my wide receiver rankings here. Let me skim through them to see who's available. Isaiah Bond, my number 10 wide receiver from Texas. Short but fast wide receiver there is still available. So my number 10 wide receiver overall is available. Nick Nash, my number 16 wide receiver from San Jose State, is still there. Xavier Restrepo from Miami. He could be on the Steelers' radar. He had an informal meeting with him at the scouting combine. He's still there. My 17th overall wide receiver. Caden Prather from Maryland is still there. Kobe Hudson from UCF is still there. 21 and 22 ranked wide receivers on my board. If you want a bigger wide receiver, Andrew Armstrong, 6'4" from Arkansas. He's my number 25 wide receiver. He's there. Same thing for my number 24 wide receiver, Daquan Felton from Virginia Tech, 24 years old, 6'5". He's there. Tez Johnson, still a lot of wide receivers left. I did work on 41 wide receivers. There's still a bunch there. Comments again. I like Beanie Bishop. He gave up a few plays, but he did well when they benched him and we started losing. We just need to play better in the cold weather. We suck at the end of November till the playoffs. A long time. Boo Ravens. Yep, still waiting for Ravens. And what did I just say a minute ago? This isn't one of the three that I said I would want the Steelers to take, but one of those corners that were available, still available, has now gone to the Ravens. And that corner is from Rutgers. Robert Longerbeam is the pick. So let me go back here to my corner rankings. Robert Longerbeam, I believe I just said he was my number 19 corner. Yes, indeed. Number 19 on my board. 24 years old, so an older corner prospect. 5'11", 178 pounds, 31.5-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands, a 4.39 40, 11-foot 2-inch broad jump, and 36.5-inch vertical. 5 years at Rutgers. Last year in 2024, 12 games played, 45 total tackles, 11 pass defenses, and 2 interceptions. Is a 2-time All-Big Ten honorable mention. Jack Jones, who I think just got released about a month ago or a couple of weeks ago from the Las Vegas Raiders. He is Robert Longerbeam's pro comp. So now we are waiting for the next pick here. We got 4 picks to go in round 6, and then we are on our way to round 7, the Las Vegas Raiders, and pick 213. That pick is now in. And we got a red alert here. This isn't a trade alert. This isn't a trade alert. This is a red alert for someone in the comments section. There we go. We got the red alert siren there. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have a Browns fan in the chat. Flacco, Freight Train. Jeff, Stip, we got a Browns fan. Browns back, baby. I don't know about that. You get one flash in the pan quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, and all of a sudden you guys think you're world champs. You are the Browns. You are always the off-season Super Bowl winners. Just to go 4-13 in the regular season, 5-11, 5-12 if you're lucky. So I will leave Flacco there. He's a pretty diehard Steeler guy. He boos the Ravens every time. Every time the Ravens come up for a pick, boo Ravens right there. Bro, go win something and get back to us. You're especially in trouble if Will Howard turns out to be the second coming of Big Ben. I'm not going to be one of the many Steelers fans to put that pressure on him. He has the measurables of Big Ben. Big Ben's 6'5", he's 6'4", Big Ben's 240, he's 237. Not going to do that. He has the body of Big Ben. Hopefully, he'll get his chance this year, and we can see what he's got in him. Holy hell, you can tell that we are deep into the NFL draft. They got a picture of Jackson Dart next to a puppy with like a black spot over its eye, making fun of his eye black. Pick was just made by the Las Vegas Raiders, pick 213. And Vegas, they, again, for the second time here within the last couple of moments, they went with a quarterback that I do not have in my rankings, and that is Tommy Mellott, quarterback for Montana State. So, congratulations to Tommy Mellott, who's going to go out there and maybe compete for a backup job in Vegas. Pick 214 is now here, and it is the LA Chargers. Their pick is in. Ooh. I'm actually going to get up and walk around here for a minute. Not going anywhere, but I need to stand up. My legs are falling asleep. Chargers have had a sneaky good draft. Not going to lie. Just looking at their picks, Jamari Caldwell and Kyle Kennard, two solid picks there. Got some, decent options in the receiving game for Justin Herbert. Their first round pick, they got a game-changing running back in Omarion Hampton, who, it's funny because he just, shot Najee Harris right down the depth chart. I did see something. I think this was like a couple hours ago, but I didn't say anything. I think I saw Pony who said, now granted, you can take Andrew Filippone's, what he says for what it's worth, which is pretty low right now after saying Will Howard wouldn't get drafted by the Steelers. But I think he said someone told him that Caleb Johnson will be the number one running back, the starting running back on the depth chart over Jaylen Warren. So we'll see. Hey, Chase in the comments. Hey, we've been to a couple of AFCs, man. Yeah, have fun hanging your banner for, 2 AFC championship games. How many Super Bowl rings do you got? Will Howard posting on Twitter the first picture of him wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers hat, and Jack Sawyer's there too wearing his Pittsburgh Steelers hat. Sawyer and Howard FaceTiming. Great to see them both on the same team. Steelers quarterback. I'm looking at Steelers quarterback room. It's Mason Rudolph when he was shirtless but wearing the denim overalls with whatever fruit he was wearing. Then they got Will Howard wearing the Big 12 championship hat with Kansas State with 2 cigars in his mouth. So much aura in the quarterback room right now. Got a beer shotgun celebration with his offensive lineman. Yeah. Glad to have 2 national champions, baby. New Steeler. Will Howard checking in. He is absolutely hype. Doran Dickerson from 93.7 The Fan, one of my favorite radio hosts posts there. The Vikings love the Pitt Panthers. They do. They took Branson Taylor today. They took Gavin Bartholomew. Or no, Branson Taylor went to the Chargers. They took Gavin Bartholomew. They've taken guys before like something Jones. I forget his name right now. They took Jordan Addison a couple years ago. So yeah, the Vikings do love the Pitt Panthers. Pick has been made for the LA Chargers. And they have now gone to the defensive back portion of their defense with this pick, and they go with a Clemson Tiger. Oh, missed an S on his name there. RJ Mickens, safety from Clemson, is the pick for the Chargers. Let me go here to the prospect rankings, see where I have him ranked among the safeties. RJ Mickens is right there, my number 17th ranked safety, RJ Mickens from Southlake, Texas, 24 years old, 6 foot even, 210 pounds. I believe the Steelers met with him at the Combine, so they had at least some interest in him, maybe as a defensive back pick here at 226 coming up. 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.49 40-yard dash, a little over 10-foot broad jump, 41.5-inch vertical. Man can get up there. 5 years at Clemson, 13 games played, 75 total tackles, 44 of which were solo, 7 pass defenses, 2 INTs. A 2-time All-ACC honorable mention in 2023 and 2024. Good pre-snap diagnosis is his one of his strengths. Player comp for him, Trey Taylor and Tyke Smith. We got another interesting pick here. Okay. So the Las Vegas Raiders, kind of like what the Cleveland Browns did earlier in the draft, they have doubled down at the quarterback position, and they have taken Cam Ward from South Dakota State. Okay, wow. Okay, that's an interesting pick. All right, Cam Miller, 6'1", 212 pounds for North Dakota State. 9-inch hands, 30-inch arms, ran a 4.8 40. Let me go here to some of his statistics, excuse me. Cam Miller. No, that is the wrong Cam Miller there. All right, never mind. We're going to skip over Cam Miller's statistics. He did win, I believe, the FCS championship with North Dakota State. One of his offensive linemen, Gray Zabel, got taken earlier in this draft. No recognizable accolades for him. He did have a private throwing session, I think, about a week ago with Steelers quarterback coach Tom Arth. So if things went really, really poorly with the Steelers drafting quarterbacks in this class, then maybe that would have been their pick. I'm shocked. How is Quinn Ewers still on the board right now? Yeah, Nate, another QB. Shout out Uncle Howdy in the profile picture as well. Yeah, back-to-back quarterback picks for the Raiders. I don't know. Maybe they hope one of those guys can stick and maybe develop something behind Geno Smith. Who knows? Pick is in for the Denver Broncos at 216. I believe that's Brad Paisley there at the NFL draft. 10 picks to go until the Steelers are back up on the clock. Everybody that I see here, Steelers fans wise, is saying Kobe Bryant, corner from Kansas. He's still there. 2 minutes ago, everybody's still there. Yep. I've said the same thing. All these players are still available. Corner and wide receiver, I think, should be our last 2 picks of the draft. Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson, Zy Alexander are all there. Bryant and Dotson from Kansas. Alexander from LSU. Isaiah Bond from Texas is still there. Trayshawn Holden from Oregon is still there. If you want to go with a more special teams contribution like wide receiver, you got Ricky White from UNLV who's there. He's explosive. Efton Chisholm from, I believe, Eastern Washington. The College of Cooper Kupp is still there. Oh, didn't mean to hit that. So I'm going to catch my breath real quick, get up, stretch around, and I'll be back in a minute here with the Denver Broncos pick. We'll catch up after that. Almost time for the Steelers to pick again. Pick 226 and 229, 10 picks away. We'll be back in a matter of moments. All right, welcome back, everybody. Missed 2 picks here. The Denver Broncos were last on the clock, and they took a punter. So again, I don't know much about any punters or kickers. It's Jeremy Crawshaw. Let me put his name in here. Jeremy Crawshaw is the pick for Denver. That was the final pick of the 6th round, picks 216. Now we are on to the 7th round now. Oh, never mind. That's not the one I wanted. 7th round now. Again, a player I don't know was taken by the Dallas Cowboys. Jay Toa? Jay Toa from UCLA. He's a defensive tackle. There it is right there. And then the Atlanta Falcons, they were just on a minute ago. They went with an offensive tackle, and it's finally, after 2 picks, someone I know, Jack Nelson from Wisconsin. Big guy there now on the offensive line down in Atlanta. Let me see where I have Jack Nelson in my rankings here. Hang on. There we go. Jack Nelson, he is my number 18th ranked tackle in this draft. 23 years old, 6'7", and 316 pounds, from Stoughton, Wisconsin. 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 5'10" 40, 23 reps on the bench. 5 years with the Badgers. Last year in 2024, 12 games played 751 snaps at left tackle, only giving up 1 quarterback hit and 1 sack. Was a 2-time All-Big Ten honorable mention in his career. 2021, he was an honorable mention at right guard. In 2022, he was an honorable mention at left tackle. So he does have some position versatility. Liam Eichenberg, who is with the Miami Dolphins, and Nick Saldivari, not sure where he's at in the league. Those are his 2 player comps. And a minute ago, the New York Giants, they made a pick. Let me just hit this one. There we go. Now I got it off. The Giants, they went with a tight end. They already have a decent tight end there in Theo Johnson from Penn State a couple of years ago. But now this year, they take Thomas Fedone from Nebraska, I believe. That's where he's from. Yes, Nebraska. So Thomas Fedone the second is the pick for the G-Men. Do have him in my rankings. Let me check on that real quick. Thomas Fedone, he is my number. Where did I leave him? Hello, Thomas Fedone. He is my number 13th ranked tight end in my rankings. 23 years old, 6'5", 255 pounds, 34-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands, a 4.7 flat 40 is what he ran, a 10'6" broad jump, 35.5-inch vertical. 3 years at Nebraska, 13 games played last year, 36 receptions, 373 receiving yards. Did not get any touchdowns. Player comp for him, Josh Oliver and A.J. Barner. So Josh Oliver, he's at least been in the league for a little bit. The pick is in here for the New England Patriots. This is pick 220. Let's go to the comments here, see what is going on. Defensive tackle, Jay Toa. Yes, Falcons. Giants go D. Thomas Fedone to the Giants. Thank you, Nate. Yeah, another QB. I don't get the Raiders there, but okay. And we got another tackle off the board here to the New England Patriots. And now we are in the portion of the draft, the 7th round here, where I'm going to start seeing more and more people that I do not have on my rankings. This is Marcus Bryant from Missouri, who was the pick for the Patriots, and they moved on right along from him. The Jaguars, their pick is now in pick 221. Showing the highlight reel of someone there. I don't know exactly who that is. Someone for Central Arkansas, I think. Check out Twitter, see what's going on. Yaha Black posting his introductory video for the Steelers. Seeing more videos of Brett Kiesel having the time of his life over there in Ireland. All right. Pick is in for the Jaguars, and they have made a selection. Is Jonah Maheim from USC, maybe? Is that? Yes, USC is what it was. So they go center. Don't have him in my rankings. The Las Vegas Raiders, they're on the clock, and they made a pick. Las Vegas, they are going linebacker from the University of Minnesota. It is Cody Lindbergh. So let me go see what I got here on Cody real quick. Here we go. Cody Lindbergh from Colorado, or from, Minnesota. Sorry about that. 6'2", 236 pounds, 9-inch hands, 33-inch arms. Did a 9.8 on the broad jump, a 36.5-inch vertical, 20 reps on the bench, a 4.71 40-yard dash for Lindenberg. Spent 5 years at Minnesota, 12 games played last year, 94 total tackles, 45 of those were solo, 5 for a loss, 1 sack, had 1 interception, 6 pass defenses, and nothing else beyond that. So Lindenberg, his player comp that I have for him is Dylan Doyle from Baylor from a couple of years ago. Really, the leader of that Minnesota defense was Lindenberg. Or Lindenberg, sorry. He was a first-team All-Big Ten guy last year. Now, I think somebody just made another pick here. Yes, the Seattle Seahawks, and damn, there he goes. Another running back that I really, really like has just gone to the Seattle Seahawks. Damian Martinez from Miami is gone to Seattle. That is a good pickup there for the Seahawks. Let me go back here to my running back rankings. Damian Martinez, my number 10 running back prospect in this draft. 21 years old, 6 foot even, 232 pounds, 30.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. Ran a 4.51 40, a 10.4 in the broad jump, 35-inch vertical. Started his career at Oregon State, then transferred to Miami. 3 years in college. Last year, the 2024 season, he played in 13 games, carried the ball 159 times for just over 1,000 rushing yards, had 10 rushing touchdowns as well. 2024 season, he was an All-ACC honorable mention. Player comps for him: Jeremy Hill, Dante Foreman, and Tank Bigsby. So all good, solid running backs in the NFL who have found their place in the league. Now the Arizona Cardinals, they are back up on the clock. There was a pick made just a minute ago from the Houston Texans. It is Keontae Hamilton, defensive tackle, Rutgers. I do not have him in my rankings. So Houston. There's the pick for Houston. Now the pick is in, pick 225 here for the Cardinals. Steelers, their first of their 2 7th-round picks are coming up here. Pittsburgh's next. Here we go. Who are the Cardinals going to take? Their pick is in. So right here with one pick to go before the Steelers, all 3 of my favorite corners remaining are still on the board. Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson, and Zy Alexander. Still 2 good wide receivers there. Isaiah Bond and Trayshawn Holden are there. Tez Johnson, I think, still there also from Oregon. So 2 Oregon Ducks and a Texas Longhorn for wide receivers available. 2 guys from Kentucky and 1 guy from LSU are still there. You can probably get a good pick here at one of these picks. Nate in the comments, Kobe Bryant. I want Kobe Bryant so bad. Yes, indeed. Kobe Bryant's my top guy here. I believe he's my number 11th ranked corner on my prospect board here. Come on. Just one of those 6. One of the 3 wide receivers, one of the 3 corners I just said, and I will call it a very, very happy draft. Oh, come on. Say your pick is in here, Cardinals. It's in. Make your announcement. Come on. Get this ready. ARZ. You're ready. Don't draft a punter, LOL, or a kicker. Yeah, you're not going to worry about that. You got Cameron Johnston, who is coming back from injury, and you got the best kicker in the world, Chris Boswell. Pick has been made for the Arizona Cardinals. They go with someone who barely missed out making my board. It is safety Kenton Crawford from Nevada, I believe, is the pick. So Kenton Crawford, is he from there or Cal? Yeah, Nevada. 5'11", 202, 4'4", 140, 10-foot, 8-inch broad jump, 41.5-inch vertical. So that was the pick. Now the Pittsburgh Steelers, pick 226. They got 229 after it, but the pick is in for their first of 2 7th-round selections. Here we go. Derek Harmon, Caleb Johnson, Jack Sawyer, Yaha Black, Will Howard. And you used your 2nd-round pick in a trade to get DK Metcalf. Phenomenal usage of draft pick assets here this year. Finish strong here. 2 7th-round picks. One might be a wide receiver. One might be a corner or a defensive back of some kind. I listed 3 at each position I want to see get taken here within the next 4 picks. Still waiting here for the selection to pop up for the Steelers. Come on, pop up the pick on the screen. Come on. Give me what I want. We just had a trade alert right before the Steelers' next pick at 229. I think the Kansas City Chiefs just traded in there. They may be looking to swipe someone from underneath Pittsburgh's nose. Yeah, KC definitely just traded up ahead of Pittsburgh's next pick at 229. So I wonder if they think the Steelers are going to take someone they want. Still waiting here for Pittsburgh's first of this 7th round to get announced. Pick 226 here. They are milking out, leaving us waiting in anticipation here. Come on. And we're going to get an announcement here, actually. Hold on here. We are getting a special announcement here. Here comes the selection. Okay, this selection here is... Who is this? This is a person from the Pat Tillman Foundation who is going to be making the Pittsburgh Steelers pick here. This is Kevin Babouls, Pat Tillman Foundation scholar. So he's going to be making the Steelers pick here. Here we go. Oh, wow! So get this, everybody. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they did not go wide receiver. They did not go corner. They went with a nostalgia pick right there. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, if you have seen this last name on the back of a Steelers jersey before. Wow. They go with Carson Bruner, linebacker from Washington. His father, Mark, tight end for the Steelers. Wow. They went with the family pick. The Steelers, they love their bloodlines. They love their bloodlines. I will give them that. Let's go. Carson Bruner. Here we go. Let me find out what I got on Carson Bruner right here. Okay, Carson Bruner. I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. I should have known. Ah, wow. Carson Bruner, 6'1", 227 pounds, 9-inch hands, 32-inch arms. Ran a 4.58 40, a 9'11" broad jump, a 33.5-inch vertical. 4 years with the Washington Huskies. Last year, 13 games played, 104 combined tackles, 2 forced fumble or 2 tackles for loss, no sacks, 3 INTs, great coverage, linebacker, 5 pass defenses, 1 forced fumble. They go with the son of their former tight end. He was a third-team All-Big Ten Conference, and he was named team captain and team defensive MVP. Wow. They went with Carson Bruner. They got Mark Bruner's son. He's going to wear black and gold just like his dad. The bloodline theme for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It is alive and it is well. All right, so now we are back up here, and the picks just went fast. Wow. Okay. Picks just went back to back real fast. Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana, just went to the San Francisco 49ers. Okay, so let me go here real quick to Curtis Rourke. He is my number 11 quarterback, 24 years old, 6'5", 223, played through a torn ACL, had surgery on it in January. 29 passing touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 3,000 passing yards last year. 2024 second team All Big Ten. Kyle Orton, Carson Strong are his comparisons. And then the Kansas City Chiefs, they traded up and they got a running back, Brashard Smith from SMU. So Brashard Smith, let me find out where he's at here. Brashard Smith from SMU, 23 years old, 5 foot 10 inches tall, 196 pounds, 4.39 40-yard dash, over 1,300 yards rushing last year, 235 carries, 14 rushing touchdowns, first team All ACC, being comped to Nyheim Hines and Jerome Ford. Now the Pittsburgh Steelers are back up on the clock again. It is pick number 229. Do we get the corner or the wide receiver here? At this point, I'm leaning towards, taking a corner over a wide receiver, honestly. You're pretty set at wide receiver. I just wanted one just for flash. Because you got Metcalf, Pickens. Here we go. Pick is in for the Steelers. To the 3 corners, please. Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant, Mello Dotson. One of those guys, please. Come on. And they go corner, but it's not one of the 3. Wow. Okay, pick has been made. And they go corner from Central Michigan, and it's Dante Kent. I did not know this dude in my rankings. Okay, Dante Kent, let's figure out who you are, my guy. Central Michigan, Harrisburg, PA native. So that's his hometown. They're keeping him in state, keeping him close to his family. 5'10", 189 pounds. Is he on this here too? Let me see. Dante Kent, Central Michigan. Small hands, 8.5-inch hands, 31-inch arms. Ran a 4.38 40, so he's got some wheels. 38.5-inch vertical, that is a 10'3" vertical. Player comps for him: Rashad Wildgoose, who came out of the draft a couple of years ago. That's always a great name. Let me see what his statistics were at Central Michigan. Dante Kent, 5 years at Central Mich. In his career, 53 games played, 234 total tackles, 171 of those are solo, 6 tackles for loss, 1.5 sacks, just 2 interceptions in 5 years of collegiate work. 46 pass defenses, however. He doesn't pick the ball off, but he gets his hands on it. 1 fumble recovery, 2 forced fumbles. Last year, he had 9 pass defenses, 53 tackles in 12 games. So, okay, I'll take it. I think that's you bring Danny Smith, special teams coordinator, in the room here for the 7th round. Danny, you got the phone. You make your 2 picks who you think is going to contribute on special teams, and those are the picks that they made. All right, so that wraps up the Pittsburgh Steelers 2025 draft picks, unless they trade back into the 7th round, which is, always highly unlikely. The Detroit Lions pick is in. Yeah, Nate, I did see that. I'm going to go back and watch it because I didn't get through SmackDown entirely last night, but I did see that. That's no shock right there whatsoever. So that was the Pittsburgh Steelers 2025 NFL Draft. Give it probably a solid A-. Would have liked to have seen a Kobe Bryant or a Mello Dotson there with one of those last picks, but Carson Bruner, I'm pretty cool with that pick there. You keep the bloodline going with the Bruner family and the Steelers. So let's go here to Twitter, see if we can find a thing here. Will Howard talking to the Pittsburgh media over the phone, quote, "I think 100% the right team picked me." You're damn right there, Will Howard. I'm pumped to have you. Donnie Chedrick from 93.7 The Fan. What was the conversation like in the Steelers wardroom? Because Dino Tomlin, Mike Tomlin's son, he's draft eligible this year from Boston College. He's just not really good. All right, Mike, we can't take your kid, but Mark Bruner's kid is available. Okay, I take it. Wouldn't be a Steelers draft without a nepotism pick. Absolutely. Scrolling through some Twitter photos here. Okay, Central Michigan, Dante Kent, and yeah, great draft for the Steelers if that winds up being it. We got a corner at least. Yeah, speed guy. I wanted Bryant or Bond. Yeah, well, you can't have them all. To me, I think that was them bringing special teams coordinator Danny Smith in the room saying, "All right, Danny, you got the controls here for these 2 picks. These guys that we're drafting in the 7th round, it'd be a long shot for them to be starters in the NFL. But you know what? If you can mold these guys into very good special teamers, then by all means, get your hands on them." That was Danny Smith picking those 2. I bet you. Carson Bruner, I mean, you're filling at linebacker. What else are you taking Carson Bruner for other than special teams and a nepotism pick? Because you got Cole Holcomb, Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Malik Harrison. Also, Mark Robinson still on the team, but I'm sure Carson Bruner might knock him off of the team now. Okay, that's a pick right there for the Lions. Dan Jackson just got drafted out of Georgia. My TV's a little behind here. NFL Network is being slow to get these picks here going. So Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia, just went to the Motor City Kitties. I do have Dan Jackson in my player comp profile here. He's down here with the safeties. Dan Jackson, my 23rd ranked safety on my safety rankings. 24 years old, 5'11", 194 from Gainesville, Georgia. 32-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands. 4.46 40-yard dash. A 10-foot, 3-inch broad jump. 34-inch vertical. 4 years at UGA. Last year, 14 games played, 64 total tackles, 3 pass defenses, 2 picks, 1 forced fumble, and fumble recovery. 2-time national champion with the Bulldogs in 2021 and 2022. And he was a 2024 SEC Community Service Team member. So good dude in the community. Good for him getting drafted. Speed, yes, Freight Train. That is what Dante Kent brings. Speed, 4.38 40. So at least we got someone fast. I'm not sure. What did I have on Mello Dotson and Kobe Bryant? What were their Number 11 here, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant ran a 4.53 40, so Melo Dotson ran a 4.59, and Zy Alexander ran a 4.56. So yeah, they definitely went with a special team speedier guy there. All the other three corners were 4.5 plus 40-yard runners. I think that was what he wanted to get there. Oh, Tom Grossi's announcing the Packers pick. Cool. That's awesome. Nate, you're spoiling the picks here for me. Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins. Finally getting drafted. Bro sat in there with a whole bunch of deer and dinosaurs and all that animals that he's hunted on his wall. The rain, they took them in the 7th, speed 4.34. Yeah, that's a reason. Yeah, definitely reason why they took him 4.3 40. Yeah, that's a special team pick right there. Dude's fast as hell. Sorry, I thought you were ahead. No, it's all right. It's just the NFL Network that's being slow. Now the Chicago Bears pick has finally popped up. So back-to-back picks here with players. Miami Dolphins, they got Quinn Ewers. So let me pop that up here and do my thing on him here. Quinn Ewers going to back up maybe to Tagovailoa. Go up here to the quarterbacks. Quinn Ewers, he is my number 8 quarterback in this draft class, 22 years old, 6'2", 214, 30.5-inch arms, 9.5-inch hands, 4.7, 4.40. Formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine. Started at Ohio State, then transferred and got playing time at Texas. Fought off Arch Manning. Played 14 games this past season, missed 2 of them with an oblique injury. 3,479 passing yards, 31 passing touchdowns to 12 interceptions. Had 2 rushing touchdowns as well. A 75.4 QBR, took 31 sacks. 2024 second team All SEC and an EA Sports College Football 25 cover athlete. Kelly Holcomb, Will Greer, and Sam Howell, who just got traded today, are the player comps for Will Howard. Then just a moment after Quinn Ewers went to the Dolphins, the Indianapolis Colts, they went safety, and they took one of the bigger safeties in this draft class from Wisconsin, Hunter Wohler. That was the Colts who took him, right? Yep, Hunter Wohler. So let me find here Hunter Wohler. He's in my safety section here. Hunter Wohler is my 14th ranked safety in this draft class. 22 years old, 6'2", 218, 30.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.5, 740, 10-foot broad jump, 37-inch vertical. 4 years at Wisconsin last year, played in 11 games, had 71 tackles, 51 of which were solo, and 6 pass defenses. He was an All Big Ten honorable mention. Brad Hawkins was his player comp, and I just saw this one here a moment ago. Let me find him in my rankings, and then I will pop it up on the screen. Another one of those underrated, if worst case, comes, you take this guy in the 7th round. If, say the Steelers have not taken a running back to this point, this guy would have been probably my favorite prospect to take. The Chicago Bears, they have gone running back from Rutgers, Kyle Monangai. Sorry. So let me go here to Monangai from Rutgers, 23 years old, 5'8", 211, 29-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.6 flat 40, 34.5-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. 11 games played last year with Rutgers, spent 5 years at Rutgers. 256 carries for over 1,200 yards, 13 rushing touchdowns. Was a first-team All-Big Ten running back. Player comps for him, Zach Moss, and I believe former Steelers running back, at least in the preseason, Max Borghi. So now we are waiting here for the Seattle Seahawks. They just made their pick. Seattle making another selection here. They just took Mason Richman, offensive tackle from Iowa, and I do not have anything on him. So, tackle from Iowa, I'll put it this way. I don't even think the NFL knows much about him. They don't even have a picture for him on his profile here next to the pick. So Mason Richman from Iowa made the pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their pick is in. We're moving fast here. Pick 235 of 252 in this draft, I believe, or 257 in this year's draft. Okay, sorry, Brady. I was like behind by like 1.5 minutes. All right. Didn't realize. You're good. Seahawks get a tackle. Steelers killed this draft, in my opinion. They got a quarterback I wanted. They got a bunch of starters. Yes, absolutely. Picks won. The first 6 rounds were good, and then in the 7th round, you got 2 guys who should be solid on special teams. Sawyer and Howard are my 2 favorite picks. They're all my favorite picks, honestly. You got Derek Harmon, one of my favorite defensive tackles in this draft class. My favorite defensive tackle for the Steelers. And then you got Caleb Johnson, who's going to be your thunder to Jaylen Warren's lightning after Najee Harris departed. Jack Sawyer and Will Howard. Jack Sawyer is the icing on the cake for this draft. The Steelers didn't need an edge rusher, but you had a player of that caliber, that damn good, fall to you. You jump on that every single time. You figure out how to get him on the field later. You take him there. Tampa Bay Buccaneers just made their pick again. And finally, one of the 2 wide receivers left from Oregon, Trayshawn Holden and Tez Johnson. One of those 2 have gone off the board. It is Tez Johnson. Let me go find him here in my wide receiver rankings. Tez Johnson, where did I leave him here? My number 26 wide receiver is Johnson, 23 years old, 5'10", 165, 29.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4'5", 140, 12 games played last year for Oregon, spent 5 years in college, started at Troy, and then transferred to Oregon. Last year with the Ducks, 12 games played, 83 receptions for just 2 yards shy of 900 receiving yards, 10 touchdowns. Missed 2 games with injury in 2024 and left the college football playoff game against the Ohio State Buckeyes with injury. Was a second-team All Big Ten member at wide receiver and return specialist last year. Paul Richardson, Tank Dell, and Josh Downs are his player comps. Tank Dell and Josh Downs, 2 solidified NFLers right now. Who just made a pick? The Jacksonville Jaguars just made another pick. Jacksonville had a lot of draft picks here this year, and they went running back as well. Someone who I don't have in my rankings, but I know was probably going to get drafted and is pretty good. LaQuint Allen from Syracuse. So Syracuse has gotten a tight end, running back, and their quarterback of their offense last year drafted today. Even if Howard doesn't work out, he's only a 5th-round pick, literally cost you nothing. Yeah, Howard. That's the best thing. Will Howard, he's got the body type of Ben Roethlisberger. He's got some traits that hopefully you can develop and make him a possible long-term solution for yourself. If not, you move on and you take your quarterback of the future next year and what should be a better draft class because, it only cost you a 6th-round pick. Here is Tom Grossi making the pick for the Green Bay Packers. Good to see He has got to feel like king of the world right now in Green Bay making the pick for your team. Let's go, Tom. Let's go, Tom. I wonder how his dad's feeling right now. His dad is a Cowboys fan. Here we go. He is the happiest man in the world. Look, everybody knows him. We appreciate the hell out of you, Tom. Let's go. Okay, so there is Grossi making the pick. He takes a corner from Tulane, Micah Robinson. There we go, Tom. I do not have Robinson in my rankings, so congratulations, Tom, on making your pick. Does that mean we are going to get urinating Shree announcing a pick for the Steelers next year? That might go off the rails. We have a ton of picks next year. It's going to be what happens in the 26th draft. Yeah, we got a lot of picks. We could have up to 4 third-round picks next year if all of our guys who signed elsewhere hit their marks to get the highest comp pick. Surreal. Congrats, Tom. That's awesome. Seattle Seahawks pick 238. That pick is in. So the Seahawks about to take someone here coming up. Hayden Large from Iowa State posting a picture that he took with Yahya Black and Caleb Johnson, two of those guys now with the Steelers. Two guys in this draft wearing the same uniforms, same color scheme, same lineage and decor here on the armbands, just switching logos on the helmet. There we go. Video of Carson Bruner with his family crying that he got drafted to the Steelers. That's awesome. That's what it's about right there. You get to play for the team that your dad played for. That's awesome. 19 minutes ago, Chris Adamski, one of the Steelers beat reporters, I told you this was him. Special teams coordinator Danny Smith walks into the press conference room and he's all smiles. There's a picture of him. I told you that was all Danny Smith's doing right there. There we go. All right, is the pick made here for the Seahawks? It indeed is, and there goes one of those good wide receivers that I was talking about earlier. From Vegas to Seattle, wide receiver Ricky White is the newest Seattle Seahawk. He was one of the guys that the Steelers could have looked into here in the 7th round. Let me go here to Ricky White's page, see where I have him here. Ricky White, he is wide receiver number 34 in my rankings, 23 years old from Marietta, Georgia. 6'1", 190, 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands. A 4'6", 40, 10-foot, 3-inch broad jump, 36-inch vertical. Had an informal meeting with the Steelers at the scouting combine. Started at Michigan State, wound up at UNLV, 4-year college career. 13 games last year, 79 receptions, 1,041 yards, 11 receiving touchdowns. Was the 2024 MWC Special Teams Player of the Year as a returner. Dante Pettis, and get this one, I think this is not for wide receiver talent, but as, return specialist talent when this guy was coming out of the draft. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a comp for Ricky White there. Back-to-back picks here in quick succession. The Dallas Cowboys have just made a pick. Dallas, they go running back, and one that I do know of just because he's in the ACC and he played the Pitt Panthers a bunch. It is running back Phil Maffa from Clemson. Don't have him in my rankings here, but right after that, a player that I do know just went to the Buffalo Bills. The Bills pick up one of the better wide receivers left on the board right now. It is Caden Prather from Maryland. Let me go here and find out where I have Caden Prather. I believe he's my number 20 running back in this class. Let me go here. Or my number 20 wide receiver in this class, excuse me. Right there, 21, close enough. 22 years old, 6 foot, 3.5 inches tall, 210 pounds, 31 or 32-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.46 40, good time for him. 9 foot 6 inches in the broad jump, 30-inch vertical. Started at West Virginia with the Mountaineers and then transferred to the Maryland Tarpons. 4 years in college last year, 2024 season, 12 games played, 56 receptions, 624 receiving yards, 4 receiving touchdowns, was an all Big Ten honorable mention. Brendan Rice and Devon Vele, 2 guys who just got drafted, I think, last year, are his player comps. The Denver Broncos, their pick is now in. Yeah, Bills get 4.61 slow for a wideout. He's not huge. Yeah, 4.46. I might have said 4.61, but yeah, 4.46 for a 6'3", 210-pound wide receiver. You got to take that. Max Brosmer is still there on the board. Yeah, I have in my quarterback rankings, I think all I have left, Cam Ward's gone. I think all I have left for quarterbacks on my draft board are Max Brosmer, Seth Hennigan, maybe one other that's slipping my mind right now. But that is all that is left. My board narrowing very, very much, and we're getting more and more picks that I do not have anything on. Waiting here for the Denver Broncos to make pick number 241 here of 257 here. We can slowly but surely in the distance see the finish line for this year's 2025 draft. 4.61 was 2 wideouts ago. Okay, that was Ricky White, special teams guy, so we'll see. Yeah, Ricky White, sorry. You gonna announce the pick here, Broncos? Looks like we might get someone coming to the stage to make that pick. So the final 2024 Steelers draft, 2025 Steelers draft class. Real quick, here's the pick for the Broncos. And a Utah Ute has gone off the board, and it is a tight end to the Denver Broncos. I do not have him in my rankings. It is Caleb Lohner. Or Lawner. I'm not sure how you want to pronounce his last name, but there it is right there for the Denver Broncos. 4 receptions and 54 yards and 4 TDs in 2024. Some moron in Green Bay just tried to smash a beer can against his head and completely failed. He played baseball and played basketball at Baylor and BYU. So multi-sport athlete, just went to the Denver Broncos. Okay. So 2025 Steelers draft class: Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon; Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa; Jack Sawyer, edge rusher, Ohio State; Yahya Black, probably mispronouncing his first name, defensive tackle, Iowa; Will Howard, quarterback, Ohio State; Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington; Dante Kent, corner from Central Michigan. That is a hell of a draft right there. Give it an A- for the draft. Okay, the Los Angeles Rams are now on the board. Pick 242. Pick it in. Hennigan and Cook is there. Yeah, I do have Cook. He was the last guy that was slipping my mind there. Yeah, Brady Cook is still there. Some of these guys might be available in another draft. The name escapes me. Yeah, you never know. Right now, you could be looking at maybe getting a. You remember how I went through those wide receivers earlier in those corners? At this point, at the rate we're going, they might be undrafted free agents, and we could look to sign them. My man say we drafted a bunch of starters. LOL. Well, Derek Harmon's a starter. Caleb Johnson's your starting running back. Jack Sawyer, he's going to rotate in on the defense, but he might be a starter someday. Yaya Black, not a starter. He'll be in on running downs and special teams. Will Howard, your quarterback, maybe can develop into a starter someday. Who knows? Carson Bruner, he's your special teams pick. And Dante Kent, I don't know when he's going to, what he's going to be, probably other than special teams. We got the selection here for the Rams. And there we go. One of my Pitt Panthers, again, has gone off the board. Congratulations here. Going to the LA Rams, I think that's a good fit for him. Konate Mumpfield from my Pitt Panthers just went in the draft. That is a great pick. Thank you for all you did for the Pitt Panthers. All right, Konate Mumpfield, of course, Pitt guy. He is in my rankings here. He is, I believe, my number 30th ranked or 31st ranked wide receiver in this class. 22 years old from Houston, Georgia. 5 feet 11 and a half inches tall, 186 pounds, 29 and a half inch arms, 8.5 inch hands, 4.59 40-yard dash, 10 feet 4-inch broad jump, 36-inch vertical. Started at Akron and then transferred to Pittsburgh for the past couple of years, 4-year college career. 12 games played last year, 52 receptions, 813 receiving yards, and 5 receiving touchdowns. He probably would have had more of that, honestly, if Eli Holstein was healthy for the entire year. All ACC honorable mention. Charleston Rambo is Konate Mumpfield's player comp. I hope he sticks out there in LA. I'm happy for you. Congratulations, Konate Mumpfield. Thank you for all you did for the Pitt Panthers. Let's go to the comments here real quick. We did first 3 picks will be starters in the NFL. Maybe not first year, but definitely second or third. I didn't hate our draft picks at all, but for fantasy football was a blow. LOL. Some of the picks was so out there. Well, I've come to when I'm playing fantasy football to try to not take too many Steelers, because then I get too emotionally attached even more. Like why the hell isn't Najee in there on this goal line move? Whatever. All of Steelers picks are kind of perfect. Honestly, they are, Flacco. I like it. Carson Bruner and Dante Kent as special teams guys, I'll take it. Other teams picked wild. Yeah, they were wild, especially the Raiders and the Browns going 2 quarterbacks in this draft. That is insane, in my opinion. Still can't believe I'm watching a Pitt grad. PSU grad, I say with love. That's all right, Freight Train. Glad to have you. I don't have any real ill will for Penn State. I'll tell you what, next year, I don't think we're going to be even close in getting like Arch Manning. So I'm all aboard the Drew Aller train next year for the Steelers. Hell, even as a Pitt guy, I was jumping over the moon when they took Zach Frazier last year out of West Virginia. So for when we like play you guys the day of the game, I'm your biggest hater, and I will, talk crap on your team. But after that, when we all come together for the common team right here, all love. We drafted 2 starters, saying who knows or rotating automatically makes we sign a bunch of starters. Untrue. our last 2 picks, we blew much better talent still there. Well, it's not about in the 7th round about getting the best talent. It's about getting the best fit for your team. And that was 2 special teams picks there, Carson Bruner and Dante Kent. They have the skill set and the traits there to be good on special teams. Danny Smith, special teams coordinator, made their picks. And hey, there's going to be a lot of talent out there in the undrafted free agent market. We still might get a Mello Dotson or a Kobe Bryant if they fall out. Who knows? Imagine Mr. Irrelevant being a QB again. Oh, wow. Brady Cook is Mr. Irrelevant. Congratulations. Or Max Brosmer. Dude with sick hair. My college team is trashed except for basketball. Go UConn Huskies. Me too. Y'all need some damn fans in the stadium. We make fun of you guys for that. See, I'm the Pitt guy. Get them out of Acrisure Stadium. That's the only thing that I don't like about watching Pitt football is that I hate watching them play Saturdays, and then when the Steelers play the Sunday, the day right after, and the field's trashed, like, come on, go build a own stadium back on the campus. That's all I want the Pitt Panthers to do. So that's the only thing I got against my Pitt Panthers. I'm excited that Eli Holstein and Desmond Reed are back. We got one of the best running backs in college football and one of the highest rising quarterbacks in college as well. Bruner won't even make the team, LOL. We have 4 linebackers ahead of him. Only was if we release Holcomb. Well, Holcomb, he's still coming back from the knee injury. You don't know how he's going to be, if he's going to be 100% back to his old self, because that was a devastating knee injury. And then I think they're going to have Bruner in there to compete with Mark Robinson. Probably knock Robinson off the team. And if so, Bruner, there's this thing called practice squad. He might be on there. New England has Mr. Irrelevant. Beaver Stadium filled almost every game, 110 cans. What the hell is Pitt doing? 5 to 10 10K fans are terrible. Unless it's the backyard brawl, then that place is packed out. All right, let's catch up on some picks here. The Baltimore Ravens. Why do they keep on picking guys that I know and they're good? The Baltimore Ravens. They picked the last of the 4 LSU linemen in this draft, and it is guard Garrett Dellinger. At least I think I have him as a guard here. Oh, gotta replace that A with an E. There we go. So Garrett Dellinger goes to Baltimore. Let me see if I have him as a tackle or a guard in my rankings here. Garrett Dellinger. Where are you? All right, he is in my guard section. There he is, my number 8 guard in the draft, Garrett Dellinger from LSU, just went to the Baltimore Ravens. 23 years old, 6'4", 322 pounds, 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 5'10", 40, 9 feet 2-inch broad jump, 30 reps on the bench. So dude can pump iron. 4 years with the Bayou Bengals. 7 games played last year, missed 6 games with injury, which was a high ankle sprain. 460 snaps at left guard. He gave up no quarterback hits or sacks. CJ Hansen is his pro comp. Another pick was just made a moment ago by the Detroit Lions. And they go wide receiver. One of the another one of the Georgia Bulldogs receivers, Dominic Lovett, is now off the board. I have Lovett in my rankings too, though he's near the bottom, kind of like Arian Smith was. So at least I think I had him in there. Did I keep Dominic Lovett? There he is, my number 37 ranked wide receiver in this draft class. 22 years old, 5'10", 185, 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, a 4.4 flat 40, 10-foot even broad jump, 33.5-inch vertical. Started at Mizzou and then went to Georgia for your college career. Last year, 14 games played, 59 receptions, 607 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns. Second team All-SEC. Tay Barber is his pro comp. Ravens, Flacco. You're the biggest Ravens hater, and I love it. It's crazy how much I make on my season tickets, like a joke. Oh, congratulations having season tickets there to Beaver Stadium. Wasn't Herbig a practice squad guy? Herbig, I thought, made the team right out of camp. Herbig was like a 5th round pick, and he made the team immediately. I think that was that's when didn't they trade Bud Dupree to add Herbig on the team? I doubt it, but still. Herbig was a 4th round pick who was supposed to go earlier, but did not because of his size. Yep, absolutely. No, he wasn't. He was the practice squad guy. Is it Quincy Roche? I think it's Quincy Roche, who you guys are talking about. I think he got drafted the year Najee Harris did. I want to say it was Quincy Roche. Lance in the comments. Your draft show format has been excellent, bro. Thank you very much, Lance. I appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, it was Roche. I just remembered that. I actually watched a reality show, Balin Out Loud, with Balin Dupree, and Quincy Roche was in one of the episodes there. That's why I remember. I'm like, oh, hey, Quincy Roche. That's a hell of a Steeler name I forgot. Lions grabbing Georgia Dogs, copying my Eagles. Pittsburgh, good draft guy. Yeah, thank you. Pittsburgh did do solid. Lions are grabbing a bunch of Georgia players here today. And the Commanders, they just made a running back pick just a minute ago. This is another one of those guys that if the Steelers have not taken a running back to this point, that I would have said, hey, go with this guy. He's got some upside. He could be one of those late round steals. It is wide receiver Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. I'm missing a K there. Sorry. Hello, everyone. My dad, PJ, here, stopping by. What's going on?
Hell of a draft. Good job.
Hell of a draft.
Proud of you. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Thank you. Back to Ja'Cory Krosky Barrett. Oh, wrong thing here. Offensive stats. Where do I have? Whoa, my screen jumped. Hello? Oh, there we go. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. He is my wide receiver number 20 in this draft. 24 years old, 5'10", 208, from Montgomery, Alabama. 31.5-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 4'4", 40, 41.5-inch vert, and a 10.4 broad jump, so he can jump pretty well. New Mexico is where he started in college, and then he went to Arizona. 2-year career. Played in one game last year because of eligibility issues. So in that game, though, he did put on a hell of a show. 13 carries for 106 rushing yards and a touchdown. Was an East-West Shrine Bowl offensive MVP. That's what made him make my list. He just was unreal in that Shrine Bowl. Some other picks here that went going quick. Corey Black, corner for the New York Giants, Oklahoma State. Just went to the G-Men. I don't have him anywhere, so. What's up, Pop? Steel City Dad. Dad stealing the show, LOL. Thank you, guys. Dallas Cowboys pick is in. Let me hit the button here. Dallas is on the board. Who they taken? This is pick 247, 10 picks to go, and then I can go and sleep for like 18 hours. Comments here. I will say it does make sense. We drafted a lot for the trenches and linebacker. Andy Weidel had a hand in what the Eagles have today, and we brought Andy on to replicate that. That is exactly, absolutely 110% correct. That's why he's here. I knew that I had a feeling that the Steelers were going to double down on the defensive line, but I didn't know they were going to triple down. They got one of the top 10 edge rushers in this draft, and they got a top 3 defensive tackle, and they got what I said. I wanted in this draft a defensive tackle who's like, tall, around 310, 320 range, who can move. And then I wanted a 340-pound monster right in the middle of the line to stop the run. Got both of those in Harmon and Black, and then Jack Sawyer is just the biggest cherry you've ever seen on top of that cake. What's Dallas doing? Please don't. Come on, Jerry. Just make your pick. I'm tired. Saints, 49ers, Packers, Patriots, 49ers again, Dolphins, Saints again, Texans, Chargers, and Patriots will round out the last 10 picks. Here we go. Here comes the Cowboys pick. Who'd you get, Jerry? And there goes another defensive tackle from Maryland. Tommy Akingbesoti is gone. So let me get him on here. There is the newest Dallas Cowboy. He is a defensive tackle. Let me edit that in. There we go. All right, let me get to him here in the defensive rankings. Yeah, I have him as a defensive tackle, and he is defensive tackle number 32 for me, 24 years old, 6'4", 316, 33.5-inch arms, 10-inch hands, a 5.09 40. He ran 4 years with the Tarpons, 12 games played last year, 32 total tackles, 5 for a loss, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. Kevin Atkins is his player comp, so now the New Orleans Saints, just like that, their pick is in. What's Nola going to do? They got 2 picks, and here comes the selection, just like that. And they go tight end, Maliki Matavao from UCLA. Do not have him in my rankings. It is Matavao. That's a lot of A's there. So UCLA tight end Maliki Matavao will head down to New Orleans. Don't have him in my rankings. So 41 receptions, 506 yards, and 2 touchdowns, I think, is what I saw there. San Francisco 49ers pick is in just like that. There we go. And just like that, they're coming fast and furious. Hell yeah, I love this. Let's go. Keep it moving. Come on, this is like when you're in the marathon and you're in the lead. You've been pacing yourself all day long. Now you got like 100 feet till the finish line. You got to pump out every last bit of energy. Let's just keep it rolling, people. 49ers about to make their pick. And there goes a guard, and it's Connor Colby from Iowa. So another Hawkeye gone here tonight. I do have him in my rankings here. Let me find it. He's one of my bottom feeder offensive guards this year. Connor Colby. Now he's going to appear in my room. I said his name 3 times. Here we go. In the guards, Connor Colby from Iowa. He is my number 13th ranked guard in this draft class. 22 years old, 6'6", 309 pounds. That's a tall guard. 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, 5'11" in the 40-yard dash. 4 years at Iowa. Last year, 13 games played, 743 snaps at right guard. Also, he has positional versatility. He can play left guard and right tackle as well. 2 QB hits and 2 sacks given up in 2024, was a first-team All-Big Ten guard. Zach Zinter, the former Michigan Wolverine guard who I believe got taken by the Cleveland Browns a couple of, maybe a year ago or something, was his player comp. Here comes the pick for the Green Bay Packers. And another guard has gone off the board, and it is John Williams from Cincinnati. So Green Bay investing another pick in this draft on the offensive line. There's John Williams. I think I have him right here somewhere. Or did I leave him off? Did I leave him off, or did I put him in the tackle category? Maybe he's in the tackles. If not, I think I might have left him off. Xavier Truss, Bryce Cameron. There he is. He's in the tackle category. John Williams from Cincinnati, 23 years old, 6'5", 322 pounds, long 34-inch arms and 11-inch hands. So long arms, big hands. Ran a 5.17 40-yard dash, 29 reps on the bench, so you can pump iron too. 5 years at Cincy. 12 games played last year, took 823 snaps at left tackle, gave up 1 quarterback hit and 1 sack. Austin Dekulius, who's an offensive lineman with the Houston Texans last I checked, is his player comp. Let's go here. Hopefully wide receiver Bond goes undrafted and we pick him. I wouldn't mind that. I doubt, though. He's probably going to have a lot of suitors, honestly, and he'll see we got Metcalf, Pickens, Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin. We just signed back Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek. So he might decide to take his talents elsewhere. Do think that the Steelers should get a couple of defensive backs. I wouldn't mind seeing Zy Alexander, Kobe Bryant, and all that as possible post-draft free agent signings. Okay. All right, this is pick 251 from the New England Patriots. We're almost there. Pick is in for the Pats. New England's had a sneaky good draft here. Getting some good defensive players, getting some protection and weapons for Drake May. What you got cooking, New England? And that is a very New England-like pick. I just scrolled on the NFL Network draft tracker. Julian Ashby, a long snapper from Vanderbilt. I don't have him as a long snapper, but congratulations to him for getting drafted. Julian Ashby. So there you go there. Yeah, I've turned away for like 30 seconds, and they've already moved on to San Francisco's pick. They're not spending much time on a long snapper either. Pick is in for the 49ers, pick 252. Almost there. 6 picks remaining, including this one. Let's keep it rolling here. On stream for 7 hours, 8 minutes, 41 seconds, and still counting up. Can we get this in under 7.5 hours? Waiting for San Francisco's pick to pop up here. He just came back from commercial. Wonder if it's going to be an on-stage pick. Maybe someone, a fan pick here, something like that. I do want to say before the final 6 picks, there have been like over 10 of you in here constantly all day long. I appreciate you all for stopping by. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Also, like and share this stream and comment in the live chat. Appreciate it all very much. Appreciate you staying with me here today covering the draft. Definitely want Bryant. Was hoping for him in the 7th. How we feel if we take a swing on Shiloh? You're not going to take a swing on Shiloh. The only way you take a swing on Shiloh is if Shedeur was here. Shiloh sucks. Ass. Mega ass. Here we go. Finally, the 49er selection. And looks like we are going to get a fan pick, something like that. Never mind. Thought we were. And they go with a wide receiver who's not in my ranks. It is wide receiver Junior Bergen from Montana. Junior Bergen. There you go, from Montana. There we go. Let me just real quick, while I got a moment here, scroll through some of my positions and just look at the guys who haven't been drafted yet. Quarterback here. So Max Brosmer, Seth Hannigan, Brady Cook. They are still my 3 quarterbacks I have that have not been taken yet. Running backs. Not seeing anything yet. Raheem Sanders. There's one from South Carolina. He's my number 14 running back in this draft. I don't think he's been taken yet. Yeah, he's gone. Donovan Edwards from Michigan hasn't been taken yet. Montrell Johnson hasn't been taken yet. Corey Kiner from Cincinnati hasn't been taken yet. So I got 3 quarterbacks and 4 running backs in my rankings that have not been taken yet. The Miami Dolphins just made a selection. Miami goes defensive line. They take defensive tackle. Very cool name. It's Zeke Biggers. Probably one of my favorite names in this draft cycle from Georgia Tech. I do know about Zeke Biggers. I just didn't have him in my rankings. Didn't have enough time to put him in here before the draft started. Los Angeles hasn't got a backup yet. I don't know which one, the Chargers or the Rams. Yeah, the Rams. They haven't gotten one yet. I'm shocked. And they don't have a pick yet. They're just going to take a undrafted free agent or sign someone off the streets. Let me go back, see who's left here for wide receivers. Wide receivers who has not gotten drafted yet. Isaiah Bond obviously did not get drafted. Did not get drafted. He's in my top 10 for wide receivers, so I'm kind of looking like a dunce there. Nick Nash from San Jose State still there. Xavier Restrepo from Miami is there. Did Torrey Horton get drafted from Colorado State? I think he did. Kobe Hudson from UCF? No. Andrew Armstrong and from Nebraska? No. Or Arkansas, excuse me? No. Daquan Felton from Virginia Tech? No. Trayshawn Holden from Oregon? Not yet. Antwain Wells Jr. from Mississippi yet? No. Will Shepard, Colorado? No. Ja'Cory Brooks from Louisville? No. Efton Chisholm from Eastern Washington? No. And Josh Kelly from Texas Tech? No. So I got, 8, 9, 10 wide receivers in my rankings that have not been taken yet. Los Angeles. Yeah, Easton Stick didn't stay there. They did. Don't they have Heineke? Don't they have Taylor Heineke? I thought that was their backup plan. The New Orleans Saints just made their pick. And they went defensive end, and someone who is finally back on my board. It is Fadil Diggs from Syracuse. Excuse me. Let me find out Fadil Diggs. He's near the bottom of my rankings for defensive ends. 29th ranked DE out of, I think, 33 in my rankings here. 23 years old from East Camden, New Jersey. 6'4", 261 pounds. 33 and a half inch arms, 10 and a half inch hands, 4.57 40-yard dash, 10 foot 1 inch broad jump, 30 and a half inch vertical. Started his career at Texas A&M and then transferred to Syracuse. 5-year college career. Last year, 12 games, 45 total tackles, 25 solo, 14 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks, 1 pass defense, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. Was a 2024 All-ACC honorable mention. Ayabi Oki Anoma was his player comp, and we just had another pick come across the board for the Houston Texans, and I like this one. Houston maybe getting a buy low but high value pick here on a tight end from Tight End University, in my opinion. The alma mater of George Kittle and Sam Laporta. It is tight end Luke Lachey from the Iowa Hawkeyes. Let me go back. Let me go here to where Luke Lachey is in my rankings. Didn't have too much production, but still, though, you got it. Still, though, tight end from Iowa. I'm taking a swing on that every single time. Luke Lachey, my number 10 tight end in this draft class, 24 years old from Columbus, Ohio, 6'6", 251 pounds, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.47 40-yard dash, 10-foot even broad jump, 35-inch vertical. 5 years with the Hawkeyes. Last year in 12 games, just 28 receptions for 231 yards, but hey, maybe you can get something out of him. Jake McGee and Payne Durham are his player comps. Payne Durham, I believe he became a Las Vegas Raider last year. Oh, Lachey, I do too. Yeah, Iowa tight end. You got to take a swing because there's too many of those good Iowa tight ends in the league. Pick is in here for the Los Angeles Chargers, the penultimate pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, 256. One more pick after this. It is the New England Patriots with the next pick. So let's see what the Chargers are going to do. Los Angeles and New England with the final picks of the NFL Draft. Oh, boy. Here comes the announcement for pick 256. Who you got, LA? And they go corner from Florida, Triquez Bridges. So someone who is not in my rankings here. Triquez Bridges from the Florida Gators is the pick. And now the Patriots are on the clock with Mr. Irrelevant, pick 257. Two interceptions and 5 pass defenses in 2024 for Bridges. Great tackle made there. 163 tackles in his career. He played at Florida and Oregon. Okay. Good pick there. And the pick is in. Mr. Irrelevant has been selected. All right, final pick. Who we got, New England? Get this pick in. Call it a 2025 NFL Draft, a successful one for the Pittsburgh Steelers, if I say so myself. buy low, low risk, high reward quarterback in round 6. One of the top 5 running backs in the draft, Caleb Johnson. Top defensive tackle in the draft, Derek Harmon. High motor, high energy defensive end who produced at Ohio State, Jack Sawyer, as just the sprinkles on the ice cream. Yahya Black, defensive tackle, 340 pounds, who's going to stay in the middle of that line, eat up blocks, and stop the run. Love that. And then you got Carson Bruner and Dante Kent as your 2 special team picks, which I'm cool. Here we go. The final pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, pick 257, Mr. Irrelevant, about to be announced. Here we go. There's the Mr. Irrelevant shirt. Pick 257. We got a woman here shouting out Green Bay for being good hosts in the draft. I agree. Smooth draft in Green Bay. They showed up, showed out. Can't wait for the draft to be in Pittsburgh next year, and I will see all of you guys in here then. Let's show off what Pittsburgh's all about next year. Here we go. Here is the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Here it is. To the New England Patriots, Mr. Irrelevant is... Okay, it is a defensive back from Memphis and someone who is not on my board. And I had a little heart jump here because all of you, like me in here, want this guy to re-sign or to sign a undrafted free agent deal with the Steelers. I heard Kobe. I thought it was Bryant, but no, it is Kobe Minor, defensive back from Maryland. I thought that was Bryant. Block. They should take Shiloh just to troll. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Freight Train, very, very much. I appreciate you tuning in, and it wasn't just me, talking to a camera here, and I got to interact with you fine folks. That would have been hilarious if it would have been Shiloh, but yeah, don't have Kobe Minor in my rankings, Memphis corner. So that will do it for the draft, and I don't think we're going to need to wait too long here. I don't think there's a rule to where you have to, there's a time grace period before you can start signing undrafted free agents. I'm sure Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin and Andy Weidel, they're all on the south side working the phones right now, trying to get the guys that they wanted but didn't draft to sign with them before another team scoops them up. So we'll, on Monday, when I come back for a, normal between 5 and 6 o'clock live stream, we'll talk about we'll recap the draft, and we'll talk about any undrafted free agent signings that they make. So there's all the picks from the first round. That was a success, ladies and gentlemen, a successful 2025 NFL draft. It was definitely not boring. It was one of the most entertaining and wild drafts that I have watched. The Steelers and Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin knocked it out of the park. I give the draft grade an A. Got at least 2 instant starters in Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson. Potential future starter in Jack Sawyer and Will Howard. Yahya Black, defensive run stuffer. And you got 2 special teamers, one of which is the son of Steelers tight end, former Steeler tight end, Mark Bruner. So that is great. Definitely a success indeed. So with that, I am exhausted. I have been up till 1, 2, sometimes 3 in the morning over the past month doing some work on these prospects, and winding down the past couple of nights from these drafts. Free pub, shout out Starbucks and your double shot coffee cans for getting me through it. So with that, I think I'm going to wrap things up here. Join me back here on Monday, folks. Again, I will maybe some point tomorrow or earlier in the day, Friday, make a live stream for Monday's show. We'll talk about the draft some more, what all the Steelers did. We'll go in depth talking about the picks again. We'll probably see and hear some more quotes from them from their pre-draft interviews and whatnot. We'll get some more news on them, get some news on undrafted free agent signings. So I hope all 11 of you in here right now and more join me back here then. And with that, going to log off things. We did play it safe, which is good. Yes, definitely a success. Go get some sleep. I will. With that, thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me here the past 3 nights. Great NFL draft coverage stream. Hope you all enjoyed it very, very much. I appreciate you all very much. If you're still in here and you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you know when I'm live or post other things. Like and share this stream and comment on it whenever it's done. Shout out Flacco, Freight Train, Nate, Lance, Jeff, and more, Emery, Underwood, and more of you. I can't scroll all the way up to see all of the comments who all commented earlier. I can only scroll so far. So thank you all for commenting. I appreciate it very, very much. Rest of you guys, have a great weekend. Enjoy the successes of the Pittsburgh Steelers 2025 draft. And I will see you guys back here on Monday. Thank you very much. Peace and love. Let's go Steelers. Here we go. And I will see you guys on Monday. Thank you guys.